presented and to hear from speakers and the public. We'll have a video of council members speaking, presentations projected to viewers when available. And council also remind you that please ensure that your video is on and enabled so we can maintain quorum. Of course, we acknowledge we are on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and we thank them for their generosity to all who live, work, and play on their lands. And big shout out to the staff who work for the City of Vancouver, who do an awesome job every day to make Vancouver an incredible place to live, work, and play. Can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart is in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
And Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks so much. Okay, so the purpose of this special council meeting is to receive a staff presentation on the 2021 capital and operating budget and to hear from speakers. We have lots who have signed up to speak. We hear 230. So it's going to take a number of days to get through the lists. So I proposed, just to provide certainty for speakers, we provide a start time for them. What I'm proposing is that we begin with the presentation from staff, which I believe is about 90 minutes. We have one round of questions from council to staff before we start hearing from speakers. And then council can propose to have a second round of questions after we hear from all speakers. And then, of course, you can always raise points of information through the debate and decision part of the budget, which will, of course, the votes we're hoping will take place on December 8th. We then start hearing from speakers at 3 p.m. today. So the goal is today, council, to get through the presentation and questions so we can give speakers a hard start at 3 p.m. And as always, if you have questions during the presentation, I suggest you email them. I know councillors have been emailing in questions about the budget already, and thanks to staff for replying. Please send them to Patrice Impey at the General Manager of Finance and our CFO, and then we'll try to incorporate all that. We do have a number of days to hear from speakers as well as the debate set aside, so lots of time to ponder and consider. Council will debate the 2021 capital and operating budget at the council meeting of December 8th, 2020. So we'll continue to hear from speakers all day today, tomorrow, Wednesday, December 2nd at 9:30 a.m. and we'll just see how we proceed from there. So it's going to begin with staff presentations. Again, council, this should be about approximately 90 minutes with a round of questions afterwards. Okay, so over to staff. I do see Councillor DeGenova on the queue as well as Councillor Carr. Councillor DeGenova, do you have one? Sure, Councillor DeGenova.
Point of privilege. Sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we've got the point of privilege first, Councillor DeGenova.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yes,
Mayor Stewart, can you hear me?
I've acknowledged you, Councillor DeGenova. Please go ahead.
Okay, you can hear me? Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to note that.
Okay, perhaps we'll.
Yes, thank you very much. Just wanted.
Yes, I can.
Can you hear me, Mayor Stewart?
Yes, I can.
Councillor DeGenova, you can go ahead. We can hear you.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I was having some audio difficulties.
Yes, I can.
I just wanted to note that on a point of privilege, for a portion of the recommendations for the 2021
you may be having
budget,
technical problems, so
I will recuse myself for reasons of conflict of interest.
Uh-huh.
And This is as I have in during past budgets. I might be.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Mayor Stewart?
Mayor Stewart, are you on the line?
Okay.
Mayor Stewart, are you on the line?
I can, Council. I'm
Madam
getting
Clerk?
notes from the clerk that
It's
perhaps my
Councillor
internet
Dominato.
connection is delayed. So I'm just going to switch over to
Madam Clerk?
my cell connection. Just take a second.
Councilor Genova, are you able to hear me?
I am on the line, but I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Madam Clerk, may I move a 5-minute recess so we can sort out the technical difficulties?
Council, are you okay with that? I'm not hearing any objections. So, Councilor Dominato, we will take a 5-minute recess just so we can sort out the mayor's audio.
Okay, Council, can you hear me now?
Mayor Stewart, we can hear you. We've just taken
I'm
a
okay with a 5-minute break.
5-minute
for sure.
recess.
Let's sort these difficulties out.
It seems needed, so yes.
Clerk, I think that sounds good.
Just wondering, clerks, if there may be too many people on the WebEx. I do see a ton of staff on here, and we might steer people over to the Mayor Stewart, people over to the waiting room.
Mayor Stewart, I am going to send
Might
them
be giving us
another
difficulty.
link.
I'm not sure if you can hear me or not, and we're recessed
Mayor,
for 5, so
it's
we're just
Councilor
going to
Kirby
sort
Young.
out
Can
this
you hear me?
technical stuff. I think there's too many people on WebEx. That may be the problem.
Can you hear me,
Great. I just want
Mayor Stewart?
Hold on.
Just so you know, though, Kennedy, I can hear you.
Mayor Stewart, can you hear me?
And just so you know,
Oh. Okay, Council, we're just sorting out a technical problem. There's too many people on WebEx.
Staff, if you're on the WebEx, we will be sending you the link to YouTube so you can watch it from the YouTube link instead of WebEx.
Except for those who are presenting, you need to stay on.
That's correct.
Just a point.
Rosemary, I'm presenting. I just wanted to check that I'm being heard.
Yes, I can hear you, Lon, and you should stay on WebEx. Any other staff, please remove yourself from WebEx, and the link will be circulated shortly.
Rosemary, this is Gil, just checking that my audio is working.
Yes, Gail, I can hear you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mayor Stewart, can I do a quick check with your audio?
How's that now? Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
very much, Council. Sorry about that. We just had a ton of people pile into the WebEx and it did slow us down. So that's why we're losing video. But I think we're good to go now. Are there any other points of information or?
Point of privilege.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
My apologies. What I was trying to say before, as I have with other budget meetings, is for a portion of the recommendations, out of an abundance of caution, I will recuse myself for reasons of conflict of interest, as I mentioned during past budgets, for matters related to portions of the Vancouver police budget, as I have an immediate family member who is a sworn member of the department. And I would also ask, looking at the list of speakers, and I'll be monitoring this, but specifically public body or advisory bodies. Speaker number 2, I believe, is from the Vancouver Police Union. So I would ask that the clerk put me in our virtual waiting room during that time, as I will not hear from that speaker.
Yeah, the speakers won't start until 3 p.m. So there's lots of time to get ready for that.
I wanted to note that for the record.
Thanks very much. Okay, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. This is a point of procedure, parliamentary procedure. I'm just worried about the 3 p.m. start time for speakers that you mentioned. So I'm going to ask a few questions if you don't mind. First of all, my understanding is we do have 230 speakers and it'll be a number of days. My first question is to you around procedure. Are all staff going to be available after the speakers in order that we as council may ask them questions then?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll end. Councillor Carr, the best thing, the way to organize this would be if I know sometimes questions come up as as you're hearing responses from staff, but for all council to email in questions as you're thinking of them, and then we can perhaps organize staff to come back in ways that answer these in groups or something. But we'll make sure that you get the answers you need.
Good idea. I also note that we have been emailing questions to staff and have over 25 pages of answers from staff to those questions already. Are we taking a 1 hour break for lunch today from 12 to 1?
I would think so, Councillor Carr. 12 to 1 for lunch break and 5 to 6 for dinner, just because it is, just for health purposes to make sure everybody gets a chance to stretch.
Right. Agreed. Why I'm asking these questions is I'm concerned about the 3 p.m. start time for speakers that you mentioned. So I'm going to propose and move that we only have a round of questions to staff after we hear from speakers, in order that we may start to hear from speakers earlier and hopefully get through them this week. So my proposal is that we start hearing speakers after staff presentation, and
1 p.m. perhaps.
1 p.m. is fine.
Okay.
And that we have a round of questions to staff following speakers.
Second.
Okay. Thanks very much. So we have a motion on the floor. Anybody?
Second, Councillor DeGenova.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. I got that. Does anybody want to speak to this at all? Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Mayor. I just have a point of information for clarity, which is do we have in camera today?
We do not. This is a special council meeting, so we are in cameras next week.
Okay. Thank you. Happy to support.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else? Okay, great. So I'll just call yeas and nays. All in favor of the motion to begin hearing speakers at 1 p.m. say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Great. Okay, thanks, Council. So we've moved that. Anything else, Councillor Carr?
No, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So just so the public know, we'll begin hearing speakers at 1 p.m. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 points of privilege. One is that I'm having extended testing, so I do not have video today.
Okay.
I would happily welcome IT help, but I have tried to restart 3 times. I just want to advise staff because I know they need to keep track of us for quorum. And my second point of privilege is that, similar to Councillor DeGenova, I may recuse myself from part of these proceedings for conflict. And as I receive more information from legal, I will advise when we get to the debate and decision portion of this meeting, as I've been advised by legal. But specifically in the meantime, as it relates to speakers, I will recuse on speaker number 2 from the Vancouver Police Union, as I have an immediate family member who is a member of the VPU.
Okay, thanks very much. And again, to remind council, this special council meeting is to see the presentation, to hear the presentation from staff, to hear from speakers, but there's no debate and decision. We'll then adjourn this meeting, and then we begin the actual debate on the budget on December 8th. So there's no voting in this special council meeting.
Thank you, Mr.
Great.
Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so I think we're ready, and we can move to staff.
Good morning, it's Patrice. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, just before you start, Patrice, just want to say to council, we probably will have maybe have 3 days of hearing from the public. I do understand that I have committed to other bodies that I chair, participate, or vote in that I will have to attend, and councillors may also have similar commitments. So I would suggest that we work with the clerk on leaves of absence that we can retroactively approve. But just for you to think about the rest of your week and how this is working, and that way we can coordinate to make sure we always have quorum through this session. Just wanted to bring that to your attention, and now I'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure to be here today to present to you the draft 2021 capital and operating budget. I have on the line with me Colin Knight. He's our Director of Citywide FP&A, Financial Planning and Analysis, and he'll join me in the presentation, as will a number of our general managers, and they will share with you sort of the key elements of the budget for their departments. And then we have a number of other members of our staff that can be available for questions at the time when that time comes. Well, I don't think it'd be unusual for me to say that this year's budget is one of the most difficult ones that the city has had to manage, with very significant revenue declines that we've experienced, and we are still anticipating for 2021. It puts us in quite a challenging position. We've restarted and reopened many of our key services, but we're also experiencing a lot of pressures on our services in addition this year, and even in some cases services that are outside of our normal service levels or service offerings. So we've got that dichotomy of lack of revenue, but a lot of pressures to do more, to do what we've been, maintain our services and do more. So within that framework, we have recommended that we balance the budget through the use of our revenue stabilization reserve so that we can maintain our services to the public. And while using that reserve is for that purpose, it's within our financial policies. It does. There's still a lot of uncertainty with how the pandemic will unfold in 2021, how our revenues will be impacted, and the pressures on our services as well. So the risk is really will be in 2022 if we're anticipating that revenues return in 2022, and we will have used up the majority of this reserve through 2021. So something to keep in mind. Our draft budget follows on Council's direction to bring forward a budget that has an increase not exceeding 5%. And now to do that, it does mean that all of our departments will see reduced staffing between 1% and 2% from the original 2020 budget. And that does have service impacts, as we've seen in 2020. We have some very high priority new investments included, but it's definitely not sufficient funding or room to take on all the desired new initiatives that council has to consider, and we provided all of those in a number of documents as well. I do want to just note our staff has done a significant amount of work this year on pulling together this really comprehensive budget analysis, and I do want to recognize that amount of significant work. I think in addition to the challenge of this budget, we've also made a number of significant improvements to the document, and that's in response to your feedback. We have a more concise highlight section, so there's one place to look for the majority of the key elements of the highlights, and we've made that access to the information online and also in Excel format, so people can look at the information in the format that works for them. It's also the first year that we've included a wellness lens to our budget, and we've used the new equity framework in prioritizing our list of new initiatives for council to consider. So we do have much more work to do in this area, but these are important improvements, and I really do want to thank our staff for really kind of reaching out and taking on these big changes, in addition to sort of the complexity of the budget this year. So I do want to recognize that. I know this is a challenging set of decisions for council, and really our goal was to provide you with sort of structure and the information and analysis that would help you in your deliberations, and I hope we've been able to do that. But we are here for any questions that you may have, and as the mayor stated, just email them to me and we'll make sure they get distributed, and you get your responses prior to December 8th. Colin, can you go to the next slide? Yeah. Just to let you know the agenda for the presentation, we'll have an overview of the draft budget, and then we will have some of our key departments present. And again, that will give you an opportunity to sort of see how both the 2020 situation with the pandemic has impacted the different departments and what their plans are for 2021. And then once speakers are completed, we'll have questions. Next slide. So just the key dates, and again, the mayor has mentioned this already, so just a reminder of our next steps. And then I think now I'm going to pass it over to Colin Knight, our Director of Citywide Financial Planning and Analysis, and he will provide you with an overview of the draft 2021 budget.
Okay, thank you, Patrice. So I have a number of slides to go through to give an overview of the budget. And again, as Patrice noted, the materials and highlights are available online for any additional information around the draft budget. But a few highlights. So the draft budget includes a 5% overall property tax increase, and with the property tax shift, that equates to 5.9% increase for residential and 3.8% increase for business. When we look at the impact of utilities, so utility increases overall are 4.2% blended increase, and so overall that's a 5.2% blended property tax and utility increase for residential. And then other fees are increasing at various rates: 2% for recreation fees, 0% for tap fees, permit fees at 3%, and the total operating budget is just under 1.6 billion, and that's 1% below the 2020 original budget as a result of cost mitigations related to COVID. And then on the capital budget, there are $392 million in new multi-year projects and program budgets, and a capital expenditure budget for 2021 of $771 million. And that reflects the impact of the new projects, the $392 million in new projects that will be starting in 2021, as well as continuing work that was previously approved in prior budgets. And I'll have detail on both of these further in the presentation. When we look at the impact to a median residential and commercial property, the 5% tax increase reflected in this budget translates into a $64 per year increase for a median residential strata unit assessed at $688,000, and $104 increase for the median overall residential unit, and for a median business property, $166 year over year increase. And that's for the city portion of the tax bill, and it will vary individual properties depending on the assessed value. This chart also includes the impact of the utility rate increases for an overall combined increase for a median single-family home and business property. As we talk about the budget, it's important to look at the economic context, and as we've noted in prior presentations, there's a high level of uncertainty around what the economic recovery will look like and what the timing will be and when the city's revenues will return back to normal levels. As part of an earlier presentation on November 3rd, we heard from experts around what that economic recovery could look like. And And we've used those scenarios to inform our budget, economic projections, and revenue forecasts. And so as we look at different scenarios, some scenarios call for full recovery through Q3 2021, but other scenarios note that it's possible that the economic recovery extends from 2022 to 2024. The Conference Board of Canada forecasts that our growth will be strong in 2021 and 2022 to make up lost ground from 2020 as a result of COVID. And then that growth would stabilize in 2023 at around 2% levels. And also to note that the Conference Board's consumer price inflation forecast for Metro Vancouver is expected to remain between approximately the 2% level between 2021 and 2024. One important note is that the city does not generate higher property tax revenues as a result of rising property values. The calculation of property tax is based on assessed values, and so although individual property amounts may shift depending on their value in relation to other properties, overall the city does not see that as higher revenue. Another point to note is that on a tax bill, there's a city portion, but there's also a portion that is set up by the province or regional taxing authorities, such as Metro Vancouver and TransLink. And just to note that the city portion of the tax bill is just over half of the total bill. And to note as well that this year for commercial, the percentage does look different to reflect that the province's reduction in the school tax for commercial taxpayers, which results in the city taxes being a higher portion of the commercial tax bill, but that reduces the tax that businesses will need to pay. As we look to compare Vancouver's tax to other jurisdictions within the region, we see that Vancouver is just about average for a medium single-family home tax and utility fees. In this chart, we look at, in addition to the city portion, you also see the provincial and regional taxing authority portion. And when those are included, the city of Vancouver is higher compared to the average, and that is because of the way that the provincial and other taxing authority amounts are calculated based on assessed value, and city of Vancouver has higher assessed values in general than other municipalities listed. And then looking at the 10-year, Vancouver is below average in our 10-year property tax increase relative to the region. Our 10-year average on the residential side has been 3.7%, and for business 2.3%. And then looking at utility fees, we see that we're also in line with other metro jurisdictions for water, sewer, solid waste fees. And then for recreation fees as well, we see that we're in line with other regional jurisdictions. I'm going to switch now to talking a bit about the budget approach. In general, we look at ensuring that when we build the budget, we're considering fiscal prudence, affordability and cost effectiveness, and asset management to maintain assets in a good state of repair and optimize our capital investments. For this year, we're taking a conservative and flexible approach with revenues expected to be below normal in 2021 based on the trends we've seen over the past few months. We're including contingency for COVID-related risks and other uncertainties, for example, collective bargaining. and acknowledging that there does remain significant financial uncertainty for 2021, and so that's why it's important to be cautious about initiating programs and remain flexible to reactivate work if our situation improves. And despite our financial challenge, despite our financial challenges, we are continuing to deliver on important services that residents and businesses expect, and the delivery of those services in some cases has become more costly and complicated in responding to the pandemic. And we'll continue to take measures to reduce costs, but need to balance that with the need to protect core services. Again, some of the trade-offs that are required in the draft budget scenario that's presented is to continue to deliver services, to resume and reopen facilities that were shut at portions during the year in 2020 due to provincial health orders, to manage increased fixed costs in areas such as insurance that are the city doesn't control, but that we need to factor in those cost increases, as well as COVID costs, where the cost of operating a service is in some cases increased because of safety requirements and cleaning requirements. And then throughout the budget, we're using our existing resources wherever we can to advance priority initiatives. When we look to externally, we see increased service demand in a number of areas, including street disorder and cleanliness, homelessness, and the overdose crisis, and a need to advance priorities in areas such as affordability, equity, climate change, and the economy. And then from a funding perspective, again, the COVID has made the city's financials very challenging with the declines in revenues. And as part of this budget, we're looking at using reserves from the city's revenue stabilization reserve to offset some of those revenue declines, but that's not a sustainable option beyond 2021, given the magnitude of revenue declines. And so if revenues don't return to prior levels by 2022, there will be a need to look at tax and fee increases or service adjustments to balance the budget. And given all this, and the most prudent approach is to limit new initiatives wherever possible until later in 2021 or 2022, when revenues improve or additional senior government funding is available. And just to know that the city did receive confirmation of $16 million in provincial Safe Restart BC funding that we expect to receive, and that because of the formula that the province applied and adjusted per capita, it does mean that amount is smaller per capita than other municipalities in the region, and that is one factor that adds to our challenge. When we look at the tax rate and the decisions that impact the tax rate, a number of the city services are funded from funding sources other than tax. So this chart looks at the services that are funded from tax. So you can see that the proportionate amounts of the city budget that go to these tax-funded services. And so as we consider options to impact the tax rate, it's necessary to consider where the tax funding goes, which you can see from this chart. The vast majority is for police and fire services. The timeline for the budget. So this process is the end point of a many months process of developing the budget and 5-year plan, the budget outlook that was presented in July, and the development of public engagement consultation feedback, which is summarized, and then development of the draft budget and presentation where we are today. Also, just note that the city has been recognized for the budget presentation by the Government Finance Officers Association. Where, report card, and the city receives the highest
I'm just going
credit
to
rating from.
Colin, are you on the line? We're not getting any audio from you. Colin?
Mr. Mayor, I am not hearing anything. This is Councillor Carr.
Councillor Carr, are you able to hear me?
I'm just going to pause. Yes, I am. Hello?
Yes, Colin, we can hear you now. Mayor Stewart, are you able to hear me?
Yes, thank you. We're again having some problems here, Council. So I will try to get back to you quickly.
Hi.
Mayor, it sounds like we're having some problems with Colin's audio.
Hello?
Colin, are you there? Can you hear me?
I'm able to hear Colin.
Yeah, Colin, we're having some problems with your audio.
Yeah, it sounds like we're having issues.
Yours too,
I'm going to try and. I'm able to hear others, but the audio is
Clerks, I
delayed.
think it's a system problem. I'm seeing yellow triangles with everybody's video. So can we just check the system?
Hello? Okay, I'm going to try and call
If
in.
you're there. Patrice, do you want to continue the presentation until we get Colin
Yeah, I can
sorted
hear
out?
you, Rosemary.
It looks like we're having trouble with WebEx again. So if everybody could just
What's happening? I'm trying.
we're just going to work this and we are.
Councillor Carr, are you able to hear me okay?
My whole thing just crashed.
Councillor Weed?
We have a problem with the system, so just we're difficulties began. So if I can turn it back over to staff, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. So with this slide here, just again, showing that the budget process has been a multi-month process, beginning with development of the budget and 5-year plan, the budget outlook presentation in July, and then work around public engagement and developing service plans in the draft budget that bring us to where we are today around consideration of the budget. Also to note that the city has been recognized externally for our budget presentation, including an award from the Government Finance Officers Association, as well as recognition from the City Howe Institute that recognized Vancouver as top municipality across Canada with an A+ rating in last year's report card. And as well that the credit rating agencies continue to acknowledge the City of Vancouver's highest credit rating of AAA. For the next section, I'm going to walk through some of the key highlights from the budget. And again, as was noted, it's been a very challenging year with COVID, and with the many issues that the city is facing, and notably racism, lack of equity, homelessness, and the overdose crisis. The city's emergency operations center has been very active since the pandemic in March to coordinate citywide response and monitoring, and have continued to provide support for the communities that have been disproportionately impacted. Revenues are not anticipated to return to pre-2020 levels in 2021, and if it takes longer and they don't return in 2022 or later, there will be a need for service reductions or property tax and fee increases in the future to balance the budget. For 2021, we're using a reserve transfer of $57 million from the city's general revenue stabilization reserve to offset revenue shortfalls. And that's in addition to the approximately $34 million that we expect as part of the 2020 budget balancing strategy. The senior government funding of $16 million that the city expects to receive will offset these amounts when received. As part of the budget outlook, with a council reiterated direction around the council priorities for the 2021 budget, including delivering quality core services that meet residents' needs, addressing affordability in the housing crisis, protecting and building a resilient local economy, increased focus on equity and critical social issues, and accelerating action on climate change. And then embedded through all of that to support the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. So I'm going to touch on each of these areas. In delivering quality core services, just want to emphasize again, the city maintains and operates over $25 billion in infrastructure and amenities, and it includes things from underground water and sewer infrastructure, roadways, walkways, bikeways, affordable housing, community facilities, libraries, parks, public safety facilities, service yards, many different pieces of infrastructure. And then we have over 50 public-facing services, which are funded from within the city's $1.6 billion draft budget, and it includes everything from police, fire, water, sewer, sanitation, recreation, community service, libraries, permitting, and there's a fulsome list provided in the budget highlight document, along with metrics for what is delivered by each of those services. In addressing affordability in the housing crisis, the budget includes a significant amount within the existing budget to advance affordable housing priorities and support major capital initiatives. As part of the council report, we shared options for council consideration of items not included in the base scenario, and those are summarized on this slide. Just to note as well that there are a number of items that are EHT funded, and in the report recommendation that now that the EHT funding has been confirmed for those items, that that recommendation is to add those EHT items to the budget. For accelerating action on climate change, there are again a significant number of initiatives included in the budget, both in operating and capital, and detail on that is provided in the materials that have been shared on the budget. For protecting and building our economy, again, a number of initiatives that have been included in the base budget scenario. Just to highlight, again, the temporary patio permit program and some actions related to culture shift and employment, lands and economy review for a total of $49 million. And then increasing focus on equity and critical social issues as included in the budget, equity framework, commitment around Chinatown transformation, and supporting the city being a city of reconciliation, capital grants for the downtown east side, and investments to support grant programs for social policy and cultural infrastructure for a total of $49 million. Looking at as I noted, the property tax increase, the draft budget is 5%, and the key drivers of the increase are really around the fixed costs for maintaining existing services, business adaptation costs related to COVID-19, operating impacts of previously approved capital projects that are coming online, and then the tax-funded portion of utility costs for Metro Vancouver, and to support infrastructure renewal, and some other fixed cost increases around Canada Pension Plan, WorkSafe BC premiums, and insurance, as noted above. Also, within the $1.6 billion budget is $145 million in existing budget that's been redeployed to support advancing council priorities. And $58 million of the investments in the 2020 budget. Some of those were deferred during the 2020 year as a result of COVID, but 53 of those have been instated to continue in the 2021 budget. And in addition, there's 30 new council motions which have been to offset potential future risks and to reflect the fact that we received limited senior government funding. And council may choose instead to use that funding to reduce taxes or to fund some additional prioritized initiatives. So based on the draft budget, for 2021, this would amount to a 5.9% increase for a median residential property. That equates to $146 and $166 for median business property. For the next section, I'm going to summarize quickly some of the public consultation feedback, and a detailed report is available that contains more information about the responses. I'll cover some of the highlights here. Again, to note that although the civic satisfaction survey that we normally would do in the spring was postponed due to COVID, we did engage the public through our normal budget engagement, which has taken place from August this summer up until October, and that included Talk Vancouver, in-person outreach, Shape Your City project pages on the website, and budget simulation tool that was added this year. And we used a social media website, emails, print ads, posters, and in-person outreach. as part of the public engagement, we want to ensure that we get feedback from all demographics. And so as part of this, we track and weight the survey responses based on that demographic information to ensure that we're getting that representation. And one of the key things that we saw through the survey is a significant difference in the ranking of the council priorities based on the age of respondents, noting that for residents 40 years and above and businesses, delivery of core service and the economy ranked as most important. And for residents under 40 years, affordability in housing and equity and social issues ranked as very important. And then we look at across a number of different services, the rankings of importance, and you can see that data summarized here. One of the questions is around the preferred options for balancing the budget. And as we've seen in the past, the highest ranked is around increasing user fees for city services that currently have fees, as well as the third item, introducing some new user fees for services that currently don't have fees. A new item in the top 3 for this year was around postponing infrastructure projects, for example, new amenities or major repairs. We ask a question on tax tolerance, and we can see the majority would be willing for a tax increase up to 2%. After 2%, that number decreases. For the budget simulation education tool, this was a new tool that we introduced this year, and it's really for educational purposes to engage people in the budget by providing the opportunity to adjust the funding. But the key thing is that funding must remain balanced in the overall budget. So for every area that you add funding or remove funding, then you have to adjust other areas to make sure it balances. And so through that, we had 551 participants. Again, this is not a representative survey sample, but for those who did participate, there was an interest in increasing funding to address equity and critical social issues and climate action. So a few key conclusions from the engagement is that delivery of core services is ranked as the highest priority for residents and businesses overall, and affordability and housing and equity and critical social issues are top priorities for those under 40. And there's substantial interest in reassessing how public funds are used to address racial inequities and critical social issues among those under 40. And as I noted, core service in the economy, top priorities for business and those over 40, and the preferred measures for balancing the budget and the tolerance for tax increases of up to 2%. And we'll continue to look for opportunities to improve understanding of the budget, reduce barriers to engagement, and to better understand who we're hearing from and analyzing socioeconomic data in our responses. And as I said, you can see the full detail in the report that's available online. In the last section, I'll cover a few key highlights of the operating and then capital budget and 5-year plan. So as I noted, the draft budget is 1% below the 2020 original budget. It is based on reduced revenues in a number of areas as a result of COVID and the economic impacts continuing in 2021. It assumes reduced staffing levels of 1 to 2% across all departments as part of cost mitigations to balance the budget. It includes full year operating costs for all facilities that were previously closed during the year in 2020 as a result of COVID, including parks and libraries. It includes fixed costs, increases, business adaptation costs related to COVID, and reserve transfer of $57 million. This year, the revenue composition of the budget is shifting because of the drop off in other revenues such as parking. The property taxes are carrying a greater proportion of the budget, increasing from 59% in 2021 from 55% in 2020. And then when we look at the expenditure side, most areas will be flat or slightly lower than 2020. But the utility area, I'll note, as an exception where, because that's largely driven by costs from Metro Vancouver and infrastructure renewal costs that are increasing this year. The utility budget overall is increasing to 24%. When we look at the 5-year plan, revenues and expenditures, just note see the continued pressure on property tax at approximately 6% on average across the 5 years, and that's driven by the need for additional 1% for infrastructure renewal across each of those years, the continuation of the VPD and fire operational review staffing growth that is deferred in this year's draft budget, but included in future years of the 5-year plan, as well as the need to transfer additional funding to the Revenue Stabilization Reserve to replenish the amounts that we plan to draw down in 2020 and 2021. And this also includes the expected utility growth, where utilities are expected to grow at 12% on average for water and 5% for sewer, again, driven primarily by Metro Vancouver rates and infrastructure renewal needs. And
Vancouver for gender, ethnicity of Vancouver populations. Next slide. What the people told us in Vancouver is that 78% were concerned about crime in Vancouver. 61% of the respondents said that crime is worse, and 33% have changed behavior due to crime. And this one is, it's concerning because people are changing the way that they go about their business, certain neighborhoods that they're avoiding, in order, including the downtown east side, which we have seen before, and it would not be surprising to most Vancouver residents. But other areas like Chinatown, Gastown, Granville Mall, GED, those areas are high on the list that people are avoiding within our city. Next slide. Public support for the VPD has been very strong, and I know councillors have received over 250 letters of support for the Vancouver Police Department, and I just want to juxtapose this to the letters that are coming in that are not supportive of police and talk about defunding the police. And, just highlight for the public that's also listening to this that, there is a concerted effort through various websites, the Defund CA is one of them, other groups such as the Democratic Socialists of Vancouver that are doing a concerted effort through form letters and templates. And you go into some of these websites like Defund CA where you can just pick your city, whether it's Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal, Ottawa, Edmonton, and it pops up a form letter for you to send to your city council and to your police chief. But as far as the letters that we've received of support, they've been individually written with feeling and expression and what people are feeling in our community. And some very high-profile groups. We've got feedback from business leaders, BIAs, residents associations, and often that silent majority. And we've got really compelling letters from Khalsa Dewan Society, from the Chief of Musqueam, from the Pakistan Canada Association, the President and CEO of Tourism Vancouver, Executive Director of the Vancouver Jewish Community Security Committee, Chair of the Vancouver Chinatown Foundation, the CEO of Family Services of Greater Vancouver, the Vice President of the Vancouver Chinatown Merchants Association, the President of the Vancouver Chinatown BIA, as well as people from the hotel industry, the entertainment industry, and a number of different organizations throughout Vancouver that have expressed their support for police and in this environment, how it does not make sense to defund the police. Next slide, please. The VPD's response to the changing world that we're living in with COVID and changing crime patterns is something that we're very able to adapt to. And using our advanced analytics that we have at the VPD and various resources, moving resources around the city, utilizing overtime where necessary, and speaking with our community, whether it's residents, business groups, community groups, and getting feedback from them, as well as the analytics that we look at on a daily basis. And then running special projects in certain areas of the city, putting out more officers on foot, on bicycle patrol, and our neighborhood response team, where we're able to respond to issues that are cropping up in the city, where we have lots of calls holding for service. And in certain areas like Yaletown, Strathcona, Chinatown, the residents were not getting a timely response from police, and we've been able to provide that to them. Unfortunately, some people were trying to rebadge this neighborhood response team with their own narrative, which was incorrect, that we were targeting homeless people, and that is a false narrative. Next slide, please. Next slide. This just shows you some of the things that councillors are well aware of, just the patterns over the last decade in our city with the population increasing. Demand on police is always tied, like many other services, is tied to population, gone up 11.5%. Regional population is important because Vancouver is a core city and the region has gone up 17%, and we have a huge influx of people every day coming into Vancouver from other neighboring communities, tourism, and other people that elevate the population of the city dramatically, as well as our calls for service going up. And we now, just in 2020, went slightly above our 2009 staffing levels after a period of austerity after the 2010 Olympics up until 2018. Next slide, please. This slide represents what the city staff is recommending in the 2021 budget. Our budget last year, 2020, was $315.6 million. The increase recommended by city staff is noted there on the slide, but I'm going to go to the next slide. And this is the Vancouver Police Board approved budget, because as you know, the police department is employed by the Vancouver Police Board, which provides civilian oversight and governance under the Provincial Police Act. This is a budget that's been approved by the Police Board. So our base budget in 2020 was $315.6 million. The budget that we're requesting for 2021 is $322.1 million, which would be a 2% budget increase, or $6.5 million, which translates into a 0.76% property tax increase. That would mean not reducing police service levels by 34 officers. It's a status quo, keep the lights on budget, where you will see comparable service levels in 2021 that you have in 2020. But it also delays the implementation of the operational review approvals of 20 sworn officers and 10 civilians, recognizing that we are in a COVID budget year, there are financial pressures, and we would not be pursuing this like we would normally if it was not a COVID-19 year.
Chief, can I just stop you there as the mayor here?
Yep.
Just checking to make sure that the slides that we're seeing are aligning with what you're saying. So the slide we currently have up is the Vancouver Police Board approved 2021 budget. Is that the slide that you're working from?
I am.
Okay, great. Thanks. Please
Yep.
continue.
Thank you. And then the other thing, so it's a status quo budget from 2020, 6.5 million for collective agreement increases, step increases, increased cost of doing business, but no additional funding other than keeping the lights on, except for the police board is requesting $350,000 for the 11 community policing centers, which provide great value throughout our communities. Next slide. This is just to give you a sense of what's happening across Canada and other major cities. So we've been following this very closely, and the pattern that we're looking for in Vancouver is similar to other cities in Ottawa, Peel, Edmonton, Hamilton, Winnipeg, Montreal, where other police services are looking at similar increases. We would be at the lower end of that for other major cities across Canada, but that is the position of the police board and the police department that we're bringing to council. The one that's not on there is Calgary, and you'll recall that Calgary was talking about reducing their budget by $10 million, but I think we all know that City Council in Calgary late last week backed away from that, changed their mind, and they are not going to do that after community backlash and potential harm to the community. So they are going to stay on a track that they were on previously. Next slide. Finally, the last thing I want to talk to you about in closing is impacts. This will be my final slide. And all of those speak for themselves, these different things that we can see, the importance of public safety and the impact of not supporting public safety in our city. But the one I want to focus on and talk to you a little bit about particularly is the first one, and staff burnout. And what I mean by that is the importance of city councilors to really think about what they're doing here and supporting your police department and your community. These folks that work in our police service are diverse, honest, hardworking, dedicated people that provide an incredible service to our community. And they look to you for leadership and they look to you for support. We're also working in the midst of a worldwide pandemic, which creates unique situation that, quite frankly, other city departments do not face. When we look on our screen and we see all the tiles of everybody talking here on Zoom or WebEx style conferencing, other city departments and places, businesses have the ability to do that and to conduct business remotely and people to work from home. Police officers do not have that ability, and they are out there on the front lines 24/7, keeping our community safe. And when people talk about lived experience, I think that's a great thing to look at. But the one thing that gets lost in the conversation is the lived experience of frontline police officers who are going out there every day in our communities 24/7, keeping your community safe and your residents of this city and businesses safe, and providing an extraordinary service in a tough and challenging job at personal risk to themselves on a regular basis. And it's very important to the people of this city that we have a properly resourced police service for people that live and work here and visit our city, especially when tourism kicks off again. The other thing that's important to remember is that you not only provide core services, which of course includes policing, but we're one of the few services the city provides that is an essential service. We're not a nice to have, we're a must have, and that sense of community safety and well-being that we provide to the people of this city, especially during a pandemic and especially during a period of time where there's consternation in the community, is more important than ever. So I just ask you during your deliberations to please apply common sense, critical thinking, and realize the impact of your decisions, not rely on hollow rhetoric from some people, and that your decisions will have a significant impact on safety and well-being in our community. That's my presentation, and I understand we're not taking questions unless, of course, council would like to. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Chief. We are, because we have so many public speakers, we're going to go through the presentations, but we'll have a section for councilors to ask questions after we hear from the public. So I'll just pass it back to City Manager Patrice, who's leading this for the next speaker.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chief Palmer. Next up, we have our acting fire chief, Kieran Moran, who will speak about VFRS.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So today, I'm going to take you through some of what Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services does. Next slide, please. Next slide. So Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services delivers community safety and risk reduction, fire suppression, and medical response. In addition to those services, we also provide services like trench rescue. Last Friday, you would have seen a call where there was a need for trench rescue. It was a full deployment of our contingent, and we were able to rescue 2 construction workers. We also provide marine firefighting to pretty much not Vancouver alone, to the port, to the communities around us. The newest Pier Fire, which you probably heard of on the news, was our staff responding to that fire and having an immense impact in how the fire turned out and the response to that. We also provide high angle and technical rescue, which is rescuing people from precarious positions around overpasses and in between buildings. We work closely in the PSU team, the Public Safety Unit, with our partners in VPD to provide medical support in the hot zones where BCEHS cannot be. So we support our citizens there. We have the heavy urban search and rescue team, which essentially is deployed across Canada and internationally. Some of the instances where they've been deployed is the landslides, Johnson's Landing. We were deployed to Calgary floods and Katrina. So the other major impact that firefighters have is essentially on PUSAR, on community engagement, where firefighters are embedded into the fabric of neighborhoods. We do tours, we do sprinkler parks, we interact with the citizens on a regular basis at different levels throughout the communities. Moving on, just touching on some of the accomplishments. Actually, the prior slide, please. Some of the accomplishments in 2020. We have been navigating through 2 medical health emergencies, COVID-19 and opioid crisis. Neither of them are small in size or response. During these 2 medical emergencies, we've had to manage all of this other response, which I just listed to you. So, we've had to adapt constantly from day one of this pandemic to different direction that's coming from the health authorities. You're aware the opioid crisis is not going anywhere. If anything, the overdose deaths are just getting larger. COVID-19 response and mitigation, that took a lot of effort. It's just small words on a presentation, but it included a lot of work from our staff. We had to redirect staff right off the bat to create a task force that would manage procedures and policies to help us navigate through health orders that were getting, assigned to and thrown at us from all directions. We had to put in place tracking of our PPE so we could respond to these incidents. We had to manage the flow of the PPE. We had to reinvent our public education division where we created programs that were virtual. An example is the Heroes at Home program for schools. We reached out to teachers and schools and had virtual classes for students so we wouldn't lose that touch with our community to provide that education to school-going kids about fire life safety, which is so essential. We had to do social media campaigns with safety messages around COVID-19. We had to adapt to do virtual fire hall tours because we couldn't do them in person. So even though it seems like it was small, it took a lot of effort and resources in order to adapt to this new COVID-19 world. SRO and encampment support. We've been, in addition to doing inspections in these buildings to ensure that fire life safety standards are maintained, we had to ensure that we were coming up with safety documents that were COVID related and fire safety related and distribute them in our SROs. Our prevention division was actively doing that. We actually translated these safety documents into pictographs that created something that could be consumed by SROs and Strathcona Park. That's where we distributed these. We worked with partners to ensure that potential housing options were safe from a fire life safety perspective to house people. And, you know, we had to reprioritize a lot of the risk-based fire life safety inspections. Next slide, please. In addition to doing all of that work that we are doing, these are just a few key metrics that highlight what we had to face during 2020 and what we will have to face in 2021. Fires in general, the trend is not good. The frequency of the fires and the severity of the fires overall is going up. The total number of fires that we recorded in 2016 was around 1,800. Today, up to today, we have 2,600 fires as of today. So that is a 45% increase in the number of fires. So the point is that's not going away. That portion of our work is increasing. The need for us to be there and available for our citizens to protect from that perspective still is there. So you may, fires like the Main Street fire that you could see from City Hall, the smoke could be seen from City Hall, the King Edward fire, which destroyed businesses. Those are huge fires that take resources for up to days in order to manage those fires. A bit on the open fires and the bylaw fires. Well, the trend that we saw with the open fires because of COVID-19, there was an increase, 39% increase in those fires. The backyard fires were increased by 88%. To mitigate that, we did a blitz of education to online campaign on outdoor fire safety. And we've been dealing with these fires on a regular basis. Moving on to fire life safety inspections. Our target was 22,000 inspections in a year. In 2020, we're forecasting about 10,000 inspections. That's a huge difference. And these inspections were deferred due to businesses being closed, due to social distancing protocols that had to be put in place for public and staff safety. So bottom line is that we're going to have to catch up on these inspections. That's going to happen in 2021. We're going to need resources to catch up on these inspections, which are life safety inspections and required to keep our citizens safe. Moving to COVID-19 cases and impact. To date, we've had 9 positive cases in our staff for COVID-19 cases. We've had 119 self-quarantine staff that had to have cases. So, and most of them have occurred in November as the number of COVID-19 cases are rising. That is a real threat for us to maintain our minimum staffing levels, because what it entails, what it ends up doing is impacts the overtime or more burden on staff to actually work additional shifts. In as of the last 25 days, we had 108 shifts that had to be covered through overtime, which isn't the norm. On one day, November 15th, we had to bring in 21 additional staff just to maintain the minimum staffing at overtime rates. So the quarantine is having a similar impact. We had 13 of our staff on quarantine on November 15th. So we've had to bring in additional staff to do cover the minimum staffing levels. That's going to have an immense impact on us in 2021 if the cases don't go down and we still have to maintain the minimum staffing. That's a real threat. That's a real risk. Moving on to opioid crisis. Overdose response continues to be 10% of our total call volume. We've seen significant rise in red calls, which were returned back to the fire departments as of September 15th. So we've got almost all of our calls back. The overdose fatalities which is literally from 2019 to 2020, it's doubled. The number of per 100 responses, it's literally doubled to what our staff are having to deal with and the fatalities that are occurring in the field. So that has a huge impact on us as well. Next slide, please.
Hi, Karen, it's Patrice. I just have a couple of minutes left.
Yes, absolutely. I just have 4 slides and I'm just going through it. So here is the impact of 1 to 2% reduction of 2020 budget. So the impact is going to mean that we will not be able to have Medic 11 that supports the Strathcona area and is essential for our medic response, the fire response, because the firefighters that are on Medic 11 are not just responding to medical calls, they're also part of our effective response force, and that is having enough firefighters on scene to fight a fire safely. So that's going to be a major hit to our response and a safety risk that council will have to weigh when you make your decisions. Next slide, please. And that, I'm not going to dwell too much on that. It's essentially what it is. You've seen the documents already within your budget documents. Next slide, please. So this is the operational review from Dark Horse that was approved based on the risk that they saw of staff being underserved, staff being burnt out, staff not being able to respond to incidents on time to ensure safety of our citizens and our staff who are responding. So the 5% budget does not include the growth plan for 2021. And if the $1.3 million for Medic 11 is not added to the budget for fire, then we're actually, we potentially, in other words, wouldn't even have the complete 2020 growth plan addition either. So again, to remind council, we're still, our staff are still dealing with mental and physical fatigue due to COVID-19 environment on a regular basis, due to opioid crisis on a regular basis. We can't do in-person mental health check-ins. They're done virtually. That's not the most effective way of doing them. And it's just, we've got deferred inspections that we have to deal with next year. We have deferred mandatory training due to restrictions that we have to deal with next year. And the UL rating was based on, which is the underwriter's fire safety rating for insurance purposes, was based on the firefighters that we have. One of the criteria was the firefighters we have for response. So what I would request council to do is please, when you're trying to balance your budget, please look at all of these factors and ensure that we can provide a safe and secure Vancouver for our citizens. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Karen. Engineering is our next department, and we've got Lon Leclerc, our GM, ready to present. Lon, over to you.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, thanks, Lon.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Next slide, please. And so I'm just going to do a quick intro, run over some of the metrics, hit on some of the highlights of 2021, talk about utility rates in the capital plan. Next slide. So what engineering does cover a lot of what our day satisfies a lot of our daily needs through core programs. So transportation, the street system, water and sewers, support for other departments in terms of fleet and development review, support for third-party industries and utilities, which also make use of the street right-of-way and the public right-of-way for other services, and other street cleaning and snow removal. So on a daily basis, it's one of the engineering services will touch you one way or another. Next slide, please. It's a big department with a lot of staff. And a big asset base. So at $18 billion worth of assets, we have a lot of infrastructure to manage, and that results in ongoing renewal. So as a result, we typically have about 60 or so large multi-million-dollar projects every year. And our focus is generally on the state of good repair, safety, and customer service. Next slide, please. Just some of the metrics in terms of the services we provide. The first two here we know have been of interest in terms of street cleanliness and abandoned waste on the streets. So all of these charts show approximate 4 or 5 years over the last 4 or 5 years. And you can see that even though our calls from 311 are about level for street litter, the amount of items we're picking up and the total tonnage is actually on a pretty significant increase over the last couple of years. The pothole request, you can see there's a spike there in 2017. That was as a result of a particularly cold winter with a lot of freeze and thaw cycle, which is very damaging to our road network. But the general state of condition for the streets is likely to get worse, as we did pull back quite a bit in 2020 in terms of the regular maintenance on our streets. In terms of the street lighting requests, so that's the on bottom left there. We are seeing some improvements there. In fact, we were successful in upgrading 75 intersections to LED lighting this year, which is improving safety and reducing energy costs. I'll talk a little bit more about that at the end when I talk about our capital plan expenditures. In terms of the water pipe renewal, so we replaced about we're planning to replace about 10 kilometers of aging water mains. In 2020, we did successfully replace 8.6 kilometers of aging water mains. And we also managed to work on some of the more challenging locations like Oak Street, where traffic volumes in the southern end of Oak Street were always a problem. But during the COVID pandemic, in early 2020, we had really reduced traffic volumes, and so we were able to get on that project and replace it right away. In terms of sewer work, again, we are forecasting increase, and over the time, looking in the years ahead, actually, we will be having to ramp up sewer renewal just because a lot of the assets are coming to end of life. Next slide, please. In terms of greenhouse gas emissions from our fleet, so as I mentioned, engineering supplies the fleet for other departments across the city. And I'm happy to report that we did achieve the 2020 fleet emissions target. And we were the first municipality to put into action an electric medium-duty truck into operation for refuse collection. In terms of neighborhood energy utility, we did have a severe weather event in late 2018, which caused flooding and actually put out it created a prolonged outage of our heat pump. That has been restored and is fully operational. And in 2021, we're anticipating adding another heat pump to the sewer heat recovery system, but also an expansion satellite center in Mount Pleasant. In terms of the mode share and the bike share count, so the pandemic has resulted in a lot of changes in activity and travel behavior. However, we are looking to fast track a number of initiatives on this front in the context of the climate emergency response, which is to really have 2/3 of all trips by walk, bike, and transit by 2030. On the bottom two there, you can see the number of special event permits issued and the number of filming days. Of course, both of those were significantly impacted with the restrictions on mass gatherings and filming. However, we are seeing recovery in film industry, which was started in August and July and August. And so we anticipate that to continue to increase in 2021. The pandemic also resulted in a rapid decline in the amount of activity for parking activity. We actually scaled back our enforcement efforts in response to those. As that activity recovers, we would actually continue to match enforcement to address it as it returns to normal. Next slide, please. I just wanted to point to that even though a lot of what the engineering department provides is core services, these core services are also used to advance and support city priorities. And so I just have a few examples up there. So in terms of our ability to kind of support affordable housing and to accelerate the permit times, in terms of protecting and building the local economy, the expedited patio permit program and the street reallocation to support the public life, new loading zones and passenger zones for businesses. In terms of the equity and social issues, we do use social enterprise investments as much as possible to support us in our core services work, but also we've been working on inclusive public spaces. And on the climate change accelerate, again, a number of our core services can kind of deliver on this front, and this is related to the citywide parking permit strategy, our ability to support accelerated shift to sustainable modes, and electrical curbside, our electric curbside program, and then. In terms of the street cleaning, of course, and public management and public infrastructure. So next slide, please. So overall, in the budget before you, the impact on engineering is a 1 or 2% reduction from the 2020 budget. What this translates to is largely a reduction in support from the film and special events there. Of course, sorry, I kind of lost myself in my notes here. Give me a second. So one of the areas that we're actually seeing a reduction in our budget for 2021 is the special event support. Again, that reduced capacity would change if special events were actually starting to happen in 2021. We would look to come to council to look at how we would support those. Of course, that would change our financial position should that start to happen. We are proposing a reduced level of street horticultural maintenance, which also does have some safety impacts, but our focus would be on maintaining those sight lines. In terms of the street cleaning and urban issues, we've heard some requests on that. There's two components of that. One is the what we describe as the one-time impact, and these are largely related to the fact that they're related to the COVID-19 pandemic. And so we do have in the council report a consideration for council there, and for a one-time investment. Also, we did provide council with a memo on additional street cleaning, which would be ongoing, meaning that this would be in response to what you saw there in the graph in terms of the additional needs for street issues, in terms of litter pickup. And then also there's an item in the council report for the one-time consideration on the support for expedited patio program. Next slide, please. This is just to describe a little bit about the different funding mechanisms for the engineering services. So on the left there, you see the two big components of our revenues are from property taxes and utility fees. And on the right, the yellow portion is the engineering, and you can see the dark yellow is the utilities, which is funded from the utility fees on the left, and the light yellow is the funded from the property tax. So in short, the property tax increase affects the public works component of the engineering department, which is streets, transportation, public space, and street cleanliness largely. And the utility fees support the utilities themselves. Next slide, please. So on the second here. So with the public works component of the funding here, we are looking at a reduction of about 3 to 4 million. And this is largely driven by the fact that we've had a reduced contribution from TransLink in terms of the operation and maintenance that funds our major road network. It's possible that that will be returned and we would see that revenue in 2021. And should that happen, we would actually divert that to that area of improvement. Also, the engineering department does collect the meter revenue, which is we're still forecasting a drop. We're anticipating that it'll be higher than 2020. But that is a drop of 11 million that we're forecasting there. Next slide, please. In terms of the utility rates, so the water utility is the column on the left there, and the sewer utility is the column on the right. You can see the total increase for water utility at 1% and sewer utility at 11%. The drivers there, you can see that there's the Metro Vancouver increase, and so we purchased the water from Metro Vancouver, and we also pay for the sewer to be treated at the treatment plants and go into the Metro Vancouver sewer system. And so we are influenced from those. In terms of there is some kind of inflationary component. And I just want to also mention the capital expenditure in particular, because there's been some questions about the pay-as-you-go. Water utility has completely transitioned to pay-as-you-go. They do still have some outstanding debt, which they're paying down, and that'll be paid down over the next couple of years. What that will allow us to do, it will allow us to deliver more replacement for the same utility rate on the water renewal side. The sewer utility is still in the process of transitioning to pay-as-you-go. Next slide, please. So the City of Vancouver also operates the Vancouver landfill in the City of Delta, and we're also, and these are in accompanying reports that are before council, proposing a rate increase to the solid waste utility of 1%. There's been a change in terms of the waste that's going to the landfill. We're seeing a lot more waste coming from private residents and a reduction in waste from commercial activity. That shouldn't surprise anyone based on in terms of how people are behaving these days. We are stabilizing this through reserve so that the increase is only 1%. Next slide, please. So when you look at the multi-year capital budget for engineering, about half of it is on the stuff that you see, which is kind of transportation, street use, the above ground stuff, and another half of it, of the 200 million, is on the pipes that are under the ground, both the water and sewer system. The focus, given the overall reduced expenditure for engineering, has been on those meeting the regulatory requirements, rehab and renewal, and maintaining a state of good repair. We're still because we have a utility or DCLs, which are for transportation and utilities, we are able to deliver on required upgrades related to growth, should growth occur and continue to occur. We're advancing Rain City strategy, and this is a program that's going to be pretty active in 2021, and this is to work towards the elimination of combined sewer overflows. Ultimately, we'll be working hard on the climate change priorities that Council recently approved and provide the safe and inclusive streets programs. Next slide. And this is my last slide. Just wanted to point out some of the notable projects that are coming forward in 2021. So there's the Granville Bridge Connector, which will affecting connections of that bridge. Parking meter replacement strategy. This will actually allow for more smart features and reduce jamming issues. This is going to produce ongoing savings in future years. The climate emergency action items, which include the curbside electrical, citywide parking strategy, and transport pricing. Active transportation corridors, some of them are listed there. In terms of the LED lighting strategy, we're going to be rolling out LED lighting across the city, as I mentioned earlier. This is hoping, with this program, we expect to reduce the calls for streetlight repair. Once the work is done, it'll also improve safety, reduce energy costs, avoid unnecessary light pollution, and actually advance other outdoor lighting strategies. On the utility side, again, the water and sewers will be active in the renewal programs, ramping up to 0.7% system renewal per year. We'll also be supporting growth in the projects. The landfill will be advancing the phase 4 landfill, and we'll also be expanding the neighborhood energy utility. So that's it for my presentation from the engineering department. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Lon. Next presentation is the park board, and that will be done by Steve Jackson. He's the acting deputy general manager at the park board.
Thanks. Before we move on, just wanted to alert council that we're at 20 to 12. It looks like our good intentions aren't going to come to fruition with starting to hear from the public early. So just conferring with the clerk that how we should proceed is take our break from noon till 1, come back. We understand that the staff have maybe 45 minutes to an hour left to present. We would have a round of questions and then move to hearing from the public at 3 p.m. So I will look for time, council, to try to keep things as tight as we can on this, but just wanted to alert you to that change and also to the public that if council's okay with this, then we would shift back to our original plan of starting to hear from the public with a hard start at 3 p.m. Okay, thanks so much. On to the park board.
Thanks, and good morning to Mayor and Council. I just want to start by thanking you all for allowing us the time to share our proposed service plan and budget for 2021. And I'm sharing this on behalf of Donnie Rosa, our General Manager, who was unable to join today. Before kicking off, I just wanted to note that this budget and service plan was presented and approved by the Park Board at a special meeting yesterday evening, and you should see that decision memo in your inboxes this morning. Next slide. Just a quick agenda similar to other departments. So I'll walk through our accomplishments, some metrics, our service plans and budgets, some challenges, and we'll finish off with operating budget summary and capital budgets. Next slide. Just a quick introduction to the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation. The Park Board oversees the delivery of parks and recreation services on behalf of the city, which includes the management of more than 240 parks, 24 community centers with swimming pools, arenas, and playing fields, 11 kilometers of beaches, destination gardens, and 3 championship golf courses, among many others. We categorize our core services into 3 main categories: parks and green spaces, which represents our parks, natural areas, display gardens, green spaces, and attractions; recreation programming and facilities, which is our network of recreation facilities, including our community centers, pools, arenas, fitness centers, as well as arts and sports facilities; and lastly, business services, which encompasses our restaurant leases, attractions, marinas, golf courses, and other outside of core parks and recreation services that fall under the Park Board's mandate. Also noting, we do work in collaboration with many other city departments, and I just wanted to notably call out our partners in engineering, ACCS planning, and real estate and facilities management. And in addition to this, we also value and appreciate the support of our various partners and stakeholders and value those relationships. Notably, I would like to recognize our work with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. And I'd also like to recognize our community center associations who jointly operate the majority of our community centers. The Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation remains committed to the pursuit of reconciliation and the delivery of equitable services to all Vancouver residents. Next
Thanks
slide.
very much. I'm just going to stop you there for a second. Council, sorry, I've just conferred with the clerk again. And so what we're going to do is continue on till noon. Between noon and 1, take the lunch break, come back and hear from staff. And it looks like now we can start hearing from speakers at 2 p.m. because we did move to hold all our questions until after the end of speakers. So again, sorry for the confusion. A lunch break between noon and 1, continue to hear from staff from 1 till 2, and then hear speakers with a hard start at 2 p.m. And we will first hear from organizations, and so we'll alert them about the 2 p.m. start. Thanks so much. Please continue.
Thank you. So before we look forward to 2021, I just wanted to highlight a few of our top accomplishments for 2020. This has obviously been a challenging year for us as well as many other departments, but critical work and progress towards key priorities has still taken place. Throughout the summer and fall of 2020, the Board of Parks and Recreation safely resumed operations of major services with a focus on providing equitable access to those disproportionately affected by the pandemic with due consideration of health, safety, and wellness, operational and financial feasibility, and transparency. Outdoor space became increasingly critical during this time due to the limitation of indoor activity and the role nature can play in mental health and wellness. The Park Board provided increased public monitoring in parks, beaches, and open spaces, and additional cleaning in park washrooms to ensure that throughout the pandemic, these assets provided safe, accessible, and clean spaces for fresh air, sunlight, exercise, and meditation in support of physical health and emotional well-being of our users. And in addition, staff safely reopened most recreation facilities and services reflecting new COVID-19 protocols and practices in tandem with our community center associations and associated stakeholders. Staff and Park Board facilities were also leveraged to support other city departments' response to the pandemic, most notably the Park Board golf clubhouses to assist BC Housing and City of Vancouver non-market housing to produce over 140,000 meals for Carnegie and Gathering Place community centers. Next slide. Other notable accomplishments included maintaining our access to horticultural attractions, where we were able to reopen Van Dusen and Bodell under revised protocols. We implemented a similar temporary expanded patio program for our restaurant partners in our parks, and we introduced new special event permitting processes to support Vancouverites to continue to use our park spaces during the pandemic. Next slide. The Park Board does maintain a comprehensive list of metrics to assess our service quality to our residents. A few notable metrics are shared on this slide, broken into our 3 service categories. Within parks and green spaces, for trees planted, in 2010, in connection with our urban forest strategy, we set out to achieve the Greenest City 2020 goal and plant 150,000 trees over 10 years before the end of 2020. Based on current projections, we anticipate to achieve this goal before the end of the year and look forward to providing a complete update on this progress at a later date. We have also implemented targeted efforts to retain and maintain trees that may potentially be impacted by development and infrastructure projects. 311 janitorial cases, if you'll recall, a priority for 2020 was to improve our washroom cleanliness through additional investment approved by the board and council, unofficially coining 2020 the year of the washrooms. To ensure safety, accessibility, and clean spaces, washroom cleaning services were increased to twice a day, and improvements were made to service delivery to meet the new COVID-19 guidelines. The additional investment in this area has helped to reduce 311 janitorial cases by 25% over the prior year. This metric improvement is made even more notable when factoring in the previously mentioned increase in park usage as a result of the pandemic. Within business services, highlighting championship golf rounds. So golf operations were shut down for a period of 6 to 8 weeks due to the pandemic, but we were subsequently able to offer limited tee times for several months before reopening in full. Since then, there has been unprecedented demand for golf rounds, and the sport has proven to be a healthy and safe form of sport and recreation during the pandemic. Golf operations have reopened to near full capacity, and the 2021 outlook is very positive, with a number of rounds expected to be just shy of 2019's normal activity. And under recreation and programming, in the pursuit of equity, the Leisure Access Program, which allows us to connect communities and individuals for whom cost is a barrier for recreation programs and services. One of our most prominent approaches to ensure equity in our system, the Leisure Access Program's circulation has continued to grow over the last 5 years and remains constant over the last year, with 19,000 cards issued to city residents. This year, valid passes were granted an extension on expiration dates as a result of our facility closures. Next slide. So shifting gears to our plans for 2021, the focus of our 2021 service plan and operating budget includes continued emphasis on reopening and recovery and responding to the emerging needs and impacts of the pandemic while maintaining the delivery of core services, particularly for our vulnerable populations. While we expect recovery still to require a great deal of staff time and resources, advancing several deferred priorities from 2020 and a selection of newly identified priorities for 2021 will be a focus. You'll see a number of those listed on the slide in front of you. Priorities do include reopening and recovery, van play, and implementing our 3 primary initiatives within that framework: reconciliation, equity, access, and inclusion, climate change and adaptation, new and renewed facility and assets, policy and organizational development, a continued effort on janitorial and maintenance, health and safety, and sport development. Next slide. So similar to other departments, the Park Board is committed to helping the city achieve a balanced budget. And in order to achieve this, a vacancy budget of $1.3 million is factored into our submission. It's notable for the Park Board that a majority of our staff are frontline workers, and the vacancy savings in the amount of $1.3 million does equate to roughly 18 FTEs. The expectation is that this will impact both our park operations and recreations team, but staff will maintain their diligence to ensure that where these reductions are maintained are in areas where service levels will not be greatly impacted. Next slide. Just a further note on challenges.
Steve, just a few more minutes, if that's okay.
Sure, just about done here. Just respect to challenges. So our operations were greatly impacted as a result of COVID-19, with volumes through our facilities greatly impacted to roughly 50% within our community centers. That's had a huge impact on our revenues, which you'll see on the subsequent slide. And what that means is we just need to maintain a good amount of flexibility as we approach 2021, and we are going to apply a lot of diligence to any decisions with respect to spend and our programs to ensure the safety and well-being of our residents are maintained. Next slide. So just further to that, you can see on this slide, we are expecting a roughly $20 million reduction in revenues. That is primarily related to our recreation facilities where, again, capacity levels are restricted to roughly 50% of norm. Our expenditure budget is more or less in line with 2020. What that represents is expected increases as a result of normal inflationary increases to our costs, but direct costs related to any of our services which are scaled down have been removed to reflect that right sizing of our organization. Next slide. And lastly, I won't hit on all of these. There's a few slides here just noting our notable capital projects. Notably on this slide, parkland acquisitions. So we will continue to pursue acquisitions of land in line with van play, particularly in equity initiative zones. We'll continue to focus on biodiversity under our urban forests and natural features, focusing on Beaver Lake and the daylighting of Tatlow Stream. Programmed activity area highlights include the Vantec competitive track and field facility and Montgomery Park playground renewals. Next slide. And a major category familiar with most residents and council is our park amenities. Highlights here include the opening of the new park at Smythe and Richards, which will service a large number of residents, but also a number of employees who work in the downtown core, an area that we know is underserved for green space. Next slide. And lastly, just some notable planning initiatives. We're continuing down the path on our Marpole Community Center renewal and new outdoor pool, the implementation of initiatives under Van Splash, and a community center renewal strategy, among many others on this slide. Next slide. I won't spend a lot of time here, but just in terms of dollar spend, we are expecting to spend or incur $77.4 million of new multi-year capital budgets related to those notable projects you saw previously, as well as some other items not listed, but available in the more detailed documents in the package you've seen previously. And that is the part board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We just have about 10 minutes left before we break for noon. I'll just leave it to the CFO to figure out the next steps.
Great. I think we have time for one more, and that would be the library. So I'll ask our Chief Librarian, Christina Castell, to present.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Patrice, and good morning, Mayor and Council. This is Christina de Castell, and I'm Chief Librarian at VPL. If we can go to my slide deck. And we can skip to the next slide. This morning, I'll share with you a brief introduction to library services and use, and then talk about the impacts of COVID on this year, provide highlights for next year, and identify key information for the 2021 budget discussions. Next slide. VPL operates 21 locations across the city of Vancouver, normally providing from 46 to 84 hours of public service, depending on the location, and 500 public computers that are in very high demand. Carnegie Branch offers the most hours at 84 per week, and we do this with 500 FTE staff across the system, or about 800 people. Many of those staff are part-time or auxiliary. We have not yet fully recovered from the layoffs and closures that happened during COVID, so we're operating at about 65% of our regular hours, and I'll talk about that more shortly. Next slide. In 2019, we welcomed 6.4 million people through our doors and loaned 9.7 million items. That means the average person in Vancouver typically borrows about 15 items from the library each year and visits about 10 times. Next slide. As you can see on this graph, our biggest borrowers are our youngest. It's 0 to 9-year-olds who borrow an average of 70 books each year. And we love seeing them going out our doors with their stacks of books and their big smiles. Along with books, audiobooks, and streaming TV and movies, we also offer more than 8,000 free programs annually, with the majority focused on building early literacy skills in young children, so they're ready to read and learn when they start school. In recent years, we've added recording studios, musical instrument lending, new Indigenous programming, extensive digital skills training, and support for newcomers. Next slide, please. 2020 was a very hard year for VPL. We closed on March 16th, and because of safety precautions, financial constraints, and the impact of extensive layoffs, it's been very challenging to bring back full service. VPL took a disproportionate share of the city's layoffs. 625 staff were laid off, which represents over 80% of our unionized staff. 215 of these were full-time staff, and some of these staff have worked for the library for more than 35 years. These layoffs reduced our budget by 13% and saved $6.77 million, but the effect has been profound on the community and the staff, and we're still experiencing it. We're proud of the way that our staff pivoted rapidly to digital programs while we were closed. We delivered daily story times for babies and young children, and the need was clear. We had more than 500 participants every day. So far, we've reached more than 80,000 through those digital story times, and they're still going on even though our doors are now open. All of this effort requires extra staff time to develop and deliver digitally. We expanded our digital library to meet enormous increases in demand and added new services, including Canopy and Acorn TV for streaming movies and television, Creative Bug to learn new creative skills, and thousands of extra ebooks, including many in Chinese. We also provided phone and email support to the many people who are using digital tools for the very first time, and this was a lot of people, and especially seniors who were isolated at home. Next slide. The success of that pivot to digital has been exciting to see. In green, this graph shows in-person participation in programs January to March. Blue is digital participation. You can see that while people have been isolated at home, the demand for digital programs has equaled what we saw for in-person programs earlier in the year, and our staff have been meeting that demand. Now that we've reopened our locations, we're seeing digital participation continue, and we anticipate that when we are able to once again offer in-person programs, we will have even greater total demand on library services. Next slide. Next year, we'll need to continue our shift to digital as we also return to normal services. We are improving accessibility in our physical locations and everyone's safety by implementing touchless taps and automated doors and acting on recommendations from a system-wide accessibility review done by the Rick Hansen Foundation. We'll be working in partnership with community organizations to continue supporting newcomers with programs on job search and career support in Canada. And we've seen huge attendance for these programs in digital format that shows how badly our help is needed right now. We're looking forward to working with Musqueam Nation and city staff on integrating Indigenous history, language, and culture into the Marple branch redevelopment and applying what we learned to the way we work and deliver service in other library locations. We're also looking forward to developing VPL as a forum for civic engagement and understanding about difficult issues and how we can build a stronger and more connected community in Vancouver. Finally, while we hope the Council will choose to invest in Fine Free for 2021, if this has to wait, we will work to build understanding of why Fine Free services are necessary to address equity in library access for lower income residents in Vancouver. Next slide. I'll share a bit about that with you now. When we compare the accounts of people who have lost library access due to more than $10 owing in fines to the populations of our neighborhoods, there are some stark findings. We see that neighborhoods with the highest proportion of borrowers who have lost access to library materials are in Strathcona, Grandview Woodlands, and Mount Pleasant. These are also the neighborhoods with the largest proportion of population who are Indigenous or Black outside of the Dunbar Southlands area, which includes the Musqueam Reserve cards holders. Strathcona, Grandview Woodlands, and Mount Pleasant are also the neighborhoods with the lowest incomes in Vancouver. People with lower incomes depend on libraries for access to computers to be able to participate in public consultation, yet libraries were mostly closed during public budget consultation this year. Council may not have heard these voices, but library staff have been hearing about the barriers of fines for many years, ever since we started asking why people didn't use the library. We heard through our community librarians that it was the fear they'd incur fines that they couldn't afford to pay, or fines on their account from a single past mistake. When it's a choice between $10 for food or rent or $10 to pay back library fines, it's not a choice. Whether or not we eliminate fines this year, I hope Council will keep asking questions to understand how library fines impact those who most need our support in Vancouver. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, the library was deeply affected by COVID with 625 staff laid off. This reduced our budget forecast by 13% or $6.77 million for 2020. We brought back some full-time staff in June and July, and the remainder at the beginning of September after 5.5 months of layoff. At that point, we were able to reopen all our locations for limited hours, and we started bringing back our part-time and auxiliary staff. Layoffs meant increased attrition and many challenges in the complex process of bringing people back while expanding hours. We aren't back to normal hours yet, So we'll be achieving the 1.2% vacancy reduction that applies to VPL by maintaining reduced hours in Q1 of 2021. This will give us time to hire and manage the necessary safety precautions while we continue to enhance our digital services. Next slide. In 2021, in addition to the 1.2% vacancy savings, our budget as approved by the VPL board includes fixed cost increases and $55,000 in additional funding for increased supplies costs due to COVID. This, next slide, please. I'll just briefly talk about some capital projects. VPL board and staff are excited to be working toward 3 branch renewals at Marpole branch, which will have a consultation in 2021, at Oak Ridge branch through in-kind investment, which is in detailed design, and at Joe Forte's branch in the West End, which will be undergoing a master plan process. In addition, we have 2 projects that are funded by the VPL Foundation that I'd like to share with you. The opening of an early literacy space for young children at our Renfrew branch, which will be the first Vancouver space of this kind and an exciting destination for young families. And second, design work towards a revitalized children's library at our central library. We're proud to have community support through our VPL Foundation that builds on what municipal dollars can achieve. Next slide, please. It's been a challenging year for VPL, and I'm very proud of what our staff have achieved with their rapid pivot to digital and to support our isolated community members, as well as their collaboration and support for each other in bringing back in-person service. They are the reason VPL can deliver service that is so strongly supported by our community, and I'd like to thank our staff for their work. I'd also like to thank all of you on council for the support that you've shown for the library during this very difficult year. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation, and we're going to be moving on to, I guess it's planning after lunch, so we'll come back at 1 o'clock, and right now, Council, we will break for lunch, unless there's anything else to add from the staff team before we break.
No, I think now is an excellent time to break. We'll be back at 1.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll see everybody at 1 o'clock.
Do I have TELUS on the line? Can I do a quick audio check?
I am here.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Council. We're going to reconvene and continue on with staff presentation with the goal of starting to hear from speakers at 2 p.m. So with that, I will turn it over to staff.
Okay, Patrice, shall I just jump in?
Let's, Colin, if you could share the slide deck. And Council, we have 3 speakers remaining, so expect we'll be done by 1:45. Great. Okay, and so next up is a planning PDF, and Gil Kelly, the GM, will present this next group of slides.
Thank you, Patrice, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We've got a long set of speakers ahead of you, so I will be brief. We're expected to stick to 10 minutes, and so I'll do that. I just wanted to begin with our vision and mission as a department, because I think this is the starting point for any organization to continue to come back to. Every organization should have one, and we developed this 3 years ago and have been updating it along the way. And it manifests in several ways that I'll get into in just a moment. But essentially, it boils down to our leadership, as we call it, in intentional city building. And that proceeds on sort of 2 interacting tracks. There's a little bit of typing or noise in the background, so there we go, thanks. One is the sort of long-range planning work that we do with several key council priority initiatives around housing, climate, and economy, and working with neighborhoods to develop local plans, and of course, the big one, the Vancouver plan. But the simultaneous track is where a lot of that hits the ground as new policies and ideas emerge. And that's with the current planning, as we call it, or development review function. So these kind of manifest there, and we really keep this, our sort of purpose alive. The second thing I would just say about this is that we actively collaborate across departments, with community and agency partners, and so forth. In fact, we can't really sustain ourselves as a silo. We have to interact with others and take their ideas and missions in as well. We cannot afford to be a silo. So that's very core to our mission. And finally, it's to be responsive to the community and council priorities and concerns. And I think we try to do that with a look forward to kind of acknowledge this key moment in Vancouver's history and to plan for the long term, even as we are doing discrete actions along the way. Next slide, please. So the agenda is like the others you've heard, so we'll talk a little bit more about how we manifest that mission in terms of our organization, talk about key metrics, the highlights of going forward into next year, and the impact of the reductions included in the budget, and then just a quick overview of the operating and capital budgets. Next slide, please. So to take that mission, and we've worked hard over this the last 3 years, to really land it in a departmental strategic plan and 5-year work plan. So we'll be updating the last 2 years of that 5-year work plan following your budget adoption early in the new year. But again, it's really important that we do this so that we focused on the most important work. And we have sort of 7 key services that are there on the slide: economic development, housing affordability, sustainability, community planning, urban design and placemaking, development review, regulation policy, and capital and community planning integration. So those are the key services that we offer to the larger city organization and to the community. And so keeping a multi-year frame around this is really important to be able to do that work and to phase it and to set priorities within any given year. Next. I should say there's a lot of crossover between those activities. I'm really happy to say we are not a set of silos within a silo. And so there's a lot of active participation there between groups and between other departments. Again, using those twin platforms of the Vancouver plan and the development review function. It's only any good if it manifests in real world results. So here are some of our key indicators, and I won't read all of these, but we're making slow but steady progress on GHG emissions and the reductions, and the recent climate action plan as we implement it will we'll ramp up our ability to meet those 2030 targets. We're doing well in general on energy from renewable resources. The economy work on another big file for us is some metrics are under development there in this coming year. So you'll be seeing more of those as the year progresses and in next year's budget. On the housing file, we picked out sort of 3 key indicators here. Remember the target of 12,000 social and supportive units. That was part of a 10-year plan, which we're 3 years into, and we've hit 46% already, so we're doing okay there. Obviously, it's a big need, so there's more that can be done. On the target of purpose-built rental, we're about 22% 3 years in, and we're ramping that up very actively, and you'll see a lot of those cases coming to you as rezoning cases. And affordable housing for incomes less than 80,000, you can see we're running at about 34% of our 48% target. So still much more to do in housing, but these are actually pretty good numbers, and we continuously report on those on an annual basis, and we'll be going to a quarterly basis. So you can see above the rezoning application times. And then just one thing I wanted to point out in the lower right is that we've actually done a pretty astounding job with COVID and having to pivot and go virtual for most of our public engagement. You can see we have about equal numbers, 2019 to 2020, in terms of total attendees in our various events, open houses, meetings, and so forth. Even though the number of events is down, the engagement is about equal as it was before COVID. Next. So looking forward into the coming budget year, we've really boiled down our priority services to 3 big things. One is the Vancouver plan and integrating a lot of the work that many of those divisions and other departments are doing into that work, including the Broadway plan coming alongside of it, and the implementation of the Climate Emergency Action Plan. A number of quick starts will be coming to you mid next year, including several in the infill housing arena and so forth, and small business as well. So that's a real kind of focus. It's a big deal, but it's a lot of where our energy gets focused in the coming year. The second one I've pulled out here is really sort of fixing the airplane as we're flying it. So the development review process needs continuous improvement, and we're putting a major effort into that, which we've started this fall and will continue through next year, is to find efficiencies, transparency, and just sort of more logic, both for users and for staff in the development process. And then finally, of course, the bread and butter of development review and approval to keep the train running there, as it were, with a particular focus on 2 council priorities. One is around affordable housing, and the second is around generating new employment opportunities. So those tend to be where a lot of the effort gets focused on the part of current planning staff. And I would just note that coming through the COVID crisis and the budget pressures, holding vacancies and so forth, there's a real focus on management's part in the department on the recovery and staff wellness. So just hoping that you hear that from others as well, because it needs to be a particular focus getting through the rest of this COVID period, which may last until well into 2021. Next. I won't go into detail on Vancouver plan. You've had a briefing recently on this, and we'll provide you a new briefing about the kind of roadmap for the phase 2, which is largely 2021, probably early in the new year. So once the budget's adopted, we're doing a lot of work behind the scenes on early engagement in that phase, but more to articulate there with council involvement on key choices and big directions. That's what we really see as the heart of the effort coming up. All the departments are involved. It's really moving along now. So this is the key, I would say the key phase we're entering between 2021 and early 2022. Again, with the sort of creative kind of engagement that we have done already, and even amping that up further. Next. So I won't read all of these, but these are essentially the 5 council priority buckets, if you will, of activity. And so we're spread across many of those and actively working to support your priorities in a number of these areas that are articulated below in the boxes here. So Again, I won't read all of those, but I think it's fair to say that we're paying close attention and orienting much of our work around the council's articulated priorities. Next. Was asked to talk about the impact of the 1 to 2% that is included in the city manager's proposed base budget. So we'll be holding about 1.7% in vacancy savings. Recall that we're a fairly small, maybe the smallest of the non-administrative departments. And so we have a very, very small capital budget we're all staff basically. Very, very little else. So it really means holding vacancies at this rate. And those do have impacts both in terms of the community planning activity and the development review. And so, you know, some processing times, particularly with development permits, could be affected there, as well as our ability to do things like station area planning and other things that are part of the community planning long-term work program. Next. Just on the revenues and expenditures, note that the revenues that we accrue from rezoning applications are stated in a different place in the budget, so they don't show up here on the 1.3 million revenue number. That's largely limited to funds we receive from other sources. So that appears elsewhere in the budget. You can see that we have a reduction in 2021 over 2020. So we've reduced, and the net equivalent there is about 3%. Next.
Jill, just a couple of minutes left, please.
Yeah, we're just about done. And so the capital budget again is relatively small, 8.8 million. You can see how it's divided there. The great share of it goes toward the emissions retrofits, energy retrofits, and EV infrastructure. There are additional choices council can make within a capital budget on that, but this is included in our base budget there. Some toward heritage. You can see the Chinatown follow through from the briefing you had yesterday on a key piece there that we're doing with engineering, and then we have grant programs for downtown East Side. Next. Capital projects, I've kind of mentioned these are the ones. I would just say on the heritage piece, we do offer grants, that $500,000 or so of grants to eligible projects throughout Vancouver. Next. And then just looking ahead to next year, again, the Vancouver plan is a big highlight for us and a big focus of our work. We do continue to focus on our core business around improving the development process, again, with the explicit development or improvement efforts around processing and regulation, and continue to focus a lot of the development review energy on affordable housing and employment generation. And always keeping in mind your priorities as we go along, and including those. Our strategic plan and work plan are very reflective of your priorities so far, but we're always open to flexing and meeting demands there. And so, again, we hope to do all of this while continuously advancing the quality of life in Vancouver, along with increasing equity, reconciliation, and resiliency. Next. I think that's it for me.
Great, thanks very much, Gil. Our next item is our DBL, and we've got our General Manager, Jesse Adcock, on the line.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. So we'll get right into it. I'll be following the same format as the other GMs that have come earlier today. So if we just flip through the slides, maybe it's the same agenda as everyone else, and get to the next one, which gives us an overview of DBL. So DBL is largely an operational department, very much focused on the administration of our regulatory construct or framework, where policy is generally made across the organization. We administer permits. We also are responsible for the Vancouver building bylaw, and we serve as the office for the chief building official and the chief license inspector. Probably most notable for today's conversation is the fact that we are 99% fee funded. So we are, I think, again, we self-fund through the charging of fees and for the work that we do. Next slide, please. This slide is just to give you an idea of the scope and scale of the throughput of DBL. Again, focusing on the very operational nature, it supports hundreds of thousands of transactions a year, largely in support of the construction and development industry, as well as our local economy. This was a fairly substantive business to keep running throughout the pandemic. The province had identified construction and development as one of the key early essential sectors that would remain open for business. And for us, the true challenge was the fact that we were at that time largely a face-to-face physical business model. And so very quickly we had to pivot to an online way of supporting these hundreds of thousands of transactions a year, which I am very happy to report the team was successfully able to do, and then continue to support our local economy that way by just being able to continue to show up and support development and construction. Next slide, please. So in terms of challenges, one of the things that we are really not immune to, like everyone else, is the budget pressures. One of the challenges with being self-funding is that we require applications to continue to come in to enable us to meet our revenue targets. One of the impacts of COVID has been that the demand of new applications incoming has reduced, and therefore we are seeing an impact of the volatility of that demand on our revenue forecasts, not just for this year, but in subsequent years as well. An additional challenge that makes the balancing of our budget a little bit difficult is that while we report our revenues on an annual cash flow basis, our operating budget is actually a reflection of work that we might have taken in prior years as well. So typically the workload that we undertake and manage is generated over multiple years, whereas our revenues are reflected in the single current year that we're in. Given all the work that we've had to do recently to support business activity throughout COVID, as well as support a number of priorities like the temporary permit program, we've supported the EOC, we've supported a number of different, emergency activities throughout the city in terms of how businesses themselves have pivoted and trying to support those businesses with flexibility in how we permit and license that revised activity. We're also experiencing similar issues within the team around morale and stress and fatigue. And so we're seeing a bit of a limited capacity for change management, which is sort of manifesting in different ways. One of the challenges we have is that we moved very quickly to support our business during our COVID response period. However, a lot of our solutions were stopgap solutions and require revisiting. So as we move forward, we're really going to focus on operationalizing a lot of stopgap solutions that we made and continuing to use that as an indication of where and how to modernize our business so that we can continue to shift to digital operations and seek out more efficiencies in terms of how we manage our workload, especially against the volatility of the incoming demand pressures. Next slide, please. In terms of impacts of COVID, I think I covered them a bit in the last slide, where nothing new here. Again, very consistent across the organization. One of the really interesting, I think, things to come out of COVID and also just in general to all of the various process improvement initiatives and feedback from both internal and external stakeholders is just the validation of our direction in terms of moving to digital operations. And so as we move forward, that will continue to be a heavy focus of what we do. We're also now able to see exactly where pressures manifest when we move to digital. So for example, we're seeing as a result of the closure of our services center, we're seeing activity move from foot traffic and paper plans to electronic plans, emails, phone calls, chats. And so we're having to reset how we organize the teams and the interaction between teams to be able to support that. And so we're going to continue to focus on those areas to relieve pressure for staff and for applicants. Next slide, please. Some of our budget, again, I touched on this, but forecasts are down in permit applications. We're remaining steady so far in business licenses. Right now, we're in a situation where trends are very difficult to predict, and so we are taking a look at this month over month. Next slide, please. One of the new areas of work for us has been COVID-related complaints, which we have taken a lead on for the organization. And as you can see, since March, there's been a steady increase in the amount of activity incoming for follow-up, in which we have reorganized to be able to support across the organization in partnership with colleagues from both VPD and Parks and 311 as well. Next slide, please. So again, while our volumes are down, our workloads are still reflective of work that we've intaken in previous years. And so the metrics that you see in front of you right now are an indication of the fact that we are continuing to process all the work that is in the pipeline already. Whereas when we talk about revenue, we're really talking about work that's coming in this year that may result in a need for staff output in future years. Next slide, please. Finally, as we move forward, the focus is going to be maintaining our business operation and the continuity of this essential service in support of the construction development industry and also in support of the local economy. We're going to continue to support and advance council priorities and leading major policy files. And more specifically, in line with transformation initiatives, some of the specific items that we'll be focusing on is the implementation of electronic plans, supporting the regulation review happening in PDS, and then also looking at how we continue to support the shift of our applicant side activity from the physical channel to online channels. Next slide, please. And this is just a mapping of some of the things that we do against council priorities. As you know, we also are very, very aware of where the focuses need to be. And in a situation where demand of resources outweighs our capacity, we're constantly using this as a filter to ensure that we're focusing our people on the right things. Next slide, please. Currently, we're holding, so our vacancy target next year will be 2%. The impact of that, obviously, we are fee funded. However, most of our revenue goes into a central pot and our expenses are tracked at a departmental level. Some of the issues we'll have as our budget is diminished is going to be directly impacted or witnessed in service levels. As we hold vacancies, there's going to be more to do for the folks that we do have, and that will necessarily impact processing times. It's also going to reduce our capacity to be able to deliver those transformation and change initiatives if we have fewer people to do that, which in turn has a sort of like the final knock-on effect of a reduction in our ability to seek out and implement process efficiencies and transformation opportunities. Ultimately, it's very difficult to process permits and retool and transform at the same time. We're going to be trying to absorb all that we can as we move forward within the constrained kind of resource environment. Next slide, please. And I think this is the last slide, which just essentially indicates that we will be keeping our budget flat from this year to next, holding at a 2% vacancy rate. We are increasing permit fees by 3% next year. We will be holding our business license fees flat in recognition of the hardships on the local economy. We have created a bit of a small, very small fund for helping us look for those process improvements so that we can try to create some capacity for change as we move forward. I think that's it from my side.
Great, thank you very much, Jessie. Our last presenter is Sandra Singh, General Manager of ACCS.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Like the previous GMs, I'm following the same template. So if I could go to the next slide, and we'll run through this same agenda with you. Next slide, please. So ACCS is responsible for a broad range of policy and direct services to the public. So this list of areas of work and areas of service is actually not really organized by our departmental structure, but more about the areas of work that we undertake. So within social policy and projects, we work on a broad range of social development related policy, everything from food policy to equity related policies such as anti-racism to childcare and a whole range of different pieces. We also work on social infrastructure development. So anything from childcare to neighborhood houses and the types of spaces that support the social services that we need in our community, as well as we deploy significant number of grants to social service organizations every year at the direction of council. Our social operations is the department that's responsible for Carnegie Community Center, Evelyn Saller Center, and Gathering Place Community Centers. These are community centers that serve the downtown east side and downtown south, and they provide a range of hygiene and health services, as well as low barrier and free recreational and cultural programming. Non-market housing operations, we operate 11 city-owned buildings, city-owned and BC Housing owned buildings, just about 1,000 units of affordable housing. And of course, we operate the Mountain View Cemetery out of non-market housing and social operations as well, ensuring that we have a place in Vancouver in which we can commemorate our deceased residents. Cultural services, like social policy, has a range of activities from policy work such as Culture Shift and making space for art or the music strategy, to planning and implementing cultural infrastructure and public art and delivering grants through the community. Vancouver Civic Theatres is fairly straightforward. We operate 4 significant performance venues in Vancouver. And then through affordable housing programs and projects, we actually have a number of departments working in this area. So we provide grants to nonprofits, to the nonprofit sector, to enable affordable housing and provide support to their developments. We operate VAHA, the Vancouver Affordable Housing Agency, is now nested within Arts, Culture, and Community Services as affordable housing, and its delivery is broadly recognized as a community service. And we also manage a broad range of housing leases out of this service area as well. And then homelessness services is an area in which we also work in partnership with BC Housing to deliver homeless outreach services to the community, as well as work on development of crisis shelters and the winter responses. Next slide, please. So I won't go in detail through some of the metrics, except to note that in many cases we share responsibility in delivery of these metrics. So, for example, affordable housing programs and projects is an area of work that we share with multiple departments, including Gil's team in planning and Nick's team in real estate and facilities management. So as you can see from here, we've had a number of achievements this year, and you can see our targets for 2021. In terms of cultural services, as you can see, we focused on the grant metric here and the number of kind of the overarching kind of investment that the city has made in the arts and culture sector in 2020, and what we're proposing for the 2021 budget, to flag for council that this represents support to about 330 organizations, arts and culture organizations. And in 2020, with COVID, this support has been even more needed than ever before. But as we all know, arts and culture plays an extremely important role in the vitality of our community, and is also a major economic driver in Vancouver. In terms of our social operations, we chose to highlight here some of our basic kind of health and hygiene services. So the number of meals served in 2020 is forecasted slightly lower than previous years. As council knows, this is related to the retooling of our services to maintain meal services and low-cost food access during COVID, and the need to move to takeout services. And our sheltering stays were slightly increased in 2020 due to an extension of our temporary winter shelter this year, as well as more EWR activations in 2020. In social policy, we were highlighting our food asset metric and achievement here in terms of the number of food assets that we achieved collectively with our partners across the city and with the community. And but I do want to flag, of course, that an important metric within social policy that we track is also related to the overdose crisis. And we are right now, kind of year to date, we have seen an estimated 356 overdose deaths in Vancouver. That is significantly higher than what we saw in 2019, which was about 250, and is almost at the same level as 2018. So it's been a pretty devastating year in terms of the overdose crisis, and I just didn't want to move from this slide without recognizing that loss in our community. Vancouver Civic Theatres, you'll see our 2020 forecast for events is 200, and we're forecasting 2021 to be about 500. This reflects the profound impact that COVID has had on the performance venues. To contrast, for council in previous years, we would have seen just under 900 events. We are dedicated to doing our best to try to activate the theaters, both to support the sector as well as to bring some of our staff back to work, many of whom remain on layoff due to the limitations, our limited ability to bring the venues back. And want to flag for our non-market housing operations that we are, of course, wanting to turn over our rooms as quickly as possible to ensure that we're housing as many people as we can in our buildings. Next slide, please. So for our highlights for 2021, I thought I'd kind of focus on themes in our 2021 work plan. I won't go in great depth here, but of course for 2021 we are continuing to focus on the COVID response. We have a significant kind of retooling of our services in our non-market housing and social operations. The whole department is responding to the disproportionate impacts of COVID-19 on the residents and the tenants that we serve, and so that remains a significant impact on our operations. The ongoing impacts of COVID on both our staff and our operations, the capacity of the organization of our department is limited this year because we're both responding to COVID, trying to as well as run our regular operations and services. And so one of our hopes for this year and what we've tried to address in this budget is recapturing some of the lost momentum and work that we just weren't able to do last year. For example, advancing culture shift, which was such an exciting culture policy that was just stalled in 2020. Of course, we're also contributing to the work on COVID community recovery and thinking about and planning for some remedy to the impacts of COVID on the community. And we're also trying to keep the capacity of the community in mind over the next year as we plan our work plan, knowing that so many of the organizations that we support and that we rely on to deliver events and social services and cultural services are themselves struggling with the impacts of COVID. Likewise, through all of our work, our standing commitment to reconciliation and equity remains a lens on everything that we do, and so continuing to keep the city council's approved reconciliation framework alive and looking at many of our lines of business through that is critical, as well as we have a number of equity-related priorities built into the proposed budget and work plan for 2021. I won't go into detail, but they're exciting. The equity framework, work on anti-Black racism and the critical work that needs to happen there, and a broad anti-racism action plan. I'm highlighting the next item around some of the major work that's happening out of Gil's department in planning, because it has a real draw on our work as well, and impact on our work plan. Contributing to the Vancouver plan, which is a really important kind of long-range plan, as Gil described. ELER, the work on major areas like NEFC, Broadway, and all of the various rezonings that come through are areas of work that our staff contribute to in terms of the infrastructure, cultural and social infrastructure. I also want to flag we have a number of important partnerships underway with senior government and to deliver affordable housing, addressing homelessness, building more childcare, and advancing cultural infrastructure priorities. So there's some really great work happening there. And I also just want to recognize that a lot of the work that, especially the examples that I'll show you on the next slide, it's often complex and it draws on numerous departments. Every single one of the departments that have already presented today are involved in the work that we do in ACCS, and we rely on them incredibly. For example, in DBL, the team's work in helping us advance shelter renovations quickly so we can get indoor spaces created, or working collaboratively with the park board, for example, on responding to homelessness. And so I could go on and on, but I just want to express my appreciation to the other GMs that presented today. And within that, kind of just noting the intersecting aspects of our work, just managing the workload and capacity. What you see here in our work plan isn't the whole story necessarily, because we are contributing to the work across a number of the other work plans you've heard about, and vice versa. And I just want to take one other moment to recognize the support departments that aren't presenting today, but who we really rely on in ACCS to advance our work. Real estate and facilities management, a whole host of our services rely on the expertise and the staff and the effort in those departments. In those teams. Likewise with legal services, there's so much that we can't do without their critical advice and their review of our various agreements, and just to ensure, for example, the city's investments are deployed appropriately. Human resources, we relied on them so extensively this last year, 2020. We always do. I think this year, because of COVID, the work of the OH&S team, for example, was so critical in our being able to maintain essential services during COVID, and we're going to continue to rely on them moving forward. The staff development that they undertake, helping us ensure we're all in compliance with all of the various policies and regulations we need to be in compliance with. We really rely on communications, for example, to ensure that we're communicating out to the community, that we're responsive to the media, which is a key part of transparency and government accountability. And then, of course, finance, who we rely on to ensure all of our plans in ACCS are considering the various facets of sound financial management, long-range planning, and that we're operating in compliance with best financial practice. And so I just want to give a shout out to them because everything I talk about in this presentation, we couldn't do without these departments. Next slide, please. So our 2021 work plan has a number of really important and I think initiatives in it. So I've mapped them out, just pulled out a few across the council priority areas. As you can see in housing affordability, we've got a lot of modular housing we're delivering, we're working on this year. As well, we're looking at accessing the federal government RHI funding to deploy spaces to address homelessness here in Vancouver. We're hoping to bring forward to council early next year the co-op lease renewals, and finally kind of make some progress on renewing leases. And of course, our revitalization strategy. In protecting and building economy, as I mentioned earlier, we're really hoping to recoup some of our momentum on culture shift and the exciting work where we were going to do a partnership with the arts and culture sector. We have our childcare MOU that we're still implementing and bringing VCT online, as well as some really critical work on community economic development at kind of at the one end of the economic development spectrum, where we look at low barrier economic engagement. And some of the informal economy work. So really important work there. Around increasing focus on equity and critical social issues, a whole range of work from some critical pieces around reconciliation and Indigenous healing and wellness, finalizing our work with the community and bringing it back to council on the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls inquiry and the city's response to the calls for justice, continuing our work on the overdose crisis, some significant cultural redress projects, Chinatown, of course, Hogan's Alley, Punjabi Market, Parugai, and of course the equity framework implementation and bringing that forward. In terms of accelerate action on climate change, probably our main focus of work in this point right now is around the food strategy implementation. Although we work to kind of build this lens into all of our pieces as well. And then over in quality kind of core services, as you can see, these services could map across a number of the other areas. So, for example, we're bringing the new Rod and Lodge and Evelyn Saller Center online this year. We're exciting to be moving into that new building. We're going to continue to maintain the essential services out of the Carnegie Center, the Gathering Place, and Evelyn Saller Center. And continue to provide those really critical essential services. We're bringing forward Mountain View Cemetery, phase 2 of the master plan, which is really critical of ensuring to ensure that Mountain View can remain in service to the community into the future. We continue to work on the renter office services and furthering the implementation plan that we set out before council in previous years, and also our ongoing work in homelessness outreach and to try to connect people with income supports and housing. Next slide, please. So in terms of,
can you finish off?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we're holding 1%. So basically, the main impact is the Healthy City strategy and administrative support.
Just a point of privilege, Mr. Mayor. I can't hear Ms. Singh's presentation. I'm getting feedback on the line.
I do think it's just from folks jumping off of mute. So if we could just keep folks on mute until we finish this presentation, thanks.
Okay, next slide, please. I'll just go very quickly, sorry, through the rest of it. Next slide, please. Okay, so just in terms of the budget summary for the 2021, some of the highlights are, as I mentioned, moving Rod and Lodge and Evelyn Saller into their new location, some investments for the downtown Eastside Street Market, and establishing the sex worker drop-in that was approved in the overdose task force, the Mayor's overdose task force report, grant inflation, and just noting some investment in VCT to enable us to have partial operations next year and to support the sector. Next slide, please. Our capital expenditure budget is about $66 million. The vast majority is on CHIP grants, land acquisitions, which includes PEF transfers. As you can see, about 20% on arts and culture spaces and community facilities and childcare. Next slide, please. I think I mentioned some of these projects already, so maybe we can move to the next slide. Okay, and that's it for me. Thank you, Council.
Great, thanks very much, Sandra. Council, that concludes the presentations by your departments and our overall presentation on the 2021 draft capital and operating budget. I do want to thank all our presenters, and Council, thank you for your attention. I hope we were able to provide you with the information analysis to help you with your deliberations and to provide the public with information on the service areas that are important to them. So while we will return for questions following all of the speakers, please do go ahead and send me any questions that you have. We will collect those up and then share them again with the rest of Council. Thank you again.
Thank you so much for all those presentations. Council, we're basically 15 minutes ahead of schedule, so we have lined up the speakers from the various organizations to speak. So that's what we're going to start with now, is to move to Jennifer Chan from the chair of the VPL board is on the line, and I'd invite Ms. Chan to present us for up to 5 minutes. Again, Council, you're able to ask questions of speakers, and the time limit is 3 minutes for your questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Chan, and I chair the Vancouver Public Library Board. On behalf of the Library Board, I'm asking you to maintain the library's budget in 2021 and support Vancouver residents who face barriers to library access by investing in the elimination of overdue fines. We face a time when many in Vancouver feel that the prosperity and opportunities that once defined this city are slipping away for them. We've all seen, and many of us have marched over, the frustrations that come with rising social, economic, and racial inequality. And while the pandemic has left none of us unscathed, some have been hit harder than others. At the library, we see the isolation and the financial hardships faced by our patrons, by our neighbors. And as a community, it matters to us when an isolated senior sits alone without the connections that come with library programs. It matters when a person fighting homelessness can't get online help or read emails from their loved ones because they don't have a computer to use. And when a family struggling to pay rent needs books for their child, that matters to all of us too. 96% of Vancouver residents support tax dollars being invested in their libraries because we all recognize that what libraries do to support our neighbors matters, and it's needed now. You'll have heard over the years that the library has excelled at doing more with less. Today, the library has fewer staff than 10 years ago, And yet, through innovation and ingenuity, the library meets growing needs by offering more services, more spaces, and more open hours than before. We're also fortunate to receive support through the VPL Foundation and Friends of VPL. But we're at a tipping point. While the library will always look for ways to use tax dollars as efficiently and effectively as possible, we can no longer absorb cost savings without losing library services or closing branches. And on top of that, this year has been hard for libraries. When the pandemic forced the closure of many city facilities, more than 80% of library staff were temporarily laid off. More than 80%. And to put that into perspective, although the library constitutes only 3% of the city's budget, we bore more than 30% of the city's layoffs. All of us who support pay equity for women recognize the impact that library layoffs had, especially on women, who make up 72% of the library's workforce. And all of us who understand that libraries do for seniors, newcomers, children, and anyone facing isolation or economic hardship recognize the depth of loss that closed libraries bring. Libraries offer one of the few truly free indoor spaces, a place to learn, connect, simply to come inside and get warm when you have nowhere else to go. So library closures really hurt. Our staff, to their great credit, have worked tirelessly to restore and reimagine library services this year, and the community's response and need has been tremendous. As soon as our computer labs reopened, they were immediately filled to safe capacity. Digital readership and online program attendance soared. And as we continue to restore library services, now is not the time for budget cuts to the library. Now is the time to carry that momentum and keep our community support strong. Because we see every day how libraries make this city a little more affordable, more fair, and more connected. But that's not enough. We can and must do more to address those barriers, still keeping our neighbors from full participation in our community. Because right now, thousands in Vancouver, particularly in our lowest income neighborhoods, can't borrow library materials because they can't pay overdue fines, or because they can't risk incurring fines. And this is a problem compounded by the pandemic. Our staff hear these heart-wrenching stories too often, when that small error of returning an item late and the fine that results keeps library services from those who need them most. But our staff also hear the joy that patrons express when their barrier-inducing fine is waived and they've welcomed to borrow library materials again. So we're asking Council to help spread that joy, help increase affordability and equity through a $625,000 investment to eliminate overdue fines. Libraries are one of the most enduring ways the city has advanced equity and critical social issues over the past 100 years, and I'm asking you to join that legacy by maintaining the library's budget, investing in the elimination of overdue fines, and ensuring access to library services for all. Thank you for your time, and I do welcome any questions you may have.
Thanks so much. That's exactly 5 minutes, and you do have a couple of questions. First, Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thanks for being here, Ms. Chan. Appreciate it and appreciate your comments. Can you confirm your understanding that the proposed VPL 2021 budget will allow all branches to remain open regular hours across the city, including Sunday hours for the select locations that offer those?
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. That's a very good question. And so the Library Board is in support of the city's budget that maintains a library's operating budget as per previous years. And so what you have before you in the 5% tax increase scenario in the form currently recommended by staff is an operating budget for the library that the Library Board can support because it maintains the library's operating budget generally, except for an additional vacancy savings target of 1.1%. That's just over $500,000. And this is a significant amount, and it would impact our ability to open, but we think that we can manage this amount in 2021 and only in 2021 due to the graduated reopening process for library facilities as a result of the pandemic that you will have heard from our chief librarian about.
A follow-up on that, then in 2022, subsequently, in order to maintain things like Sunday openings or full branch hours as we hopefully return to normal and people can get back into their libraries in the same way they have before, it will necessitate an increase at that point, but you can manage through the next year. Is that what I heard? Just want to be clear.
That's my understanding, yes. And I do invite our Chief Librarian, Christina de Castel, to correct me if I'm wrong. But my understanding is that it's an additional vacancy savings target of 1.1% for 2021 that be asked to take on. And that wouldn't be something that we would be able to take on for the subsequent year in addition.
Okay. And are you able to share with the last little bit of time I have any specific stories or feedback that you've heard around the impact that libraries have had or the transition to digital offerings during the pandemic?
Yes, absolutely. So the transition to digital was something that we are just so proud of staff for, because it was something that had to happen so quickly. And in terms of the stories, we've heard from people who were just so excited to be able to take their books again. We hear people saying that, they put so much care and thought, our staff put so much care and thought into putting packages of books together for pickup, that the most exciting parts of their day was being able to come into the library and pick up books for their children who weren't able to access them. We heard from people who hadn't been able to check their emails from loved ones since the closure of libraries in March, until library branches were open again for computer use, because they really didn't have any other place where they could go to a computer and use those services. And that was so critical for people. Just in terms of statistics, I mean, it's just been remarkable. Our transition to digital has led to 84% increase in the use of ebooks over the summer, 63% increase in audio.
Thank you very much. That is 3 minutes for Councillor Kirby-Young's questions, but you do have another question from Councillor Boyle. Go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chan. I also was going to ask about stories of the impacts of libraries reopening during the pandemic, so appreciate hearing a bit about that. My other question is around the fine-free request. So I'd be curious to hear if it's not possible in this tight budget for Council to fund the library's full request of $625,000 to eliminate overdue fines. What else might be achievable with a lesser amount?
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. And certainly we do recognize that there are financial challenges for everyone this year, including the city. And when times are hard, it's important to remember that people look to the library even more. So if the $625,000 investment isn't possible this year, we can still make a tremendous impact on affordability and improve access to library services on an urgent basis for thousands of Vancouver residents, if you'll meet us partway. So, for example, with a one-time investment of $150,000, the library could plan a welcome back week, and we'd invite people who have overdue fines that they can't pay to come back to the library so that we can waive fines that are creating a barrier to access. And I'd love to give you another option, and that is that we would also be open to investing $120,000, if you'd be willing, on an ongoing basis for a new Indigenous relations position at the library. And that would support the library's Truth and Reconciliation strategy and allow us to work with community organizations and with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations on improving service development to meet their needs.
That sounds great. Thank you for outlining those options. And my other question, and if we run out of time, I can ask this of the union president as well. I'm wondering what you might be able to say about what we learned about the impact of libraries in terms of what you heard from people when they weren't closed. I guess, I think we all realized how much the library washrooms in particular, or spaces for people to come inside, were useful when suddenly they weren't there. And I wonder if there are other lessons that stood out about the value of libraries when we briefly didn't have them.
And just 30 seconds.
Well, I think one of the main things, and thank you, I appreciate it, we're short on time, but one of the main things is the isolation that we've all been hearing people feel across the city because of the pandemic is something that's so exacerbated. And that's something that we really work on. In fact, it's in one of our mission and vision statements is to have a more engaged and connected city. And so many people look to the library for that connection, whether it's through programs or just through dropping by and having a chat with their librarian. That was so missed. And, having the openings again, so people could come, especially seniors, we just heard so many of those stories that pinpointing just one wouldn't even do it justice because there's been so many of
Thanks
them.
so much.
I'm out of time. Thank you very much, Ms. Chen.
Thank you.
Councillor Swanson, up to 3 minutes. Questions and answers. Thanks. Go ahead. Oh, you might be on mute, Councillor Swanson.
Thanks so much for your presentation. It was a great plea for fine abolition, and I really appreciate your passion on that. Just following up on what Councillor Boyle said, you talked about the 150K for a Welcome Back Week, which sounds like a great idea. Are there other things that you could do with less money, with less than the 600K to move towards the elimination of fines if we didn't have the full 600K this year?
Yes, absolutely. So, our staff are always creative and innovative. And one of the other things that we could do as well is to start a fine-free program midway through the year. So if this is something that we could not have the 625,000 for, but say if you were to choose to give us half, then we could perhaps either start the fine-free halfway through the year so the impact for 2021 would be less. Another option is, we have such great support from our foundation and our friends, and that's something that we could really rally our donors around, is if the city met us part way, perhaps we could have that pitch strengthened where we could ask the city and ask our donors in the city to see if they would meet us the rest of the way. So having your support really does matter, and we work so hard to make those dollars stretch as far as we can.
Well, I was considering relenting on this, but after listening to you, I think it'll be a little harder to relent. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Up to 3 minutes. Just a reminder, Council, this is questions. We have debate and decision starting next Tuesday. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks so much, and I really do appreciate your presence as well, and the outline that you've made of what can be done or what could be done if we so choose. So, speaking to that and the Welcome Back Week, my question is, how could you incorporate into that idea the ability to not just do forgiveness of past fines, but actually understand that somebody who may continue to have some fine problems could be exempt from those in the future?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, and that highlights the drawback for just having the one-time investment, which we would love to have, because what it would allow us to do is to bring people back when this is an urgently needed time for so many people who, because of the pandemic and so many financial hardships, just can't pay those fees right now. So we would be able to bring them back for now, build those stories that we would come back and we'd keep talking to you and we'd share that with you to show you how much of that difference that made. But in terms of taking away the fear of incurring fines in the future, that does require an ongoing investment. And if you made that, you would be joining the over dozen libraries across Canada that have already made that choice and made the move to fine-free, and even more across North America. So, I would so love to keep going on about this. There's just so many benefits that come with reducing fines, including actually counterintuitively increasing return rates and improving circulation for library systems. And I'd be happy to answer questions about that if you'd like as well.
Sure. But before, I'm very interested in this the idea of the fine free. In terms of the places that do have it, are there the identification of sort of, as I say, particular patrons of the library that then maybe be by virtue of their financial circumstances at the time or whatever, that those individuals are noted in the records you hold at VPL, so that it is a future forward? Are any of those other institutions doing this, incorporating that idea?
I'm not sure if I understand the question in terms of which users are loaded into the system for it. So what I can tell you is that 70,000 cardholders right now in Vancouver are blocked from borrowing additional materials because of a fine that is $10 or more. And that's the threshold that's reached. That means you can't borrow library materials anymore. And so a fine free would theoretically bring back all of those people.
How many of that was again?
70,000.
70 out of how many library cardholders?
I'm not sure about the total number of card holders that we have off the top of my head, so I would invite the chief librarian to answer that.
Thanks. We're just at 3.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Fry, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks. Mayor, is my mic working?
It is.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I'm following up on the fine free. So that's the ask is for 625,000 to run the program, correct?
Yes.
So, and then additionally, though, looking through the budget, we collected 791,000 in fines in 2020 and projected to be the same in 2021. So ultimately, we're talking about $1.4 million if we consider the programming and the lost revenue and fines. Is that?
No. So the request is for $625,000, which would allow us to basically write off our expectation to receive fines for 2021. And so it's not having to add the two numbers together. It's just the 625,000. And I think what I would really love to point out is that late fines are noted as a revenue source for the library, but the amount collected declines annually because of an increasing shift to borrowing digital materials, which are returned automatically and they don't incur a late fee. And also because of service enhancements that remind people to bring things back. So each year we're seeing that expected revenue number actually go down. So, what I'd love to tell you is that if you're balancing costs, I think you really need to consider not only the revenue brought in by fines, but also some of the hidden costs that having fines causes to the utility and efficiency of a library system. So as I said, there's over a dozen libraries across Canada that already do this, and we can learn from them. And what we see is that in library systems that have eliminated late fines, it's actually improved return rates for materials and increased circulation, meaning better library services for everyone and increased use of library services. And as a community, you've already invested in purchasing library books and other borrowable materials, and we don't want those materials to sit on shelves. We should be making the most of that investment by getting library materials into the hands of the people who need them most and circulated. So yes, there is a cost in terms of reduced revenues, but there's also a cost associated with suboptimal use of our capital investments. We've already
But just to be
invested in
clear,
library.
we currently have an amnesty program for folks who can't afford, right? So who's paying that $791,000 in fines?
Well, we do have people paying fines who can, and we also have a lot of people who can't pay fines and that they stay away. And a lot of those people are the people that we're trying to reach, people that don't come into the library because they're afraid of incurring fines. And, that they have a fine from one mistake many years ago, and it's kept them away all this time. And maybe, some people aren't comfortable coming into a branch to say, look, I don't have the $10 to pay you. And if we don't hear from them, then they stay away, and that affects children, families, affects a lot of people.
Thanks. That's the 3 minutes. Councillor Weeb, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks a lot, and really interested in that Welcome Back week. My question's on the reconciliation. You talked about the Library Indigenous Relations position, but I didn't hear anything about the expanding of the Truth and Reconciliation strategy, which was another line item related to the library. I'm wondering if you could speak to that one.
Yeah, so I think what we would really appreciate is having this position so that we could have the staff capacity to do more work on truth and reconciliation and to build our community relationships with different organizations and the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. So what we've really learned over this past year is that we really count on staff to be able to do that. And if we don't have the staff to do these things, then it becomes a lot harder. So when it comes to advancing our truth and reconciliation strategy, we're hoping that this new Indigenous relations position is going to strengthen that a lot. And as an example, we want to do more collaborative development on programming, like our Indigenous genealogy program called Connections in Kith and Kin, which has been fabulously taken up by folks, and we want to grow on those things.
I've heard a lot about it. Thank you very much for speaking today. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that's it for speakers. So just wanted to thank you so much for participating. And I'm going to move on to the next presenter, who's Rolf Kaisers from the Vancouver Police Union.
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
I've been asked to be placed in the virtual waiting room. For reasons of recusing
Right.
myself on
Okay, thanks for that reminder.
much.
Thank you, and I'll just let
And
the clerks do that. Councillor
point
Kirby-Young?
of privilege, Mr. Mayor, also, if I could be placed in waiting room for this specific
Great.
speaker, please.
Thanks for reminding me on that, Council. And I'll just wait for the clerks to give me the go-ahead that we can start the speaker.
Mayor Switt, you're ready to go.
Great, thanks so much. So we have Ralph Kaisers. Mr. Kaisers, go ahead. Yes, it is.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Mayor Stewart and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to speak today. I was born and raised here in Vancouver, and I actually do live in the city with my wife and adult son. I have 2 other adult children who live and work in Vancouver. The city is important to me, my family, and my coworkers. I live, work, and play in Vancouver. So, I am a 28-year proud serving member of the Vancouver Police Department, and I now represent the some 1,400 women and men who work in the Vancouver Police Department as their union president. I'm also the president for the BC Police Association and represent all municipal police officers in the province. I know Chief Bomber has spoken earlier and was more specific to the policing demands on the organization. And I also see that 2 other members from the department who are frontline members have also signed up to speak later today, along with one of our retired members. Today, I want to speak to you about the health and wellness of our members. We know from research that police officers suffer from a much higher rate of mental health disorders and physical health needs than most people do in most regular jobs. Exposure to traumatic events appears to be the norm and not the exception. Research has shown that work-related stressors can make the effects of these traumatic events even worse. Highlighted in a recent research study done by CIPSRT, which is the Canadian Institute for Public Safety Research and Treatment, indicates that resourcing, that is having insufficient staff, is one of these stressors that affects our members. And also dealing with public where they've been cast with negative stereotypes, quite often which is perpetuated by politicians, also creates undue stress. These negative stereotypes may also be part of the reason that's led to a higher incidence of assaults against members. We know that here in Vancouver, assaults against police have increased some 86% in the last 5 years. So that's every 3 days, one of our members is assaulted. Our members feel blamed for policies, practices, and standards which are well beyond their control. The VPU commissioned an independent health and wellness survey where mental health experts embedded questions and scales to measure how our members' mental health was. Over 70% of our members responded, which is a very high rate for any survey. And of those members responding, 44% of our members suffered or showed to suffer moderate to high levels of exhaustion. 36% reported severe to extremely severe anxiety, and 36% reported severe or extremely severe stress levels. The VPD has launched a broad range of innovative programs and initiatives to support our members' health and wellness. Also discovered through all of this was the need to conduct an operational review to determine what our actual resourcing levels needed to be. This review was done with independent oversight, and it was determined that the Vancouver Police Department was short 196 members in addressing public safety, risk and liability, and employee health and wellness. Well, what did we get from that operational review? We got 120 members over 5 years. We've seen the additions allocated for the last 3 years, and I'm thankful for those. And now, potentially this year, we face a rollback. We are just now finally at our 2009 staffing levels. Every aspect of workload has increased, except our staffing. Since the Olympics, most departments within the city, aside from police and fire, have seen a growth of some 20%. The Vancouver Police Department has seen no growth except in their workload. We have effectively been underfunded for years. Our members are suffering. You, as our city councilors, are legally, morally, and ethically responsible for all employees that work in the city and are responsible for your police officers' well-being. This has been a real hit to morale for all the women and men working to ensure public safety in Vancouver. Thankfully, when we're working in our communities, we're on the streets and we're supported by the vast majority of Vancouverites. Thank you.
Thanks so much for participating today. And I don't see any questions from council for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker, but thanks again for participating.
Thanks for having me.
I do have a question from Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Wiebe, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks a lot for coming
Mayor,
today.
Councillor Wiebe, just a second, please.
Just hold on here, council, until I get the clearing from the clerk.
Mayor Stewart, we're just moving the two councillors back into the lobby.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Wiebe, thanks for waiting. You can go ahead.
Okay, Councillor Wiebe.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I'm looking more at the well-being and safety of not only the staff and our police officers, but the residents of Vancouver. I'm recognizing that there was a regional roundtable in 2012 and that other cities have just gone through community safety plans. Can you talk about the opportunity that maybe Vancouver has to do a community safety plan and how that could involve a lot of people from different communities, fire, police, other people, to really look at the well-being outcomes and police outcomes that we're hoping to get here in Vancouver?
Okay, so as far as the community safety plan, I would like to know what community safety plan it is that you specifically are speaking about.
Burnaby just did one last year. Surrey's got one that's continued to see, is seen as one of the best across the country. So the idea of working collectively at looking at programs, preventative programs, education, community groups, community policing offices, urban design to prevent safety and best practices. So looking at all the outcomes, block watch and everything else to increase not only public safety, but the perception of public safety of our residents here in Vancouver.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, I think one thing right off the bat, a lot of what you speak of in the capital plan was actually addressed in the operational review that was done independent of the Vancouver Police Department that looked at policing and what as a whole we do and what we need to move forward to continue doing all those important aspects of policing that aren't just about driving around in a police car arresting criminals. We have our fingers in this city involved in almost any and every community group there is, and the programs you speak of, we already do them.
Okay, but these community plans are normally led by a resilient office and bring in a lot of different players. Is that something that you think the union would be supportive of working with the community in creating a community policing plan or community safety plan?
And I would be not opposed whatsoever to listening to the community as far as what specifically they want done. And I think it's even highlighted by way of recent, the neighborhood response team has been created to, work in those areas where a large number of citizens in Vancouver have called the police concerned about what's happening in their neighborhood. The department's always responsive to the community.
Okay, and then do you want to speak to quickly, the police board talked about the CPCs in Vancouver and bringing that funding to the table. Can you speak to the relationship you have with them?
Just 15 seconds.
We have a great relationship with our community partners and those that run our community police offices. Obviously, there's a need for more funding to ensure that those community offices can continue.
Thanks so much. Councillor Fry, up to 3 minutes, and then Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Kaisers. So obviously there's a lot of question around council priorities, decriminalizing poverty, and of course there's lots of conversation out there around reducing funding for policing. I'm curious where you see opportunities for heading in that direction in a proactive sense with working with the police and maybe improving efficiencies. Not in the immediate, but maybe in the long range as a strategy.
Well, it's interesting that you bring this up. And I say this because, again, with a lot of the rhetoric around defunding, there hasn't actually been a program or a strategy that's been put forward by any of these groups that would show that there's another means for dealing with policing activities. Always open to discussion, and what I would love to see, I know there's been some discussion around mental health calls should not be handled by the police, should be handled by mental health professionals. But then, you know, when we actually dug down into the statistics around the numbers of calls we got regarding people suffering from various mental health issues, it's clear as day that the police have to be involved. There's criminality in a lot of those calls, or it's the very mental health professionals that we'd be seeking to take these calls over that are dealing with these people that ultimately are phoning saying that they need our help. You know, I think, you know, homelessness, I live in the city, it's a horrible thing. Yes, everyone should be able to live in some form of home, whatever that home is that they want and need. But I think looking at the police to now somehow fund homelessness or drug addiction or mental health issues, this is not where we should be starting. I think obviously we need to go further upstream. These programs have to be in place before we can cut from the police. It's not an either or type situation.
So you do see a roadmap forward though, and like opportunities to develop that kind of approach.
Yes, totally.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Kaisers. Appreciate
Thanks
it.
very much. Councillor Carr, up to 3 minutes, please.
Yes, thanks so much for speaking, Mr. Kaisers. Very much appreciate it. I'm just going to do a follow-up regarding the neighborhood response teams that you mentioned. Tell me what the neighborhood response teams do and if there's any relationship between them and the community policing centers, or how are they different, or are they working together?
As far as working together, and I know there's a number of community offices in downtown, I do not doubt that those members actually visit those community offices, as most of our members do in all the respective communities that they work. So yeah, you know, there is engagement from the community offices because our members do visit those offices on a regular basis. We do have community liaison officers that do work in those offices, and they quite often discuss, talk, brief our patrol teams or neighborhood response team as to what the concerns are of the resident in whatever specific neighborhood they're working in.
Yeah, I'm aware too. I'm in the West End, and I do see the officers on bicycles, for example, in the neighborhood and doing walkabouts and that kind of thing. Are those officers that are assigned from the main VPD to the community policing center, or are those part of the neighborhood response team? Trying to
No,
get that understanding.
those are separate. We have dedicated members attached in each of our districts that are specific to different community areas and different community offices.
Okay. Okay. And just one final question. I noticed that in one of the slides that the police chief put on, I think it was his very last slide, there was a picture of a VPD officer with public safety unit on his vest, and he was wearing a gun. And so my question is this: what is the public safety unit, or is that just everybody? And do all of your uniformed policemen, policewomen have to wear full uniform and carry guns, even in schools or policing centers or whatever?
Yeah, so the officer that would have been depicted, I don't have it in front of me, but if it said that member was part of the public safety unit, I guess that's the new term for our crowd control unit, if you will. So we have a number of members who work in the public safety unit on top of their other regular duties that would be used, deployed during like the Symphony of Fire fireworks, large parades, large gatherings. If there was a protest that was planned, organized, and we were aware of it ahead of time, those are the members who'd be attending those. And yes, our members on duty will all be carrying a firearm.
Okay, great.
Thanks so
Yeah,
much.
thanks for answering my questions.
Thanks. And that's it for questions. Thank you, Mr. Kaisers, for participating today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll move on to Robert Weeks from Local 18, IAFF.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, can. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Fantastic. If we could start my slide presentation, please. I'm Robert Weeks. I'm the president of Vancouver Firefighters Local 18. I represent the men and women on the front line of many of the City of Vancouver's emergencies. Our members are committed to our community, and they're not just committed to our community and work. I want to take this opportunity to just give a shout out to our charitable society, and I do that any chance I can get, largely because we are so proud of it as an organization, and also the timing in this year with Christmas upcoming. Normally we'd see many of you at the Pan Pacific Toy Drive, and that's not happening this year due to COVID, but we did today deliver $70,000 in toys with the help of the Christmas Bureau, bought largely, and this is of importance, from local vendors, and we did that purposely to help offset some of the COVID impacts to our local businesses. Next.
Thanks so much. I'm just going to stop you there because I don't see the slides, and I'm wondering if that if clerks could bring slides up for us.
No privilege, Mayor. It's Councillor Bly. I can see them on the orange cone in the.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just looking at the WebEx. Great. Okay, I'm sorry. Please continue, Mr. Weeks.
Yeah. So if we can go to slide number 2, please. So this slide is meant to articulate what the 2021 operating budget and the impact to our service. As it stands right now, we're going to be removing, or you'll be removing, a fire truck from service in the downtown east side, Strathcona. That takes away 15 firefighters, 3 of which would be on duty 24/7 all the time in the downtown east side in that Strathcona neighborhood. That was originally passed in the 2020 budget, and now we are, to a bit of our surprise, we see it potentially being cut in this 2021 budget. It's also planning to cancel firefighter investment that was already approved in the Dark Horse plan, and that is a new fire truck to staff the Champlain Fire Hall in the South Slope. We want to thank you for your commitment and work over the last 2 years to understand the needs of the fire service. If you remember, you supported the Dark Horse study and its needs assessment, and a plan you approved in 2018 to add 122 new staff, which would have resulted in 20 additional firefighters per shift, 24/7, over 5 years to serve our community. The cuts proposed in this budget threaten to erase much of that work by cutting a fire truck approved from last year from service in the downtown east side in Strathcona, and cancel the planned additional truck in the Champlain Fire Hall. We totally understand you're in a difficult financial position the city faces with the 2021 budget and the COVID pandemic, and frankly, the decades of neglect in the fire service. Nevertheless, we don't believe it is prudent to make these cuts to frontline firefighter positions, which are a critical service that your community relies on. Next slide, please. Being faced with cuts after commissioning and paying for a report that details needed investment in the fire service is nothing new for us. In 2009, the city commissioned a tri-data study that said at that time that we needed a modest growth of 21 firefighters per shift. We did our own study to see what it would take for us to meet North American standards in firefighting, and came up with 46 firefighters per shift necessary to meet those minimum standards. And in 2018, as you're all familiar with, the city invested in the Dark Horse study, which called for modest growth again of 20 firefighters per shift. And I think it's important to note, and you've heard me say this before, we are down 10% from where we were in 1986. Even at the conclusion of the Dark Horse study, if we implement all of it over the next few years, we will only just get back to where we were in 1986. And it's not surprising to any of you that Vancouver looks nothing like it did in 1986. We're the busiest firefighters in Canada now. We have a population growth of 200,000 since that time, and our job has increased dramatically in complexity. And we have a 300% increase in call volume from that 1986 timeframe. Next slide, please. I'd like to highlight a couple real examples of fires that we've seen. The Columbia Street fires, the third alarm, we were 10 minutes and 22 seconds over the standard, which is almost double. I know I'm pressed for time, so I won't highlight any more than that, but that is a significant delay in meeting the minimum standards. Next slide, please. This is the Cambie Corridor, a number of businesses that were lost. And in this fire, we were 20 minutes and 23 seconds over the standard. Time matters when responding to fires. In 3 minutes, fires can grow 16 times larger than when it started. And they continue to grow bigger and faster every second. Once the clock starts ticking, there's a shrinking window of opportunity to save lives. It really matters that we have enough staff to do our job appropriately. Next slide, please. Um,
We are at the
sorry.
5, so if you could just, whenever you're just kind of your finishing thoughts would be great.
No, that's it. I'm willing to take questions, and maybe some of the questions will flush out what I would have said next. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Councillor Carr. Up to 3 minutes. And I just, if councillors can help me, we have 230 speakers, so if you can just kind of be conscious of your own time and just to leave enough time for your for the speakers to answer, so I don't have to intervene. So, Councillor Carr, up to 3 minutes.
Great, thanks. Yes, thanks, Mr. Weeks, so much for coming. My first question is around the point that you were just making in terms of how busy your service has become, and you talked about a 300% increase in call volumes. Now, my understanding was your call volumes went down over a previous or more recent period of time due to where the calls are directed to the ambulance service, for example, but that has changed. I think I heard the fire chief say, or acting chief say that you've got those calls back. So what has been the impact of that on your calls? Are they even greater now?
Yeah, so like the acting chief said, our fires are up considerably, which is our one of our core mandates is to respond to fires, and those far and away cause the biggest workload, including in staffing hours. You know, fires often take multiple days to make sure they extinguish. But in addition to that work, we also respond to critical medical emergencies. And there was a temporary measure due to COVID when at first there was views that we would be with a PPE shortage, personal protective equipment, that we would mitigate that liability by removing firefighters from lower tier emergency calls, red and some orange calls. Those are the secondary and tertiary levels of medical response. Purple calls are the primary, most life-threatening situations like cardiac arrest. We didn't lose our purple calls, but initially we lost our red calls and some of our orange. We've now got those red calls back. We're not responding to some of the orange calls we used to, but we expect to respond to those once things get normal again. So our call volume, we expect it to continue the trajectory it's continued over the last 4 decades and continue that dramatic increase time over time.
Okay, so you're taking increased calls now, and the COVID emergency is on. There is an opioid emergency that's increasing the number of calls, I imagine, from the stats we're hearing from medical officers. And fire calls are going up. So tell me, by not having the firefighters you need, what is the impact on public safety?
It's a significant impact, and I'm not being hyperbolic when I say that. You know, the men and women of this fire service are buckling. They've been buckling for years. They do an incredible job with what they have, but they're often put in really untenable situations. And you can imagine you roll up on scene to an emergency scene and you have an imminent rescue, knowing that you don't have the resources available to actually perform that rescue properly. You're still going to do it, and you're going to try, and that. In doing so, you're taking considerable risk to your own safety, your own firefighter safety, and you know, quite likely maybe not able to successfully implement that rescue, which is a problem for us because that's our core mandate and our job. And with that, with those tough decisions, with lack of staffing comes, you know, all kinds of other negative impacts like mental health and well-being, frustration with not able to do your job appropriately, lack of regular training, which is all sort of the ancillary and significant impacts when you're not resourcing your emergency service properly. And then that's, you know, quite frankly, where we find ourselves. And we're hopeful that you look at us and invest in us. And you know, and then like we said before, and you've heard me say it, the dark horse asks for modest growth, and we're hopeful that we can continue on that path.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Weeks. I want to just first off acknowledge, I recognize that your members attended a pretty horrible scene yesterday and the loss of life, and I'm sure that's weighing pretty heavy. I just want to acknowledge that and thank your members for that service. So in that kind of notion, what is the mental health like of the members? And I'm thinking specifically the folks working around number 2 hall.
Oh, it's incredibly tough. You know, compassion fatigue is a real issue. down there. You know, when you get into the service, our members become firefighters because they want to make a difference to their community, and they exemplify that day in and day out. But when you get to, say, the downtown east side and you start responding to these emergencies, and you're sometimes responding to the same patient in the same shift without seeing you know, a positive outcome, that's really challenging to the men and women of your service. And thank you for your acknowledgement about the fire death. You know, that's another example of how complex our job is getting. This was an illegal suite. It's our understanding. It didn't have sprinklers, didn't have smoke alarms, and that's not abnormal in Vancouver. A low hazard, according to the North American standard, is a 2,000 square foot single family home with no basement. That's not Vancouver today. Not at all. Doesn't represent most of what I see, and I'm a frontline firefighter as well. And these kinds of structures and density and illegal suites, they all increase our risk dramatically, and thus we need to increase our staff appropriately in an emergency service like ours.
So how do we determine the staffing of fire halls and fire members relative to population? Are those metrics changing, as you're alluding to?
Well, the metrics are changing because we're growing as a city. So the metrics change based on risk. You know, we are a risk-based service. We're there to respond to an emergency when necessary. And I'll give you a great example. We have fire halls most of our fire halls are incredibly busy, but we do have fire halls that are in neighborhoods that are less busy. You would never dream of taking a fire hall out of that neighborhood because you never know when that emergency can happen. And you can't justify to a citizen, one of your taxpayers, that, you know, we're going to close this fire hall because it doesn't have maybe the highest call volume relative to others. But the byproduct of that is now we're going to have a 2-3 minute longer response to your emergency when seconds matter. And so your question specifically is, how do we know what the proper resources are? Well, we know it because the NFPA, the National Fire Protection Agency, is the North American, sets the North American standard for what it is in our industry that's appropriate based on risk.
Thanks so much. We're at the 3. I'm sorry. Again, just reminded the councillors, I'd probably max 2 questions in 3 minutes. Over to Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Mr. Weeks. I'm just wondering if you can speak a bit more to the work that Medic 11 does at Hall 2 and what it.
You're a bit faint, Councillor Boyle.
Sorry about that. I can speak up, and while I do that, I'll adjust my audio. Mr. Weeks, I'm wondering if you can speak a bit more to the work that Medic 11 does at Hall 2 in the downtown east side, and what it would mean to not have that that unit in place for a while.
Well, I think it would mean something significant, certainly to the community, because we would have one less apparatus available, and it would mean a longer response times to those people in that Strathcona downtown east side community that are relying on a quick and timely response. It would also mean a real negative, have a significant negative impact in the other firefighters that respond to that neighborhood, because you're going to ask them to do more. You know, give you an example, Medic 11 this year has responded already to 263 incidents, 50 of which were overdoses, 16 of which are fires. And I'll just say, even though it's called a medic unit, I'm not really a fan of that name, but I don't get to name our apparatus because it doesn't aptly describe what you have on that piece of equipment. You have 3 fully trained firefighters that are able to respond to all the emergencies every other firefighter in our city are able to respond to, and they dramatically improve our resource capability for significant incidences like fires. For 2020, we've responded to 3,585 overdoses so far this year, and 1,600 of them have been in that district. So we're seeing an ever increasing volume in that neighborhood. It's important that we resource that neighborhood properly, and it would be a giant negative impact to lose that apparatus.
Okay, thank you for laying that out so clearly. Really appreciate you coming to speak to council.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, 3 minutes, please.
Great. Thank you very much. I've just got 2 quick questions. One is, what is the impact to your members if you're not restored the 1% held vacancy?
Well, what I understand the impact to be is we'll lose that medic truck, which is part of that dark horse study. And so you'll lose 15 firefighters total and 3 firefighters on duty 24/7. And then I don't want to reiterate what I just said about the impact of that neighborhood, but unless you're looking for something more specific, Councillor Hardwick.
No, I was just looking for that succinct expression. So thanks. Very clear. And do your operational reviews go above and beyond other departments of the city? Have you looked at you up against other departments that we've been hearing from in terms of operational review?
That's probably a better question for the acting chief. My focus is specifically on our service, and my expertise is on the operational reviews we've done. And when we do those, and I have participated in those operational reviews, we're not comparing ourselves to other departments. We're just looking at where we stand relative to industry norms and industry standards, and are we meeting them? And where I focus my attention on is looking historically about where our staffing levels have gone, and they're stark, and you guys, I have a lot of sympathy or empathy for the position you are in as councillors, given the lack of attention the fire service has gotten. And it shouldn't be, it's not hyperbolic to say it's bizarre that we're talking about getting ourselves back to 1980 staffing levels in the fire service.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Weep, up to 3.
Yeah, looking at public safety, I'm concerned with a couple of slides you showed with over 20-minute call times. I'm wondering what the union's looking to do to support to not have those happen in the next year, recognizing that seems to be a critical need.
Yeah, and I tried to be quick in some of these, so my apologies if I wasn't as clear as I need to be. So, though that's not the time for the initial apparatus to arrive. That is the time when that one slide in that firefighter, the fire at 7833 Columbia, that was 10 minutes and 22 seconds longer to meet the ERF, the firefighting force necessary by standards to put out that fire appropriately. So it wasn't the time for the first arriving apparatus, but that's an indication of how long it took to actually get enough firefighters to properly mitigate that emergency. And so both those slides speak to that. One was 10 minutes and 22 seconds over that to get all the firefighters necessary to mitigate it, and the other one was 20 minutes over. And so to answer your question specifically, is it takes boots on the ground. It takes investment. It takes the proper resources necessary for us to be able to respond. The reason that you're not getting that effective force is because there's not enough of us on duty 24/7. And we're a very busy fire department. Your own study said it, and I've seen it in my time in the fire service. We're incredibly busy, 2 to 2.5 times busier than any other fire service. So lots of times, a lot of the men and women that serve your community are tied up with other calls. And so when these big emergencies come in, we don't have the capacity to respond appropriately. And that's just strictly due to the lack of investment.
Okay, and second question is, obviously there's been some changes through COVID, and you've talked about a few of them. I know that the 24-hour service was something brought forward. Can you talk to a little bit of how that kind of changed your members' kind of outlook on it, and what you do moving forward on that 24-hour process?
Yeah, you've heard me speak to it before. It's been a dramatic improvement to their mental health and well-being. I've been, quite frankly, surprised at the volume and quantity of feedback I'm getting from my members about, how much better their mental health and wellness is under that shift pattern, and also how much more capacity during the day they have to attend to some of the other needs, like training, for example, which is often, given how busy we are, we're not able to focus on. So it's been a real positive in the service for sure, and certainly I'm willing to speak more to it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Appreciate you coming in today and speaking to our budget debate. I'm going to move to Frank Chong now, who's the chair of the Finance Committee at the Vancouver Police Board.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Frank Chong from the Vancouver Police Board and chair of the Finance Committee. On behalf of my fellow board members, I would like to express our sincere thanks and appreciation for your consideration of the VPD budget. It has been a privilege to recently join the police board and to learn more about the VPD finances and the many services and programs it provides to our city. And as a new board director, let me say that I hear the concerns regarding the policing budget and recognize that essential and core services can be the most significant expense item for any municipality. And the cost of the safety and well-being of our citizens is undoubtedly expensive. My comment is no way meant to diminish the financial pressures that the city is facing. And to the contrary, the police board shares the same responsibilities to ensure that scarce resources are allocated prudently and where necessary to make the most impact. And we feel the fiscal challenges and pressures that you are facing. As an essential service and core service, the VPD operates around the clock and is challenging to scale down or close its operations to save costs for one single reason. It is legally obligated to respond to calls from the people of Vancouver. It is unfortunate, but the increased demands on the VPD have resulted in cost pressures over the years. And the fact is that the VPD is only now returning back to staffing levels dating back to almost a decade. And this comes at a time when there is an increase in homicides, serious assaults, hate crimes, and break-in enters on businesses, as well as a decline in the perception of public safety. All sadly disappointing news and matters we must all reflect on as decision makers. Listening to our entire community here, I believe, is paramount. Despite these on the VPD, I do wish to be clear that the board will work with the city on its decision. And the board has worked with the VPD to make necessary trade-offs with the operating budget. And for this reason, the board supports the VPD budget request of 2% year over year. The city staff recommendation will and those from the 2009 must be carefully considered. The proposed budget also requests looking into further increased funding for community policing centers by $350,000. And as many of you know, the CPCs play an incredibly important part in the safety and crime prevention and are supported by everyday volunteers. CPCs and their volunteers should be encouraged and supported even more during this time. I'd be remiss to realize that the police board to engage in a much broader discussion on public concerns on policing. And over the past few months, the VPD management has prepared reports and facts to assist with this dialogue on the broader social issues. The police board cannot have this discussion in isolation, and we do welcome the dialogue around funding the police as part of the broader strategic discussions and planning. And indeed, this must happen with other key players around the table. I wish to extend my special thanks to the members of the VPD finance team for their incredible work on the budget analysis and for working constructively with the city staff and the police board members. Lastly, I do want to express my appreciation to the VPD sworn and civilian staff and other members of first responders for the continued dedication and commitment in keeping the people of Vancouver safe, particularly during such difficult and trying year. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for your presentation. You do have a question from Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chung, and I'll keep it brief. I know we have many speakers. I'm just thinking about the request the police board made to council at your meeting last night, and I'm wondering how you would suggest that council cover that increased cost, knowing the pressure on our budget. Is the police board advocating an additional tax increase, or closing libraries, or holding other vacancies, or where do you propose we find those funds?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. And I certainly won't necessarily comment as to where the funding should come from. I think that is certainly a decision that rests with you and your city staff to make those particular recommendations. But I will speak to this, and that is that we do need to listen to our entire community, and we do need to look at the cold, hard facts when it comes to the increase in homicides, serial assaults, hate crimes and break-in enters, particularly on the businesses that are already facing incredible pressures as a result of the pandemic. And so I think that we as a board would like to work with you and your city staff to ensure that we do have reasonable levels of policing within the city. But we do believe that this particular discussion is very, very important because it sets us up for a much more longer term view as to how we will be able to protect our citizens and visitors in Vancouver. Thank you.
I know we have many speakers, so I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Chong, for calling in today. Just a couple quick questions. So what I understand is the police board essentially endorsed a status quo budget with the addition of funding for the CPCs. Is that correct?
That is correct. We are supporting the VPD budget request.
And could you articulate for council the rationale for supporting the community policing offices? I know that that's been an ask from a number of those offices, and what the police board saw as the public benefit of supporting those offices.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you very much for the question. And I think part of the reason is that we do see the pressures on the community policing centers and their budgets and their costs. And we believe that as part of policing and the partnerships between the VPD and the CPCs, we need to support the volunteers and our communities at this particular time. And so I think that in these particular times, we do believe that providing them more support to be able to cover some of their costs to be able to operate within these communities are important, and they have been reaching out to various groups, including the VPD, to be able to cover some of these core costs. And so we believe that this is the right time to do that, particularly as a result of increased pressures on policing in order for us to be more proactive in protecting our communities.
Okay. And last question is, so in essence, what I'm hearing is that in supporting the CPCs is you're supporting sort of non-policing, because those are volunteers, and community grassroots efforts for the public benefit.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, up to 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I also want to talk to you, and thank you very much for being here, about the community policing centers. So I understand that 9 out of the 11 are independent of the VPD and the board. They are run by nonprofit societies. So could you explain to me, if we as a council allocate an amount of money for the community policing centers, do you as the board flow through or pass on that entire budget to those community policing centers, the amount that we have allocated?
Yeah, I think that's a better question for the VPD management team. I'm not going to necessarily get into sort of the specifics around, how the funds actually flow. But I will generally say this: regardless of where those funds flow, whether it flows directly from the VPD to the CPCs or flows directly to the CPCs, we are in support of supporting the community policing centers and to ensure that these particular groups of volunteers can continue to do the incredible work that they do on a day-to-day basis. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I will then ask others that question too. My second question is around the point that you raised around the need for the police service in terms of increasing problems, and one of those being the incidence of hate crime. And I've been curious about the statistics that have been presented around this. The increase in anti-Asian hate crime up 878%, and hate crime in general up 116%. My question is this: what are the base numbers? Like, an 878% increase is huge if it starts with a big number, but what are those starting numbers so I can get a sense of what that actual increase percentage-wise means?
Sure, and I think the better question would be directed to the management team, but I agree that the numbers, particularly surrounding the 878% increase in Asian hate crimes, is very startling and very disappointing to the Vancouver Police Board, and including to myself as well, too, who, I do reach out to the Asian community to understand their concerns. And I think that regardless of whatever the baseline measure is, I think that we do see a troubling pattern here. And I think that during this particular time, when we are already faced with a number of pressures on the VPD and the pandemic and its impact on Asian hate crime, I think that we do need to think about collectively as decision makers where we want to make those cuts and where do we want to continue the funding. And so what I would support here is obviously thinking about what is necessary to be able to keep up the reasonable levels of policing within the city, such that groups like our communities of Chinese and other Asian members can feel supported and protected as well too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bly, up to 3 minutes. You on mute, perhaps?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Chong, for being here. I just had a question regarding, I'm looking at the 5-year budget trend year over year. It's on page C13 of the budget document. And I'm just looking at the net operating budget and increase. I guess what we're looking at here is the total revenues down by 1.9% year over year is the net change. And total expenditures and transfers is 0.7% increase. So what we're seeing is a decrease in net operating funding year over year since 2017. Am I reading that right?
That would probably be a better question for the VPD finance team. Thank you.
Okay, I'll say that for them. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Wiebe, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much for speaking today. My question is relating to the change in operations I know in past years, there's been conversations that with the amount of protests and events that we had to increase the police budget to deal with the number in Vancouver. Recognizing COVID has definitely changed the context for policing. How can you explain that to council and the public on kind of how the police department and how this budget that was approved by the board reflected that pivot?
So if I understand you correctly, is the question merely sort of geared around the fact that as a result of the pandemic, events have slowed down and therefore the cost with regards to policing should also be reflected?
Well, just understanding that we're looking to approve a status quo budget is what you approved yesterday. And for the public, there's been a lot of changes in policing with the decrease in events and public protest and street parades and the festivals. And so I just want to know how you can explain the need for a status quo budget with those shifts in policing needs.
Sure, and I think that some of those were probably covered by the VPD team's sort of presentation. But I will probably say this, and we are faced with incredible economic pressures that is being faced on its citizens, and we all know that economic pressures come side by side with social issues and also crime as well too. And so one thing that I will probably say here is that there is increased demands, and the facts show that we do have increased homicides, assaults, and other break and enters. And so these are the cold hard facts. And regardless of whether or not the events have slowed down, these particular incidents are only on the rise. So I think that we do need to be fact-based and we need to focus on what's the data that's in front of us. Thank you.
Okay, and then with that data, how are we ensuring that we're doing improve the public safety for the next year? Recognizing that if we're approving a status quo budget, how can we give certainty to the residents of Vancouver that the police department is working proactively to protect the break-ins for our small businesses, to protect the safety of our residents, and to decrease some of these well-being indicators that you've just talked about?
Yeah, I won't get into the specifics around policing because I think that that is certainly where your VPD team will speak to that. But I will maybe perhaps just talk about our role with reaching out to the community. And I think that this is a very important part because we play a very important bridging role between not only yourselves as the city, but also the broader community. And I would say that we have to listen to our members of the community who have asked us time and time again, and through many of the correspondence and through the many calls to not only the board, but also the VPD with regards to these incidences around crime. And so I think that we do need to sort of listen to them and think about what they need as well too. So thank you very much.
So your correspondence comes through the VPD, is that correct?
No, that's a question that your time is over, Councillor Wiebe, and we're going to move on to the next speaker, who we have Andrew Ledger, President of QP 1004.
Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. And I'd like to start by thanking you for this opportunity to speak about the proposed budget and the difficult challenges that you face. So, as I mentioned, my name is Andrew Ledger. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I'm the president of QP Local 1004, who represent outside workers at the city and parks, but also PNE, Easy Park, Portland Hotel Society, and many other employers across the Lower Mainland. So, COVID has created tremendous uncertainty. And we want to let you know that 1004 are partners as we navigate through what will no doubt be a challenging future. It is even more important in these uncertain times that residents and businesses have the security and consistent municipal public services and maintained infrastructure. We are all in this together, and the city has a vital role in helping us all get through this time collectively. While working from home was a reality for many workers, it was not an option for the members of QP 1004 who worked seamlessly throughout this pandemic. It has meant working closely with different levels of the city to make certain all employees and members of the public are healthy and safe, and that exposure to COVID are as limited as possible. Despite that, many of our members have contracted COVID-19 and dozens more have been sent home to self-isolate because of workplace exposures. So COVID has absolutely affected us in a fulsome way at QP 1004. In relation to infrastructure in this budget, we know we cannot delay. Our members have and continue to work through the pandemic, keeping our city clean and safe and ensuring infrastructure continues to be maintained. City workers know firsthand that postponing repairs and projects cannot happen, as it will only make matters worse and more expensive down the road. Throughout the pandemic, we've seen park usage up by nearly 200% for the duration of the nicer months of weather. And City Park Board are essential in providing this valuable public space for residents. We cannot, for the foreseeable future, gather closely indoors, and Vancouver's public parks and beaches are the only options for most residents. And we must make sure that this budget has appropriate staffing to keep those public parks clean, safe, and beautiful, as they are the backyards for so many residents of this city. And a number of us have spent a lot of time thinking about just recovery and what it looks like. We know that the restrictions that have been put in place have meant people once hidden, sleeping on couches and floors, or as guests, or in shelters now running at reduced capacity are now in plain sight. I urge council in the city to treat everyone in our community with dignity and respect as we work together to tackle our toughest challenges of poverty, homelessness, mental illness, and drug overdose. And equating poverty and homelessness to crime is not helpful in finding solutions. We commend the city for making these issues a priority, and we urge you to continue to do so with other levels of government to create the crucial housing and healthcare services to make sure Vancouver continues to be a city of compassion where all members of our community are valued and supported. When we think about a just recovery, we must not leave workers behind. As you work together now, approving this budget and our plan for community recovery over the next year, please keep in the front of your mind. Please keep that in the front of your mind as you make your decisions a reality. The employees of the City of Vancouver in every department and every office that during 2020, challenges have caused anxiety and pressure on workers as they continue to work in these uncertain times. Which leads me to talk about collective bargaining. We are in collective bargaining. I'm sure most of you are aware of that.
Just 10 seconds.
And we're looking for a fair deal in line with most municipalities in the region, providing certainty for Vancouver employees in terms of their future contract with you as their employer can help alleviate stress moving forward and set us all up for success as we face the future together. City workers are only looking for fairness. Vancouver's neighboring municipalities have made progress in reaching agreements with their employers, and we hope that this can be achieved here at the City of Vancouver as well. In closing, less than 5% is not an option. Now is not a time for austerity. The services our members deliver are a priority for the residents of Vancouver, and they need to be a priority for this council.
Thanks so much. We have Councillor Swanson with a question. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks for coming and speaking. You said something that I thought was really interesting, and I wondered if you could elaborate on it. Equating poverty and homelessness with crime is not helpful, you said.
I did say that, and I've seen a lot of, I live in Strathcona, and there is a lot of sort of public disorder in my neighborhood, and I've seen a lot of community groups spring up that are trying to reframe the argument of homelessness as one of crime, and I don't think that that is a way forward that I want to see this council moving. I understand that homelessness is a crisis, affordability is a crisis, and we need to do everything we can to work with other levels of government to get the problem dealt with in a fulsome way. You know, when people are on the streets, there is more disorder. That is a natural flow of homelessness. But I think we need to look at the root causes and not be reactionary to some of the peripheral things that happen when we have mass encampments of people that are just looking for a place to live.
Oh, thank you. That's good.
Thank you. Thanks for presenting today. That's it for questions. Really appreciate you coming in. And I'm going to move to the next speaker, who is Warren Williams, the president of QP Local 15.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me, Councillor? Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I would like to acknowledge that I am currently situated in the territory of the Coquitlam people here in Coquitlam, British Columbia, and speaking to you today is a privilege I have as president of QP Local 15. I'm pleased to see the staff is recommending a return of core services budget or a retention of core services budget. COVID-19 has caused large-scale financial security for many members of QP Local 15, in particular auxiliary workers, with the City of Vancouver and Park Board, both of whom have an employee auxiliary base of 40% or higher. What this means to the citizens of Vancouver is a workforce that is constantly looking for greener pastures, and therefore a constant need for recruitment, which creates gaps in service, which creates gaps in service. With the proposed 1% to 2% funding reduction per department, this will only exacerbate these gaps unless it comes from non-service delivery savings. For example, QP15 members, there are about 4,000 QP15 members, just under 4,000 QP15 members that are employed with the City of Vancouver. So in this budget, you'll be hard pressed to find anywhere in this budget that a QP15 member is not going to be affected. Okay? And so we had, because of COVID, up to 1,600 layoffs. Now, granted, most of our members are back to work, but they're back to work in leaner capacities, meaning that some of them are working full-time hours, some of them have been redeployed into other areas of work, and we still have around roughly 300 members that are still not fully returned back to work. And I know that most departments are looking at creating or maintaining vacancies or creating vacancies. I heard the park board refer to 18 FT jobs possibly being cut of this because of the budget that is, 1.7% less than last year's budget, right? So, and I know that we still have we're looking at another 100 million plus of restart federal funding. And I would ask that any monies coming for the restart to the municipality of Vancouver, that funding be targeted, and it be targeted for operational needs, and rather than to make it easier on your current budget. I don't have a lot more to say than that. My peer, Mr. Ledger of QP1004, has already spoken to a fair deal in bargaining, so I won't speak to that. I do agree with him that is possible, and we are looking for that. And I really, as I said, I don't have a whole lot more to say. I am pleased that, as I said, that the senior staff and staff have put together this retention of core services budget, which is greatly needed by the citizens of Vancouver who QP Local 15 members support and service.
Thank you so much for your presentation. There are no questions for you from councillors, so I'm going to move to the next speaker, who is Kari Scott White, but the president of QP 391.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me adequately?
Yes, we can.
Great. I am Kari Scott White. I'm a library worker currently serving as president of QP 391, and I'm here representing my hardworking colleagues across the Vancouver Public Library System's 21 locations. We also represent workers in Gibsons and Sechelt. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. I recognize how challenging the task of balancing the needs of our residents with the economic reality that we are in. Citizens deserve properly funded public civic services, and less than 5% is not an option that we see. Times of crisis are not the time to reduce investment in services that will assist residents through and out of crisis. The pandemic has highlighted and intensified the inequities built into our current structures, and I am hopeful that the Council will recognize the very real needs of our neighbours and communities, particularly those who have been disproportionately affected by this year's events. For many of our neighbours, libraries are not just nice to have. They are a vital connection to government assistance, social networks, education, housing, and other fundamental supports. Citizens have a right to access these supports in order to participate fully in society. Workers have a right to be supported, compensated, and equipped adequately while delivering services. My colleagues from 1004 and 15 have referenced collective bargaining, and 391 is also working for a fair deal for our members. Libraries are democratic. Libraries serve the underserved. Libraries foster positive ways of interacting with the world from the time of childhood. Library workers every day provide important services to those most impacted by the widening gaps in today's social fabric. The work we do directly meets Council's priorities of affordability and equity. We continue to do this work while being disproportionately impacted ourselves due to the closures and resulting layoffs. As you've heard, both from our Chief Librarian and Board Chair, over 80% of staff, library staff, were laid off in mid-March. Although the library constitutes only 3% of the city's annual budget from 20 to 20, we bore more than 30% of the city's total layoffs. These layoffs were all unionized staff. The library's recovery has been incredibly slow, And it is important to note that health and safety restrictions were not the only determining factor. The province determined that libraries could be safe to open with protocols in place as early as May. City decisions and directions regarding timing of reopenings were based on finances, and our members have contributed well beyond what could be considered an equitable share to addressing projected budget gaps. A net expense reduction of 13% in the 2020 library budget was due primarily to layoffs. It is reflective of what we see nationally, and with a workforce of over 70% self-identified women, the gender inequities at a municipal level that I've talked about many times in this forum are additionally glaring. The slow reopenings have also meant many of our members have been faced with making difficult decisions, taking retirement earlier than they had planned, picking up work in other library systems or other sectors altogether, balancing family responsibilities against returning to a significantly different schedule than pre-closures. These are decisions that not only affect the individual, but have an impact on the system's operation. While all workers have now technically been recalled from layoff as of end of October, we are a long way from seeing those workers back to the number of hours they normally rely on. Barriers to accessing work are predominantly due to reduced operational hours, as our part-time auxiliary workers generally work evenings and weekends. A system built on 50% part-time and auxiliary workers is inherently problematic and exacerbated by the lean staffing structure that we work under. Our workplaces and workflow have undergone significant changes in response to the pandemic, placing additional strain on the system and on your library workers. Time and energy spent on the important priority of safety for patrons and workers is in addition to service delivery. I talk daily with folks who are truly really struggling to manage their psychological and emotional well-being in the workplace. Library workers have managed to serve the needs of patrons and communities with grace and resiliency, despite being faced with a decade of finding efficiencies. We have fewer staff than 10 years ago, while we have increased floor space and programming. We hear that administration and council appreciate the work, appreciate the creativity, and the ability to pivot displayed by library workers and by other civil servants. We thank you for the expression of appreciation, and it's not enough. There is no room, there's no buffer for library workers to deliver the current level of service without maintaining funding. We were already stretched thin as individuals and as a workforce. We are fatigued, and the system cannot withstand reductions in funding without a direct impact on services and the people that deliver them. I urge the council to take all of these issues under consideration when deliberating the budget here for 2021 and in other discussions regarding how to address the economic challenges ahead. Libraries, library workers, library patrons are illustrative of the broader societal concerns that we have. I'm available for questions and welcome a discussion with any one of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You do have questions from Councillor Boyle. Up to 3 minutes, Councillor Boyle. Go ahead.
Thank you for taking the time to speak to us. I'm wondering if you can, if there's anything else you'd add about the impact of temporary layoffs or the slow return to reopening, particularly on auxiliary and part-time workers in your membership.
Sure, thank you for the question. And Warren referenced, sorry, my colleague, president of QP15 referenced part-time and auxiliary workers as well, and I know they face similar challenges. First, it is a group with the least amount of security in their employment, highest level of risk in terms of exposure to COVID. They tend to be transit users. Many are younger and students. Many have multiple jobs. And currently there's barriers to accessing hours. So normally they work weekends and or evenings, but with the reduced operational hours, those shifts are just not available. Currently, we're at about 65% of operation hours. And looking at the proposed budget for 2021 with the graduated reopenings that's throughout Q1 means it's a time period of probably another number of months before the opportunity of those folks is back to access work hours that they normally rely on.
Thank you for that. I'm also wondering, I've gotten to hear many of the success stories of how library workers are creatively adapting to meet the huge need people and want people still have for accessing library services. I wonder, in my last minute, if you have any of those, any particular success story like that of how your members are helping us get access to these needed services during this hard, strange time.
Thank you for that. What we saw during the closures, there was, as our board chair and chief librarian have spoken to, a shift to digital. We have folks working from home, so members, library work has never traditionally been off-site. So that's a huge pivot in terms of, as many of you know, balancing work and home when you're working from your home alone is a challenge. And then connecting folks with new technologies that they're perhaps not accustomed to using. So I would say that would be significant. And we saw once libraries were able to offer some services, such as takeout, the demand was huge. So takeout service had 97% of available appointments booked once it launched. There's clearly a need that is being filled by the services and by our members.
Thanks so much. That's the 3 minutes. So I have no other questions for you. Just wanted to say thanks so much for participating today. And I'm going to move on to speaker number 8, John Irwin, Park Board Commissioner.
John,
Mr.
are you able
Irwin?
to hear me?
Folks, do we have Mr. Irwin on the line? On WebEx?
Oh, hi. Sorry, I was having trouble, unmuting myself.
That's okay. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Great.
Thanks.
I won't take too much time. Thanks, Mayor, Council, and staff. Thanks for all your hard work putting the budget together. I just wanted to speak in full support of the average 5% increase, and ultimately the 5.9% for those of us who pay property taxes. In full support of that as a citizen. I also wanted to thank the city and council for dipping into reserves to keep the park board going. Want to let you know that we really appreciate that in this very difficult period and year. So basically, I just wanted to highlight the fact that a number of cities have cut even during this crisis period. And remember, America's facing in many ways a deeper, rougher pandemic crisis than we are, and that Seattle cut police funding and by 18%, Portland by 15 million in June, and San Francisco by 120 million in July. And in San Francisco, those funds were redirected to other other issues that the city's dealing with. And I think it's really up to our talented staff, if we start doing a bit of this, at least start out on a venture that we do more of this to lay out how that redirect happens. In some ways, I'd look at it as refunding critical aspects of social infrastructure rather than taking the negative term on it. And also Edmonton apparently cut their police budget by 11 million in July. They made a decision to do that. And I just want to note that, new funds for homelessness are not included in the budget, which, I think, is also unfortunate. I hope we can, I do appreciate the 31 million that the city put in, though I really do want to make that clear. And I also do appreciate the fine work that our sisters and brothers do in the police services, working hard, doing their job, trying to protect us. So basically, during the budget simulation education tool, we got 551 responses, and most of them, wanted to see funding to address equity and critical social issues, and of course climate change, which we also can't turn a blind eye to. And I know you guys are doing a great job by doing the climate action plan and approving that, which I really appreciate. So, basically, my reading of it is in 2020, the police portion was 21%, and in 2021, it's 21% of a lower number. So, basically, it looks like there might have been a reduction of 3 point something million. So at least maybe that's a start. But I just wanted to, say that I think that, once we house people who are homeless, once the hopefully, lower policing costs by not criminalizing small portions of harder drugs, which you guys have wisely, voted to establish, kicks in, we might have less need for policing. Then I just want to quickly speak to some stats. I won't read you the long list off, but I looked at January to September on the VPD, stats that are on your website, the city's website. And they went from about year to date, violent crime 32.7% in January, then it fell down to 3.2% in July, 0.5% in August, and 0.5% in September. Total crime 5.9% in January, minus 3.8% by May, minus 11.6% by July, and minus 15.7% by September. So clearly, the pandemic has had, a cut in overall kind of violent crime happening. Anyway, that's it for me for today, because I do need to return to my lecture, but I wish you all the best in your deliberations.
Thanks so much. You do have a question from Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova, up to 3 minutes.
Oh, thanks so much, Commissioner Irwin. I just wanted to check and see, because you are under public bodies and union representatives, are you here expressing your own views as a park board commissioner, or are you here expressing your views or the views of the park board entirely?
I'm here expressing the gratitude of the whole park board. So it's a hybrid, and then the stuff that I dug up about stats and who cut what, that's my own personal.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's just helpful to know that, because it doesn't say commissioner slash, as a personal view.
Yeah.
But the board has given you permission to come on behalf of them?
No, when I signed up, I said I was happy to get back in the line, and then staff put me here, so I just wanted to make my call and have my input.
Also, just had a quick question on the commissioner side, putting that hat back on. Could you tell me the kids who usually participate in summer camps at Ray Camp Community Center, they often use Strathcona Park, I seem to recall from my days on the park board. Did they have a facility, or do you know where they spent their summers?
My understanding is a bit different than yours. I understood that they use Crab Park more than Strathcona Park, but I do know they use Crab Park. What I don't know is how extensively they used Strathcona Park.
Okay, and the people who do use Strathcona Park that are displaced from that green space that are supposed to be park space, just talking about that specifically, considering my time, does the park board have any plans for recreation and park space for those individuals?
I think we're working in concert with the city to work that out. That's all I'm allowed to say at this point.
Okay, thanks. I won't keep you from your lecture.
Okay, thanks. Take care, you guys. Good luck.
Thanks so much, Council. So that is it for the list of organizational speakers that have registered, and so we are moving to the public. I am going to just give us 5 minutes to stretch, because we've been here since 1 o'clock. So, Council, it is 3:26. So let's come back at 3:31 and begin with the non-organizational speakers. Thanks so much. Councillor Hardwick, and so we've got quorum, and we're going to move to our next speaker. First on the public speakers list, we have Olin Anton from the incoming chair of the VPL Foundation.
Can you hear me? Just checking, please.
I can, yeah. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Okay, well, thank you, Mayor and Council. As you said, I'm Olin Anton. Been a resident of Vancouver since the 1976 when I moved here from Saskatchewan. So I'm here today representing the board of the Vancouver Public Library Foundation. And I'm going to speak to you about the library portion of the budget. So we were created in 1997 to raise funds for the programs, collections, and spaces of the Vancouver Public Library system. We're governed by a self-elected board of directors. As you mentioned, I'm the incoming chair. And we currently employ 4 staff, and they work very closely with VPL employees. With increasing demand, rapidly growing population in Vancouver, the foundation was created to help the library maintain and enhance its facilities, as municipal dollars alone were not expected to be enough to meet the needs of the community. Since then, we've raised over $13 million, which, albeit complemented significantly by funds from the City of Vancouver, provided for the revitalization of the Central Library, bringing the vision of a public rooftop garden to fruition and expanding the library to levels 8 and 9. And hopefully you've had a chance to visit there. We're looking forward, as Christina mentioned, to the 2021 completion of an early literacy space for young children at the Renfrew branch, and the foundation has funded this. Investments take vision and commitment to create social infrastructure that provides equity and brings all community members together. When the library branches closed in March, as you know, thousands of Vancouverites were unable to visit their local branches. VPL rose to the challenge and expanded its digital library, adding countless online courses, ebooks, audiobooks, newspapers, magazines, television shows, and movies from around the world. They also supported young children and their families with virtual story times. They provided children and teens with access to their own digital library with books, songs, videos, and educational games to support learning while schools were closed. The foundation board was very impressed with the updates we got from Christina, and we learned that the digital library borrowing during this time grew nearly 50% each month, and over 5,000 people signed up online for a library card in order to access those digital resources. Recognizing this demand spike and the strain on the electronic resources within the library, the foundation worked heavily with library staff. We launched a campaign with some of our most loyal donors, and we raised over $80,000 to enhance the digital collections. Times of economic hardship are times when a community needs the support of libraries more than ever. As Vancouver deals with the impact of this pandemic, providing library services, technology, and spaces is even more important. The VPL Foundation is committed to enabling the library to build on its municipal funding to achieve even more, as we have in the past. We believe this is the time to invest in our community so that people who are struggling have the support that they need to recover together. It's not the time to reduce the library's budget and force any of Vancouver's neighborhoods to face the closure of a library location. These are the times they are needed most. One of the most frequent objections that we hear in our campaigns to raise donations is that the individual believes the library should be funded through the city, largely by property taxes and not donations. Any reduction in library funding will only make this objection stronger. If the city continues to show leadership in funding core library operations to the benefit of all Vancouver citizens, then we, as foundation directors, will be able to do our part as well. Strong public institutions depend on stable operating funding so that they can innovate and in turn attract philanthropic investment. On behalf of the board of the foundation, I ask that council approve the library's annual operating budget as presented so that they can continue to invest in the services that bring equity and opportunity to all the people of Vancouver. Thank you.
Thanks so much. You do have a question, Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Anton. Thanks for being here, and thanks for your contribution and work with the foundation, which I'm familiar with from my time on the library board. I had a question for you, and it was related to the discussion that was had earlier. There are quite a few questions around the initiative for the fine-free program. And I know that you've referenced in the past that the foundation has supported levels 8 and 9 and a new literary space coming in, potentially some more capital projects. But you did mention that you supported sort of expanding the digital collection. Is that something that the foundation has had conversations about being able to support a fine-free program or a welcome back day, or not?
Yes, I can confirm that our staff and VPL staff have had discussions about this. We have known that this was an initiative for a period of time. We do a lot of discussions with other foundations across the country, and we are aware that other cities have used the elimination of fines as a fundraising vehicle. So there is some discussion that's happened, but there's nothing by any means that has been finalized at this stage.
Okay, so there's no current fundraising initiative or possible option
No.
to help kick that program off at this point?
I think right now, yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. Just looking for all avenues available, especially with when you referenced you're able to pivot to support the digital collection. So thank you, and thanks for being here.
Thanks so much. That's it for questions. Thanks very much for participating. I'm going to move on to speaker number 2, who is Darius Mays.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors and city staff. My name is Darius Mays. I'm representing the Friends of the Vancouver Public Library as its co-chair of its board. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Friends, we're community passionate library lovers from all walks of life who believe strongly in the difference that VPL makes to Vancouver. For over 26 years, we've volunteered, fundraised, and advocated in support of the library. And we also have the privilege and honor of operating Bookmark, the library store on the main level of the central branch of the Vancouver Public Library. You may have seen many of our book sales that we hold each year in the atrium. And these, combined with our sales at Bookmark, allow us to raise funds for programs at VPL like the Writer in Residence. That particular program is a 3-month residency that promotes Canadian writing and literature. And in addition to allowing a writer to work on a project of their own, the writer also mentors emerging writers and provides public programs. And we're very proud of the fact that through these fundraising initiatives, we've raised over $1 million over the last 26 years to support the library. In raising those funds, it allows, as many speakers have said before, to support the library in stretching the tax dollars, the municipal funding it receives allows it to go further. And these programs, ultimately, we support them because they promote creativity and diverse voices and help make branches more welcoming and accessible for everyone in Vancouver. It's for those reasons that it's important that the library receives stable municipal funding so that staff are able to focus on supporting community members and helping everyone recover from the impacts of COVID-19. Ultimately, that's why I'm speaking today in favor of the fine-free borrowing initiative that the VPL is proposing as part of its budget. We want to work towards increasing equitable access to library programs for all of our members. We have well over 400 members as part of our organization and community that actively volunteer and support the library. We understand that inequity that fines create, and that this can create, that they can create negative experiences for both community and discourage people and families from using the library. When VPL shared this initiative with us, I honestly found it shocking just how many people in sharing this news who had their own personal stories of not using the library because of a fine and why they didn't feel like they could participate. So again, we feel very strongly that we should advocate and support and that the city support the budget they propose. And again, as many speakers have said before, historically library use increases during periods of economic downturn as more people face financial challenges and look for ways to save money. And so access to libraries never been more important. Additionally, this is an opportunity to take some further leadership along with other municipalities like Burnaby, Richmond, and Squamish, as well as other provinces, including Edmonton, Ottawa, and Halifax, which are implementing similar policies. Again, we ask Council to maintain the Vancouver Public Library's budget and to invest in fine-free library borrowing so that everyone in Vancouver can benefit from the resource we share as a community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for participating today. And I'm just checking here for speaker. Don't have any questions, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker and just thank you for participating. We have Mabrat Bayan, who's next, speaker number 3.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me clearly?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. So thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak to you and to staff for putting so much work into the budget, and to the clerks for keeping us all in check as well. My name is Mabrat Bayana, and I'm the Executive Director of WISH Drop-In Center Society. I'm calling in from the unceded lands of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, where I both work and live. And I'm calling in support of the proposed drop-in for sex workers along Kingsway, which falls under the equity-related initiatives. So what I want to do in my 5 minutes is just give you some context and information about why a space like this is needed and why it's been needed for such a long time. It's informed by our experiences, the experiences and observations of sex workers that we support, but also as a service provider that's serving this population 365 nights a year. We've also done qualitative and quantitative research last year along with Rain City, and then most recently through an evaluation of the city-funded washroom trailers just a few months ago, one of which was placed in the Kingsway area. So working along Kingsway has inherently been more dangerous for a very long time. There's physical isolation where there's very few businesses that are open, very few people that are around, just general and sex workers as well, and very few support services that are available or open at night along Kingsway. There's structural isolation, very few well-lit areas or covered areas or places for rest or refuge or even bathrooms or transportation. And mind you, all of these things have been made worse because of COVID when fewer places are even open. And then there's service isolation. So the WISH map van, for example, is there, but we're not there all night long. It's part of the route of the overall map van. So it means that there's no medical services, legal services, housing outreach, and lots of gaps in terms of harm reduction supplies as well. Communication is a big problem. There's no pay phones, very few open or businesses that are willing to let sex workers in the middle of the night, even of those that are open. And then just community isolation. There's a lower volume of workers along Kingsway, and so little opportunity to communicate or spot each other or keep each other safe or provide support. There's also a much higher likelihood and risk of overdoses in that area. There's just very few people around. There's also higher rates of stigma against drug users in neighborhoods like that. So more likelihood of hiding drug use, which then it puts people completely at harm of using alone and not being found. Also lack of access to harm reduction supplies. And slower emergency response time, both from just slower emergency response, but also from people struggling to access a phone in which to call emergency response. There's a lot of direct violence, and our bad date reports definitely signal that and definitely show that. The workers are outside for much longer hours with very few things around or very few people around, which is as well. And the result of being outside for such a long period of time before being able to work also means just being exposed to the elements at higher rates and for longer duration. So we also see lots of increased sickness, flus, pneumonia, and of course now COVID as a result of just being so much sicker. Workers who can't access bathrooms for hours and hours at a time, and with COVID that's become even worse. And then less access to harm reduction supplies. So all of the increased vulnerability that's related to that, of course. Workers also express that there's a quote-unquote trade-off between safety and dignity, in that they feel safer working in the downtown east side because of access to resources, supports, and community, but they feel more dignity working along Kingsway because there's better clientele or the potential to pay higher prices. But then it also comes with possible increased violence and all of the risks that I described. So what we've heard for years and years is a consistent desire for a drop-in center along that Kingsway area corridor, which is such a huge sort of no man's land. And all of the types of things that we've heard include some kind of peer witnessing, safe injection, places to access resources, food, drinks, clothing, harm reduction supplies, health and wellness supplies, outreach workers, places to access supports and referrals, and that's everything from bad date reports to housing to counseling to mental health supports following bad date reports and the ongoing trauma that this population faces, ID replacement, all of those things. Access to medical services, whether that might be street nurses or
just at the 5.
Might be. Thank you. Yeah, so the need for that has been one for years. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. We do have a question from Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming and speaking about that site. That sounds like a really good idea. Is there a lot of violence against sex workers along that strip, Kingsway?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Swanson. There is quite a bit. So with that isolation and that where the spaces can be the streets can be very quiet, what we see is there may be a lot of police presence. There may be also women and other genders working for hours and hours and hours before they have a date, which means they're also vulnerable to really predatory behavior. Johns who are taking advantage of that desperation, all made worse by COVID as well, I should mention. And so we tend to see workers who can't keep themselves safe from that kind of predatory behavior, who might be picked up in that location and then dropped off miles from where they were originally working and no place to get back. And we see quite heightened violence, and the kinds of bad date reports that come are pretty horrific.
Is it common for the sex workers who experience violence to report that to the police?
No. We still have pretty consistently 8 out of 10 of the reports that we collect. Sex workers have specifically said that they do not want to report to police. So we continue to have pretty severe underreporting and invisibility of the violence. So when they're reporting to us, it is for the purpose of warning other sex workers of predatory behavior, which is clearly critical. But police is not a chosen option for most of the sex workers that we hear from.
Do you have any idea why that is?
The relationship with law enforcement is poor and has gotten poorer as well. There's a lot of concern around the trade being, of course, criminalized, and that in the middle of the night, not really knowing whether that wellness check or street check is going to turn poor. There's been a lot of sex workers that have had previous experiences of either not being believed or the situation getting far worse for them by reporting. So it's everything from the fear of being outed to the fear of being seen talking to a police officer and therefore being labeled as a rat, and then therefore enduring even more violence and vulnerability as a result, and then just the ongoing distrust, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks. Councillor Fry, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Ms. Ban. So I just want to riff a little bit on Councillor Swanson's questions about policing and the relationship with sex workers. And given that we're going to have a lot of folks talking about removing police funding, reallocating police funding, increasing police funding, where do you see the roadmap for improving the relationship with sex workers and policing, and how do we do you have any suggestions, any thoughts around what could be improved?
So taking the cues from sex workers themselves, what they talk about is they talk about a heightened harassment from police, and that the heightened police presence on various strolls and in neighborhoods actually makes them more unsafe. And that the type of safety they're looking for isn't necessarily from a police officer. It is first and foremost being able to work safely. And that includes being able to have enough time to vet a potential date without police being close by, which makes the date nervous and it makes the worker nervous, and it completely makes it impossible to vet, and also to even just, this doesn't feel safe and I'm going to turn this down. What they are asking for instead is access to outreach workers, access to safe spaces, access to support from other sex workers and other sex work support networks, and the resources to be able to work safely. And for those who are looking to reduce their reliance on street-based sex work, which is the most dangerous form, we're looking for all the support around housing, dealing with substance misuse, and dealing with poverty. So it's going to be more around community-based responses and community-based resources that really are, in this case, sex worker informed and sex worker safe.
So what you're saying is a significant amount of investment and new direction we'd need to take. And in particular, I'm hearing moving away from the idea of strolls altogether.
Well, I think where folks are working, as long as it's, you know, between consenting adults and there is opportunity to stay safe and for someone to know where she is or where they are, is really important. So, you know, strolls may need to stay. There's a lot of workers who would like to work indoors but don't have that option. So there is a huge component here as well about decriminalizing the trade at a federal level. That's an important part of this conversation as well, even though it's a different jurisdiction.
Thanks
but
so much.
a movement around decriminalizing is important. Thank you, Councillor Fry.
Councillor Carr, up to 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much for also taking the time to speak with us. I hear what you said in answer to Councillor Fry about the VPD. My question is that are there other sort of more community-based organizations that are helpful? I believe, at least I'd been led to believe that the Hastings Sunrise BIA and the Hastings Community Policing Center have been not just sympathetic, but supportive and helpful. But maybe you could comment on that.
In terms of the BIA?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I would say that the Hastings Business Improvement Association have been very supportive and also understanding of what the challenges are for sex workers and doing their best to be neighbors in all of that. And in terms of were you also asking about the community policing center there?
That's right, like near there. That's right, very close.
Yeah, so
proximity.
A lot of that work we do through living in community and have a close relationship there. I think the value there could be around just additional liaising around police relations, but it's not I wouldn't say that it's a significant component that affects the day-to-day lives of sex workers, like in terms of improving the day-to-day lives of sex workers along Kingsway. I think it would be more along the long game of addressing the relationships with police and community policing, and in terms of what we mean by safe communities and who we're including in conversations about safe communities. And I certainly wouldn't want to be sort of pitting businesses against sex workers, but rather that this is all part of a community all struggling to address community safety together. So Great. I think it's more along the long game there.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that's it. Thank you. And that's it for questions for you. Thanks very much. We're just going to move on to the next speaker, speaker number 4, Charles Gauthier.
Vancouver Business Improvement Association, the president and CEO. And we represent, our BI represents 90 blocks of the downtown peninsula, mostly the central business district and downtown south, 8,000 businesses. 49% of those businesses have fewer than 5 employees, and 41% have between 50 and 50 employees. So very entrepreneurial community that we have, and very small business orientated as well. Last week, we had a number of councillors that joined us on a Zoom call where we were sharing some of the changes that have happened in downtown Vancouver since the beginning of COVID. And just not to get into the details of the numbers, but we've seen an increase in litter, graffiti, and discarded needles, an increase in street disorder and certain types of crimes such as commercial break-and enters and violent interactions. We've also seen, unfortunately, an increase in people who are homeless, and we've seen an increase in encampments. At the same time, we've seen a decrease in downtown employment population as a result of people working from home. So we're probably averaging about 20% of employees in the workplace versus what we saw, obviously, before COVID. You also know no conventions, no meetings, no festivals. Tourism has been hit very hard. And, just the cascading of impacts to our restaurants and our retail sector. And last week when I shared with those councillors that were on the call with us, we've had 59 street-level businesses that have permanently closed. And unfortunately, I think that's just the tip of the iceberg. And I think there's unfortunately more bad news that's going to be on the horizon in the new year. Now, as it relates to the draft 2021 budget, the DVBI considers the following as priorities and really key to the recovery from COVID-19. So public safety is for us priority number one, and we did send a letter to council on November 16th, and I'm just going to read a couple of paragraphs here. Community safety for our members is regularly brought up as a primary area of concern in the downtown core. Our members regularly face issues such as blatant theft, aggression, vandalism, threats, and the overall sense of feeling unsafe. Police presence and visibility, as well as community policing program, are crucial in helping to curb these issues and provide an overall sense of safety to not only the DVBIA members, but to everyone who lives, works, and visits here. And I'll just stop there and share with you, we've had a couple of anecdotal stories shared with us from employers with employees that are working in the retail sector that are actually turning down shifts to work late at night in the stores because they just don't feel safe going home. The DVBI is extremely concerned that if the VPD is not adequately resourced, there will be a negative impact on the already prevalent issues that are occurring. The DVBI works closely with VPD to ensure that areas of concern voiced by our members are being addressed, and there's lots of different programs that we work in partnership with VPD that I believe really make a big difference. Our second priority is sanitation, micro-cleaning, litter pickup, street flushing, graffiti removal, more public washrooms, and all these issues have worsened over the course of the last 8 months. Certainly the next priority, third priority, is public life. All the things that the city's been doing over the course of the last 8 months, the pop-up plazas, the temporary patios, piloting alcohol consumption in public spaces, and we're going to need to do more of that in 2021. Fourth priority, reducing homelessness and overdose deaths. As I mentioned, we've seen a huge increase in the number of people that are sleeping rough and unfortunately also dying on our streets, and we need to do more. Fifth, increasing the supply of rental housing in close proximity to BC's largest employment center, which is downtown, so that people can walk, cycle, or take transit to work. So this speaks to a lot of the work that you've been doing, and more needs to be done in the upcoming year. And last but not least, and we've talked about this a lot before COVID-19, but it's actually, I think, extremely important to move forward, but it's streamlining and fast-tracking permits and licenses. A lot of progress has been done over the course of the last 8 months, and kudos to all the city staff that have actually digitized a lot of the work. But this is really important moving forward. We can't go back. And as you know, it generates revenue for the city. So that's why for us, and I think for you, it should be a priority. And I think with that, I'm almost out of time. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address council, and I wish you all the best in your deliberations.
Thank you so much. You do have a couple of questions, Councillor Fry, up to 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Gauthier. I noticed a news release from you guys today about crisis intervention and de-escalation program that the BIA was introducing. I tried to bring out a similar motion earlier in the year, but it was referred into oblivion. I'm curious, though, what is the role? Because obviously, this sort of proactive approach would theoretically mitigate the calls for service from policing. How is your program framing, and what's the impetus behind it, your de-escalation crisis intervention program?
Well, again, it's to provide what I would call minimal training to frontline staff, primarily in in the retail sector because it's obviously become quite prevalent. It was happening before COVID, but it certainly has magnified, has increased during COVID. And yes, ideally, it would result in less calls to the police, but not necessarily. But we need to try something to be able to equip people that are on the front line to deal with those kinds of situations. And certainly, we feel that kind of a mental health approach to doing it, might be just providing another piece of equipment, if you want to call it, another tool that our retail community can have at their disposal.
And so funding and operations wise, who are you getting support from? Are you getting support from VPD on this?
I'm gonna, I don't have the answer to that. My community safety manager has been working on putting this together. Again, I would say this is just basic training, not anything in depth, but just to give them kind of the top of the waves in terms of how they might be able to deal with a situation in their retail outlet and how to de-escalate it.
Okay. Nope, helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Gauthier, for being here. And also thank you for sharing the stats. I think that's really helpful for people to hear the impact of what's really happening in the city. I know you had other stats too on the amount of how much pedestrian traffic was down also, didn't you? Quite significantly.
Yes. Yeah, the numbers are pretty grim. And, in my tenure here at the organization, I really can't point to, any comparables. I mean, this is, as we all, and overuse the word, unprecedented. And, it is going to be a long return back to, what downtown was like before. And who knows if it will actually look like it did before.
Okay, let me jump in with my main question that I want to ask you, and which is sort of a key part of the budget. And just in terms of focus of, I'm going to ask the question in the context of what your members are going through right now and sort of the pandemic and economic recovery. And I'm wondering if you can characterize for us what the reaction and conversations have been to council's decision to move forward with mobility pricing. And I know that there's discussions that it's sort of being studied, but there is $1.5 million in this budget towards it. And I know that there's been a lot of this sort of reaction. I've heard it from some of your members and like to hear it directly from you. When there's language on the city website that says, for example, starting with a Vancouver core is a successful strategy, sort of despite sort of council's suggestion to look at studying for a regional approach. But can you characterize the response of your members for moving forward with this at this time?
They're not happy, and certainly they don't see that as a priority. And it's not to suggest that climate emergency isn't a priority, but in light of what I shared with you and sort of what we're facing in terms of the public safety issues and the sanitation issues, there's a sense that the money could be better spent and reallocated to dealing with those particular issues. I don't know how to frame it, other than can there be a different pace of rolling out that work so that there is an opportunity maybe to see if it can be done on a regional and coordinated basis, like focus on that first, rather than allocating $1.5 million to staff up and to get consultants to do the work. So if we were able to vote on that aspect of it, if we had a say, we would prefer to have that money go elsewhere and go in those areas that I've identified in my presentation.
And you were supportive of looking at not that you were sort of anti-mobility pricing, but you were supportive, just to be clear for the record, of a regional approach, correct?
Yes, a regional coordinated approach, one that would actually, really make a difference.
Well, I have a few seconds, and that is, we're being asked to look at $1.6 million for street sanitation as an additional incremental expense to this budget, but including $1.5 million for transportation pricing. You think that's the right approach?
If you're asking me if there should be more money into sanitation, yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, it just happens to be the same amount. So, okay, thank you.
Mayor Stewart, are you on the line?
Sorry, I had my mute on. Speaker number 5, Muriel Protzer.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Muriel Prosser, and I am a Senior Policy Analyst with the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. And I'm here today to speak on behalf of over 700 small business owners in Vancouver who are members of our organization. And today I am here to speak in opposition to the 5% tax increase as proposed in the city's 2021 budget. CFIB is concerned that high annual property tax increases are becoming the new normal at a time when residents and businesses simply cannot afford the additional cost burden. For years, the annual property tax increase hovered around 2%. Then in 2017, annual increases started growing substantially with a peak of 7% last year. While I acknowledge that Council voted in favor of keeping the increase below 5% this year, it is extremely disheartening to see that cap maxed out for budget 2021. We cannot let these high annual increases become the new normal. This has been an incredibly difficult year for everyone, and small business owners are still in a very fragile state. Only a third of BC business owners are making normal revenues for this time of year. And with the threat of further shutdowns, as we have seen happening across our country, many are very concerned about the livelihood of their businesses. It is not uncommon to hear of business owners who have used their retirement savings, personal savings, and maxed out their credit cards to stay afloat this year. They have not simply resorted to price increases as they know their customers cannot afford that either. That mentality of knowing a customer's ability to pay is the same mentality the City of Vancouver should also follow. Small business owners cannot bear the additional 5% tax increase. CFIB survey data from November shows that 11% of small business owners in BC are actually doing worse than at the beginning of the pandemic, and another 29% say it has not gotten any better for them. Additional survey data shows that if things don't improve soon, many businesses will not be able to pay everyday expenses like wages, payroll, and bills. Specifically, 46% say they will run out of cash within the next 6 months. They are already struggling to pay bills, and if their property tax bill is even higher next year, it will put many in a very dire situation. With the number of businesses already at risk of closure, this could push many into making the decision to close permanently. CFIB is urging Mayor and Council to keep the tax increase for 2021 to no more than 3%. Finding ways to cut costs is a must right now. And while CFIB also commends the city on the hiring freezes and postponing of several projects that was decided, it is simply not enough at this time. New spending initiatives, hiring plans, and other costs should be carefully reviewed to identify what can be cut back on or delayed. In addition, we'd like to emphasize that sweeping cuts to essential public services such as public safety is not the only solution to cut costs, nor should it be. Other areas must be examined. In summary, just to go over what I've said here, the core things that CFIB is asking of Mayor and Council today is to not allow the 2021 budget to drive up taxes more than 3%. We cannot let anything higher than that become the new normal or standard. We also ask that city staff help to prepare different approaches to achieve the 3% scenario. There should be multiple ways of achieving this, not just one that relies on cutting key services. And we also urge Mayor and Council to explore other revenue sources than just property taxation. Property taxes could account for 59% of municipal revenues this year, which is up from 55% in this year. The city is relying increasingly more on property taxes every year, and diversifying revenues is something that should be investigated. And with that, I thank Mayor and Council for your time and consideration this afternoon. That is all from CFIB, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much. You have a question from Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Kirby-Yung, go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Prosser, for being here. I appreciate all the work you do to champion and profile small business. My question is really picking up on sort of where you left off, and that was around what you think we can expect in terms of closure of some of those small businesses. I know you said that 46% will run out of cash, but do you have a sense realistically, whether it's statistically or anecdotally, some of the stories you're having of how many businesses we're going to lose and what kind? Are we talking about restaurants, small mom and pops? Like who is it, and what do you see coming?
Definitely. So retail businesses are certainly at risk right now. Hospitality in general, hotels. Those are the members that we're hearing from the most that are really concerned about their finances. I would be happy to send detailed breakouts of our data. We are able to do sector-specific breakouts, and I would be happy to share that with Council so you can see numerically exactly which sectors are struggling the most and most at risk of closure.
Okay, but do you think that your prediction that in the sort of within a 6-month period, we're going to start to see businesses literally closing their doors? Like, I'm just trying to get a
situation,
picture of what 2021 looks like, right?
Of course, there's the sentiment from that we're hearing from members is really that a lot of them aren't sure they're going to make it to 2021 if things don't improve for them, especially with this holiday season. If we do see additional extensions from the provincial health order of closures, or even further more restrictive closures happening in British Columbia, I think it's going to be really, really difficult for small businesses to even think about breaking even in the new year. So with that being said, in the context of budget 2021, that is a big fear for CFIB that additional bills, increasing bills, will be the final thing to push businesses over the edge.
And who else does that impact? Can you speak a bit to that? I'm thinking in terms of employees, and how large an employer the small businesses are. What's the ripple effect?
Thank you for bringing that up, because that is exactly the point here, is that when we're talking about businesses, it shouldn't be so nebulous as to think of it in its pure economic term. We're talking about actual people and families and employees behind these businesses. And small businesses employ the majority of the private sector in British Columbia. And when we lose these businesses, we're not just losing that unique part of what makes our community so special. We're also losing a lot of jobs behind that. And we've seen how much federal support and provincial support is being put into helping those people, but that isn't sustainable. And that is a big fear going forward.
Okay, I appreciate that. And do you have any sense of what's happening in other municipalities in their tax discussions right now in terms of their tax thresholds?
Just 10 seconds.
Yeah, we're still, CFIB is still waiting to see what other Metro Vancouver municipalities are looking at, but comparable ones across the province, we are seeing also high proposals for tax increases.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed in the budget, but our business tax rate's actually less than 5% because we've done a tax shift. But that is something that has been contemplated. So do you support that we continue to go forward with the tax shift this year, reducing the taxation for business community?
Absolutely. CFIB has been in support 100% of shifting some of that tax burden away from business owners and onto residents. I've seen the 0.5% shift that's happening this year, and a continuation of that would absolutely be applauded from CFIB.
Okay. One of the other big points is that the school tax was reduced by 50% for business owners, business property owners in the City of Vancouver. Is CFIB going to help advocate to the provincial government to see if that can continue for next year, recognizing that's out of the City of Vancouver's options? However, it's critical to the small businesses in Vancouver.
Yes, CFIB has actually already sent correspondence to the BC government on doing that for 2021, as well, that 25% cut in the school tax. That being said, when surveying our members, not that many actually saw a decrease in their overall tax bill. While it has clearly benefited certain businesses, I wouldn't say that every business actually saw that tax relief on the ground.
Okay, and in this budget, we had a lot of presentations from different departments, and the first time we've seen a lot of small business economic recovery elements in this budget. So do you think it's more crucial that we keep to 3%, or do you think that these critical investments by the city in supporting our small businesses in economic recovery is critical to the sustainability of this sector in Vancouver?
You raise a really good point. It is a balance here. Evidently, a lot of the support programs from the City of Vancouver have been extremely helpful for small businesses. I echo the pop-up patios, for example, and streamlining permitting processes. And I, again, would echo the previous speaker's notes on that. Advancing the process of permit applications being approved is absolutely necessary. That being said, the position that small businesses are in right now are that if they can't afford to pay the bills at the end of the day, they can't keep their doors open. So I would say that is the leading priority.
Yeah, and if you could send that information to all of council, that'd be very helpful. Thank you very much for speaking today.
Thank you.
Happy to. Thank you, everyone, for your questions.
Thanks, and that's it for questions for you. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to Scott Shepper.
Yes.
Hi, you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. It's Scott and last name Shepherd, S-H-E-P-H-E-R-D.
Okay.
And thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you about this. I usually don't talk much about anything with our council, and I'm always proud of all the work that's done on behalf of our local politicians. It's a thankless job many times. But I'm a pensioner, and I thought I needed to speak, and I hope you'll listen to me. Generally, if you go back, the level of government called the municipality is responsible under our Constitution for areas such as libraries, parks, community water systems, local police, roadways, and parking. They receive this authority directly from the province. Environment is not a provincial or federal. Environment is a provincial and federal responsibility, not municipal, unless it's under the Building Act or building codes. To have a municipality act on its own environmental emergency is, from my view, as a pensioner, akin to the tail trying to wag the dog, so to speak. The harder we work, the less other people do outside us, and even in the greater Vancouver area, we sit here and pay the costs. Frankly, I don't understand where the constitutional right to be effective in this area and make fundamental change in this area effectively comes from. I'm retired and have watched the decline of focus of what the primary job of our municipality is under our Constitution. While I understand many of these reasons, I simply want to remind all the council that the actions of the city are many times, for whatever reason, outside the fundamental powers as delegated by our Constitution as it was originally contemplated. While the Vancouver Charter gives the council much more freedom to act, it must always measure these actions vis-a-vis our Constitution and its primary responsibility for local services and the taxpayer and the citizen. The reason I say this is it's in my view, I believe, and the view of many others in the city, that the council, our council, may no longer be focused on the views and needs of the taxpayer. In the midst of unprecedented world pandemic that has wrought havoc on many Vancouverites, including myself and my family, this council appears to be considering unprecedented increases to be paid by property holders who are frankly the victims of this potential decision. I say victims because as a pensioner, I have no alternative income. I have only less income as a result of everything that's going on in the world. And yet we feel we need to declare an environmental emergency and layer on yet again more costs. I can tell you, as a person that's lived here for 45 years, I have never before been more concerned about the future of this great city. I feel it shows a fundamental disconnect between the harsh reality of economics as well as the well-meaning and perhaps mistimed concepts of ecology and coordination with the federal and provincial government. If we don't coordinate this, we might as well, as I say, be the tail wagging the dog. I can tell you what I think essential services are for me and my family. Much of it has been delegated to the regional government in terms of water, sewage treatment, and much of the main roads as part of our transit agreements with the transit authorities. In spite of this, however, there's some view that the taxpayers are an unlimited source of funds. Well, we can't pay. And while you can say, well, you own property, so you must pay, I believe that's exactly the wrong view. We're the source of the future and the financing of the community. We as the citizens need to be strong, and we need to support things like our police force and ensure that the municipality is not undermining or diminishing it. We've asked them to act compassionately, we as citizens of this city, and be social workers, bylaw enforcers, and law enforcement all at the same time. Not an easy job. I ask that you look at the fundamental obligations that we have as citizens and as a council under the Constitution and support these people who are doing a wonderful job, really, for all of us. Give them more support, not less. Help them initiate more programs, not less. This lack of support and funding is directly opposite to what the average Vancouver needs and wishes to see. With crime rising in neighborhoods everywhere due to the number of factors, including the policies of our own council, and I say our council.
Thanks. We're at 5 minutes.
We're at 5 minutes? Okay. Can I sum it up with one statement?
Well, how about this? You do have questions from Councillor Hardwick and Councillor Dejanova. So I'm just going to turn it over to them. Councillor Hardwick, up to 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for speaking with us today. What would you say to this? There's nothing in the Vancouver Charter which defines any particular regulatory action or municipal services as core or essential. Is it your understanding that the Vancouver Charter does say what is core and essential or not?
I'm simply saying that if you go to the Parliament of Canada and you to the website, I invite you all to do it, and wind your way through what it says regarding municipality. See, provincial delegation comes from the federal, and the municipal comes from the provincial. All I'm saying to you is that there should be, if there's not core, I mean, to say, well, it's not there, so we shouldn't do it, I think is a fundamental breach of all I can say is I invite everyone, that if they haven't looked, to go to the Parliament of Canada and read what the municipal powers are and what they're supposed to be doing. It's very clear.
That's why I'm asking the question, because I don't think it's clear, and it is the Vancouver Charter that ultimately directs the city to what it does consider core services. So I was just trying to get an understanding from you whether what you believed were core services. You believe that it exists, that there are core services that are the responsibility of local government.
What I read to you is right off the Parliament of Canada's website of specifically police services.
Okay. Well,
Would you like me to read it? Would you like me to read it to you again?
Well, I was trying to get you to focus on the Vancouver Charter because that's what our governing document is, but okay.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I believe the Charter, there's certain things in the Charter that are taken for granted. I'm not an expert on the Charter. I do know that the Charter gives the city much more broad abilities to act without going back to the province, which is great. It's one of the few cities that has it in British Columbia, if not the only one. And it's what has made this a great city. But as I say, if you look at our constitutional site and the Parliament for Canada, it says municipal governments are responsible for the areas such as libraries, parks, community water systems, local police, roadways, and parking. They receive these authorities through the areas from the provincial governments, and that's right from our federal government website.
Thanks so much. That's the 3 minutes. You have questions from Councillor Dejanova. Go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much. And just picking up where Councillor Hardwick left off, and actually gave me opportunity to pull up a piece of the charter that I'd had in an earlier motion that I brought forward, and it says, public safety is a core service, and the Vancouver Charter states in section 481, it is the duty of the city to bear the expense necessary to A, generally maintain law and order in the city, and then it goes on to prescribe that the city also must have a jail facility. Do you feel that these type of statements should be guiding the budget and the way council views our budget, especially in times of pandemic?
I think, thank you very much, Councillor. I think that when you look at the fundamental statements from our Constitution, you bear it down into the Charter, it's very clear. And these are not these are not programs. These are core requirements under the Charter. And I think if you were to mess with them, I think all of you as elected officials are doing a disservice to the delegated authority that you've received.
Okay. And I don't have very much time left, but when we're talking about cutting services, I see something here that could be affected in the budget, and that is the council voted unanimously to support veterans parking in 2019 when I brought forward a motion. The staff recommendations were amended to in fact do the opposite, to allow veterans parking, but veterans parking here is still in our budget as a maybe. And depending on how that goes, do you feel that that's an added extra that the city couldn't provide? If I may
From a
ask, and you don't have to answer my question.
well, from a personal point of view, I simply think it's quite disgraceful to not allow that. It's nickels and dimes, and most of the veterans live outside the city, and if they're coming in for an hour and a half or whatever. They're not taking advantage of it. And anybody that says anything else, they need to back it up with statistics. But I know where most of the veterans live. I have a lot of friends that are veterans. And frankly, I was really proud of every single one of you when you supported that. And Colonel Stacey's comments back to you. I mean, enough's enough. We have to be compassionate to our veterans. We're compassionate to everyone else.
Thanks so much. That's 3 minutes.
That's my time. Thank you, Mr.
And that's it. That's it for you for questions, Mr. Shepherd. And I'm moving on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Council, thank you very much.
Thank you. Joey Doyle is next, speaker number 7.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
I can. Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Council, and thank you, Mayor. There's only one of you. I am speaking today specifically with respect to the Vancouver Police Department budget and in opposition to it. And in saying opposition to that aspect of the city's budget, I do want to couple that demand with a demand to fund our communities. And so it's not just about defunding the police and moving funds from the police, but about funding communities. And this is work that the council earlier this year has signaled that they want to engage in, and it's work that I'm sure you'll hear from many of the other speakers today who is necessary work. And just a couple things. I do want to acknowledge that we are on the unceded territory of the Coast Salish people. And this is particularly important in this context when discussing the police and the police funding, because this land is unceded and Vancouver is allowed to exist because of the history of the use of state violence, police forces, the RCMP and others, to enforce territorial jurisdiction over this land and to dispossess and displace Indigenous peoples. And this dispossession and displacement is something that continues to this day in the form of disproportionate involvement by Indigenous peoples in our criminal systems, disproportionate police violence and discrimination against Indigenous peoples, which was recently the subject of a human rights decision. And so I think it's really important to keep that history and context in mind. And similarly, it's also important that your focus, in my view, in addressing issues of policing should be with the lived experiences of those who deal with policing on a daily basis, and recognizing that I am quite privileged and don't have negative experience with police, and those lived experiences should be centered. And for me, what this question about defunding the police is about redefining how we approach public safety and what public safety means. So one of the councillors in the last, when the last gentleman was speaking, talked about that provision in the Vancouver Charter that council has a responsibility to uphold public safety. And similarly, when the Vancouver Police Department talk about this survey that they've commissioned where 78 or some odd people are concerned about crime. These are real issues and real fears, but policing doesn't and shouldn't be the way to respond to them. And fundamentally, police do not prevent crime, communities do. And you can see evidence of this from the fact that despite constant increases to police budgets, there's not significant declines in criminal behavior or crime rates. And of course, there's a lot of other factors at play there, but fundamentally, that the people who are best placed to respond to behavior that is concerning for public safety or for public health are the communities, the people who are engaged with on the ground, dealing with the lived experiences and everyday lives of people who otherwise would be policed. And some of the other speakers today have already mentioned things like funding housing instead of police, funding things like safe injection sites or safe supply, obviously in conjunction with the provincial government, and funding community-based harm reduction and safety. And so whenever we think about defunding the police, the alternative needs to be made aware and apparent. And the alternative is to fund those community initiatives that are best placed to respond to crises and to issues that exist in the community and that police are otherwise responding to. Things like drug use, things like homelessness, and behavior that is associated with those types of individuals. And what I think you will see if the investment is made in community programs and in community-based harm reduction and safety initiatives is actually a more coherent community. That was my 5.
Yep, you're just at 5 now, so thanks very much. And you do have a question from Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Kirby-Yung, please go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Dahl. Thanks for speaking to Council. I just have one question. I just want to be clear. Can you be explicit in terms of what your ask is of Council today? And do you have a specific amount that you are requesting the police budget be reduced by?
My ask is 50%, and that's as much of a rhetorical ask as it is a practical one. I recognize that there's a lot of work that would need to go into proposing an alternative budget, and that's not going to happen, frankly, at this stage. So I think 50% is the ideal in the long term or the medium term, and in the short term, I just ask that Council cut the budget by as much as is able at this point in time, given the work that's been done.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for questions. And thanks very much for speaking to us today. And I'm going to move to the next speaker, Tanya Aganaba. Aganaba is the next speaker, speaker number 8.
Thank you very much. Hello, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Tanya Aganaba, and it's a pleasure to be able to share my thoughts with you today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to stand in solidarity with all of my racialized and marginalized relatives who will be impacted by the choices that are laid out in this budget. This summer, I was one of the hundreds of people that signed up to speak in favor of Councillor Swanson's motion to deprioritize policing and fund community-based safety initiatives, which ultimately passed, and staff were instructed to seek input from equity-seeking groups in order to work in collaboration to find ways for the city to support new and existing community-based harm reduction and safety services. As you know, staff returned with a price tag of $300,000 to begin the work of developing a report and budget that will itemize current spending as well as identify gaps and outline concrete ways to prioritize funding community-led groups that are responding to mental health, sex work, homelessness, and substance use in our city. My hope was that this funding would, A, be included in this budget, and B, be focused on those groups that are invested in developing non-carceral transformative interventions and alternatives that will serve those whose trust in the police has been broken beyond repair. It is the omission of this important work and the attached price tag that brings me here today to oppose this budget. I'm here to request that the costs that were brought by staff be built into a new budget. When staff came back with that price tag, I saw it as an acknowledgement of the work that needs to be done, its scope, and a recognition of its importance. I saw it as a commitment to understanding what it will take to learn and take action in partnership with the communities who are disproportionately impacted by violence, racism, and discrimination, not guided by those who have a direct line to Chief Adam Palmer, who, by the way, took the time to shame those who used form letters to engage with City Hall earlier today. That was really rude. Not all of us have $10,000 to do an English-only phone survey. I encourage you, Council, to interrogate the numbers that they have provided you in their Our Community in Need report. They may say they're spending $4,000 on 16 simple possession charges, but the reams of documents showing the confiscation of substances on our streets that was compiled by Karen Ward tells a completely different story. And they may say they're spending $0 on sex work, but as you heard from the brat from Wish earlier, that can't be accurate. The word on the street is that the sex work liaison can't even respond to calls from sex workers when they need help. I oppose this budget for a number of reasons, but most specifically because of the $350,000 requested by the VPD to fund community policing centers in 2021. I suggest that you invest that money into the work that was specified by staff. Consider it an act of good faith, letting marginalized and racialized folks that you know that you stand in solidarity with them and that you are truly committed to transforming harm in our community. It's not actually clear how the funds are going to flow into these 11 community policing centers or how those funds will create responses that the community has asked for. My guess is that they won't, not if their funding is coming directly from the police. If these funds are only going to CPCs that are going to position themselves as independent of the VPD and not satellite policing stations, I'm confused as to why the VPD is seeking to cover their costs. That's all I have to say. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share my thoughts today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There are no questions for you, so I'm going to move to the next speaker, but again, I apologize for mispronouncing your name. And next, I'm going to go to speaker number 9, Patricia Barnes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Hi there.
Hi there. As you heard, my name is Patricia Barnes, and I'm here today representing the board of the Hastings North Business Improvement Association. Our area is one of the remaining bastions of independent small business in the city of Vancouver. Our small businesses have been hanging on by their fingertips to their dreams prior to this pandemic, and now they're hanging on by their fingernails. Government support has helped, but they are not breaking even. They're scared, but doing their bit to serve their community and their city and to try and keep everyone safe. And I think, we've forgotten in the past that although we did not order our businesses closed, we ordered everyone to stay home, and our businesses are run by family members, mom and pop owners, and youth, and they stayed home to stay safe, so they closed their businesses. Please remember that a healthy, vibrant city is tied to the strength and success of its economy, and that is dependent on our small businesses. Furthermore, that the goal to be the greenest city is reliant on a strong and healthy, vibrant small business community. It's those businesses that provide the jobs that people can walk to, that they can bike to, all those businesses within our community that enables us to be and look to being a green city and to tackle climate change. It is such an essential component of that report and that movement moving forward. This budget really needs to focus on the critical core services that support our communities. Our businesses are being hit hard by COVID. We are looking at a 3 to 5 year horizon for a return to 2019 revenue levels. And they seem to be quoting in the media that we're looking at a 30% loss of small businesses in the new year. Many of them will not survive through the Christmas. We don't believe this Christmas season is going to be the lifesaver that we need. And we know that come January, it's going to be tough. And we also know that over time, those federal government supports are going to have to run out. And they are further being battered by a lack of perceived and actual safety and cleanliness in our city. People don't want to come to our streets. They don't think they're safe. They see the litter and the garbage and sadly the defecation and everything else that is happening in our city right now. Social issues have been exacerbated, and we, the business BIAs and the business sector, want to do our very best to help, and we want to continue to do so. We want to support in any way we can. And some of those things that we see that we need to support our community policing centers. They are run by the citizens of our community. They are there to proactively provide safety information and to help everybody they see. No, they are not policing centers or mini policing centers. Yes, they do have a VPD officer associated with them, but they are run by the citizens of each community looking to help their communities. And we also need to support our police officers. They are first responders, and they have been out every day on the streets trying to ensure that our community is safe. The engineering department at the city, et cetera, et cetera. We realize there are many areas that need support, but they really do need those core essential services. We're seeing increased disorder, a lack of cleanliness, lack of public washrooms, an increase in violence and theft from business. The HNBIA supports and will stand with the city on advocacy at the provincial level to provide increased mental health assistance, social programs, housing. We will also stand by the city as we advocate for commercial subclass for property taxes. We will do our best to stand with the city as we advocate the provincial government on things we need to help our city be vibrant. But we also need our city to support us and assist in creating an environment in which we can succeed. We understand this may require putting off some city projects for now, but we also know that is not for the long term, that we will come back to those projects and we will support them. We know that with time and understanding and assistance, we will continue to do our best for residents and visitors of this city. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And I don't see any questions for you on the queue. So just want to thank you so much for spending the time with us today and all your work in the community.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Council, the 10th speaker has withdrawn. I believe we're at speaker number 11. And just before I go there, just to let you know, we've gone through 10 speaker slots so far. We have about 225 left. So just to let you know that I am working with the clerk. We're trying to do our time estimates as best we can. With each speaker having 5 minutes, the questions are important, but every question adds 3 minutes on to the numbers. So just want to keep you in the loop that we're doing everything we can to give you the best projections in terms of what the rest of our week and next week is going to look like. Next speaker, number 11, is Michelle Lackey.
Hi.
Hi.
My name's Michelle Lackey. You can hear me, I'm guessing.
I can. Yep, please go ahead.
Thank you. So my name is Michelle Lackey, and I'm the Director of Exchange Intercity, and I'm speaking on behalf of EIC, which is a backbone agency, and its membership. I'm also speaking on behalf of our membership of over 55 organizations and local residents, and we focus on community economic development through collaboration to help develop an inclusive local economy where all residents can thrive in the downtown east side. I'd also like to recognize that I live and work in the unceded territory of the Coast Salish people and the privilege that I've gained because of that. So in relation to the budget, I want to say that there are many strategies to strengthen inclusive economies, but I want to point out two specifically, which are supporting social procurement and social enterprise. Unfortunately, we don't feel that these strategies are significantly reflected in the 2021 budget, and we think that this is not only a missed opportunity, but it's also a vital part of fulfilling two of the Council's priorities: building a resilient local economy and increasing focus on equity and critical social issues. So social procurement, as you probably know, is when social impact is an additional metric to price and quality when determining purchase of goods and services. So when we shift our spending, which that spending has already been planned for, to also account for social impact, it leads to the best value for purchasers, as well as healthy communities. So we've heard some comments that social procurement can be complicated or difficult, but I want to demonstrate success that we've had through all of our membership and ways that we've worked previously with the city. So when the pandemic hit, the city contracted with the community in the downtown east side to ensure access to food for those who are precariously housed or unhoused or living in SROs. And through incredible collaboration in the community and a quick turnaround, we hit what we think is such a vital and you also think is an important triple bottom line: feeding those that desperately needed access to food, supporting social enterprises that prepared the food, and providing employment to peer workers in the downtown east side, All elements of this fee-for-service, not grants, created through social procurement help the downtown Eastside economy by using and keeping the impacts of the resources in the community, in addition to quickly responding to a crisis through the community. The work that happened, pandemic-related work that happened, was really built on the successes of our previous service procurement initiatives. For example, when there were rising tensions between families and homeless camps in Grandview Park, Embers Eastside Works quickly developed a park stewardship program. Funded as a fee-for-service, not as a grant, by the City of Vancouver and the Vancouver Park Board, peers were trained to de-escalate conflict and focus on stewardship of the park, all things important to the community and the city to solve. Within weeks, the entire tenor of the park changed, with families returning to use the park and tensions diminished. When we're inclusive, people take ownership. This program has led to others with similar models: Chinatown Community Stewardship Program, Community Film Ambassadors, Perch Stewardship Program, and similar programs in partnership with local area BIAs. They're funded as direct awards and as fee-for-service. Our community can help solve issues needing to be addressed by redirecting its funds, even starting today as a response to what I've heard others comment on the phone already today, that as they talk about public safety and sanitation, we have examples of good programs that create a win-win scenario. Through this social procurement, hundreds of thousands of dollars, which would have been spent regardless, was funneled into the community and utilized by the community to solve challenges, pandemic-related and otherwise. So we know social procurement can work, and we also know that the Social Planning Department has been a significant partner in this, using their ability to provide direct awards, simplify the process, and give access to social enterprises to get the work done and be a significant driver in economic recovery in the downtown east side, all by shifting procurement dollars. We also know that the city, and this is important to the council, the city does have a social procurement policy and a target that's set internally. However,
thank you so much. We're at the 5 minutes. And so I just want to thank you so much for calling in this evening. And we have no questions for you, but again, thank you so much for participating in our hearing this evening. With that, council, we're going to move on to Charles Archibald, who's speaker number 12.
Hello.
Hi there. Please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm speaking just as a citizen. I'm an outreach worker who works in the downtown east side. And this is my concern is with the mental health situation going on in our community and the lack of resources. And sort of perusing the police report that they submitted to council and their numbers, there's a definite need. I see a definite need for the police in some cases dealing with mental health in the downtown east side. And, they're valued service, and we have had to rely on them many times in our day-to-day servicing the community. But my concern is that, and I think it was spoken to earlier by another speaker that said we cannot police this problem away. We're looking at the services that have been cut to the mental health people who become the poor people. They become the homeless because they don't have the supports to maintain an SRO, which is just a single room, and they're incapable of, they don't have that supports to, you're accumulating too much stuff, move some stuff out of here, and that sort of thing. And we're throwing this money at the police, and we're saying, solve this problem. And I think that's inefficient use of our money going towards tackling a problem like this, because The social problems that we experience in the downtown east side are so layered. They're not just mental health, because the mental health become the marginalized. They become the homeless. They become the ones in conflict with the law. They become the ones in conflict with the bylaws. And you know, like, I mean, we look at the numbers that they've been throwing around. Like, out of all their calls, like 13,000 calls have been specifically for mental health. And 2,000 of those calls required police attendance, which, in their math, that's $1 million of 8 police officers at a medium wage of $103,000. And now they're asking to up their budget. I think, you know, as a way of holding the police accountable for how they spend their money, and as our representatives in council, we should be asking the questions like, how do we better do this? How do we tackle this problem? That you know, that the money that we, you know, that taxpayers contribute, which I contribute also. How do we use that to address these social problems that are just become magnified in this last year because of COVID? Like, I mean, the medium wage for a social services provider in the downtown east side is anywhere from $24,000 to, say, $40,000. And, you know, and the amount of people that we can hire for mental health supports, for homeless advocacy, it would be just, like, I mean, sometimes we are faced with, like, we get someone that's in a crisis, and there's nobody, absolutely nobody to call, because they don't fall in any of the systems that are in place, like the ACT teams or the assertive outreach teams, or because, you know, we send them to a mental health clinic, and they get there, and the intake person will say, well, what's happening with you today? Are you suffering from mental illness? What's going on? And they say, no, I'm fine. I'm good. Do you want any help? No, I don't want any help. They say, okay, see you later. And they end up back at our place. And they
just 15 seconds.
Yeah, so that's all I have to say.
Okay,
I hope taking it into account.
Thank you so much for your time this evening. There are no questions for you. And Council, I see that it's 4 minutes to 5, so I'm going to call it now. We won't have time to get through the next speaker, who is the next speaker will be Michelle Martin, speaker number 13, and we'll come back to Michelle Martin at 6 o'clock. So Council, we're going to break for dinner now, and we'll be back to hear from more speakers at 6. Thanks so much for your time, and thank you, clerks, for your work. We'll see you at 6 o'clock. Next speaker, we have, I think it was speaker number 13, Michelle Martin.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can, up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready, please.
Excellent. So thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Big thank you to the staff, council, and the mayor. So my name is Michelle Martin. I've been a resident for over 6 years, and I'm opposed to this draft budget, particularly because of the $2.5 million proposed increase to the VPD's budget. As others have said, this budget does not reflect motion B4 that was passed by council in July, and I request that council reallocate funds from the VPD towards community-led initiatives, and including housing, harm reduction services, Indigenous peer-led patrols in the downtown east side, and other services as outlined in the motion. As so many of your staff have indicated, we're dealing with the twin crises of the opioid epidemic and COVID-19, and marginalized communities are bearing the brunt of this, along with the housing crisis. I believe that safety comes from social supports and not policing. Policing in North America is grounded in the legacy and ongoing displacement of Indigenous people from their lands and slave patrols. To paraphrase Mariam Kaba, policing as a solution to safety is a 100 years plus year old failed experiment. It is the communities who experience the most harm at the hands of police that should be directing our approach to safety, because they already have the strategies to stay safe that don't involve the police. As outlined in Motion B4, City should consult with community organizations such as Black Lives Matter Vancouver, Pivot Society, Vandu, Battered Women's Support Service, WISH, and others. Furthermore, we need safety that is accountable. This police board has refused a 1% budget cut to help bear the brunt of COVID. The police board has stalled when it comes to ending street checks, and police board members have stated that the board is, quote, not required to follow priorities, goals, and objectives of the council of the municipality, end quote. Public safety requires accountability. Frankly, the VPD has lost my confidence and trust. I'm asking that council follow through on Motion B4 by reallocating resources from VPD to community-led safety initiatives supported by grassroots organizations. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in this evening. I don't see anybody on the queue to ask you questions, so thanks very much for participating. And we'll move on to speaker number 14 is Brenda Birch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Oh, hello.
Yep, please go ahead.
And thank you,
yep.
Council and Mayor, for taking the time to listen to me. My name is Brenda Birch, and I'm a 61-year-old white woman who lives in Vancouver on unceded territories of Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish Coast Salish peoples. I'm speaking to Council today against the current budget because it doesn't include funding for the inquiry into community-based harm reduction and safety services. I've never spoken to the City Council before. However, I believe this issue is important enough to take the time to share my thoughts. As white leaders, I believe we have a responsibility to have a positive impact on how Indigenous, Black, and other people of color live their lives and are treated in our city. As city councilors, your voices carry even more weight, and you have a responsibility to take action. A bit of my life as a white woman who grew up around white people and only knew there were Native people because I was taught about them in school. For the entire time I was a student, I never met a person of color in school except once. I grew up with prejudices about East Indian people and other Asian people, Black people, and Native people. Eventually, I figured out these prejudices didn't make any sense, and I challenged my beliefs. I changed dramatically after that. I wanted to have Native people and other people of color in my life as friends and even family. Over time, I learned the history of our country and was appalled at what we had done to Indigenous people, Black people, and other people of color. Now I have hope that we can make a big difference and affect change for all these people in my lifetime. It's not my fault that I experienced the upbringing that I did, and it is my responsibility to do what I can to make it better now that I know. When I first started to make friends with people of color and include them in a real way in my life, I noticed how enriched my life became. It was a natural outcome of them being people I knew well and liked and respected. It's not any of our faults that racism has taken its toll on the way we think and the way we have done things in the past. It is our responsibility, now that we know, to do whatever we can to make the changes we can make and rethink how we approach everything we do. This is why we need the wisdom, guidance, and support of people who have lived differently than we have. We have had different experiences than us and a different way of approaching the way we think, the way we do things, to help us move from where we are to where we want to be. Where do we want to be? How do we want to be? I don't even think we know that right now. That's why it's important to take the time and money needed to examine our ways and think about how we can make changes that resonate with our values now, not our values from when we were growing up or even farther into the past. I know I am a proud Vancouverite for so many reasons, and I want us to embrace whatever changes we need to make us even better. I am asking you to vote to fund including these groups and fully fund the resolution passed in July for an inquiry into community-based harm reduction and safety services. Thank you so much for listening to my experiences and requests.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions on the queue for you, so we'll just, I'll thank you for participating this evening, and we'll move on to the next speaker. We have Helena Sifferling. Sorry if I've mispronounced your name.
Hi there, can you hear me?
I can, please go ahead.
Wonderful, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. So my name is Helena Sifferling. That's okay that you mispronounced it. I'm the Director of Community Engagement with Living in Community, which is a nonprofit organization based here in Vancouver on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. I'm speaking in support of the initiative included in Budget 2021 to develop a sex worker drop-in center on Kingsway. And I wanted to share why this is such a critical and exciting proposal. I don't want to repeat too much of what Mabrat Bayana from WISH shared earlier today, but I'll just add a few more comments from our work with Living in Community. And this also actually might address some of the earlier question that Councillor Carr had around other community organizations and supports in the neighborhood. So, of course, I want to mention this recommendation follows up from a council directive in 2018, which came from the Mayor's Overdose Emergency Task Force report. And we're really pleased to see this now come forward from staff for your consideration today. So Living in Community is a multi-stakeholder initiative. We bring together diverse community members to build relationships and address community concerns, centering the health and safety of sex workers. One of the projects that we facilitate is Safe in Cedar Cottage, a network of community members and neighborhood stakeholders who meet regularly to discuss and address sex work concerns along Kingsway in the Cedar Cottage area. This project was created in 2014 to help address the lack of service providers around the Kingsway Stroll, and robust community engagement was done at that time through interviews, group meetings, surveys, and conversations at community events. This work brought to life the dynamics between businesses, service providers, sex workers, and other residents. And a key finding from this initial engagement was the urgent need for a drop-in space for sex workers on Kingsway. As Mabrat has mentioned a little bit earlier today, sex work along Kingsway has been present at least since the 1990s, and this is one of the most consistent strolls in the city. There's diverse sex work that happens in the neighborhood. However, there are few services available. Sex workers who work there have for decades expressed concern about their isolation, the levels of violence they experience, and the lack of access to support services. They do not feel safe, and they also do not want to or cannot get to the downtown east side where many services are located. There has been historical and cyclical conflict between sex workers and other residents in the Cedar Cottage area, again, stretching back several decades.
And with the increasing development happening more recently in this neighborhood, there has again been some increased conflict, and some parents and business owners express concern that there might be negative impacts if sex work is happening in their community. Yet we know that when there are more services for sex workers, there's less conflict between residents. We all agree that everyone in the community deserves to be healthy, safe, and respected. When sex workers have a safe place to go to get the support and services they need, it benefits everyone. And like other workers, sex workers in the neighborhood have a right to safety and dignity. Earlier this year, we were very pleased to see the city implement the temporary washroom trailer on the Stroll, which was the Kingsway Community Station operated by Ring City Housing. We know that this station has made a significant difference in the safety, security, health, and dignity of those who work on the Stroll, as they have a place to warm up, use a bathroom, check in with peers, and access supports. This has been especially necessary, of course, during COVID-19, as we know that sex workers have been hit extremely hard with a complete loss of income and have often faced increased levels of violence. In addition, many sex workers have also been unable to access government benefits during this pandemic that other workers receive. However, even now that the Kingsway Community Station will be indoors for the winter, the station overall is still temporary, and it's not a long-term solution to the needs of those in the community. Having a permanent, accessible drop-in center along Kingsway will be critical to ensuring the safety and health of sex workers in the community. Moreover, with the strong community support that exists in the Safe in Cedar Cottage group, we know that many diverse stakeholders can work together to make the drop-in center successful. The Safe in Cedar Cottage group members include service providers, health and harm reduction organizations, anti-violence organizations, neighborhood houses, sex workers, and other residents, as well as representation from your social planners working on sex work there at the city. By bringing these folks together in conversation at our monthly meetings, which are now, of course, held virtually, we continue to build trust, connection, and understanding among diverse community members. So we hope that this recommendation to you today will be implemented to ensure that sex workers and other residents in the Kingsway area will be safe and supported. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see questions for you on the queue, so I'll just thank you for participating tonight, and we'll move on to the next speaker. Council, the next speaker is Nafrisa Alibai. Do we have Nafrisa Alibai on the line?
Mayor Stewart, we don't have that speaker on the line.
Okay, thanks very much. Going to 17, Parker Johnson.
That speaker has withdrawn his name.
Okay, we have Teresa Mund, speaker number 18.
Hello.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes
Hi.
whenever you're ready.
Okay. Teresa Mund, I'm speaking against the proposed budget cuts to the Vancouver Police Department. I wish I could speak against the fire department and for the public library, but unfortunately, I feel that the new Vancouver Police Department community that has been set up recently is helping with the increase in crime that I'm still seeing in the downtown area, the crime, the violence, aggressive individuals, and drugs and more drugs. The Vancouver Police Department are the front workers who know where the criminals are. They know what the issues and the problems are, and they're dealing with them. Howard Child has become my new hero. The men and the women that work with Vancouver Police Department are my heroes, and they heard us, and they're doing better than ever. They're working with staff that is based on, according to the statistics, it's based on 2009 manpower. Vancouver population is increased, and you're planning to cut more staff that are permanent, and the budget is being cut. How does that make sense to me? Not at all. I see crime. My husband sees crime. My neighbor sees crime. I'm still afraid to walk around in my neighborhood, and I definitely don't go out at night because I don't feel safe. Prior to the Oppenheimer residents moving into the Howard Johnson, I never called 311 or 911. Now I call on an average 2 to 3 times a week. I've lived in the downtown area, for over 20 years. I'm living in Yaletown, as I mentioned. All I see is open-air drug markets mental illnesses that are raging, blatant public drug use, homelessness runs rampant on the streets. Granville looks like a developing country. There's tents, encampments plopped down everywhere. Most back alleys are always set up. There's sidewalks. Emery Barnes Park, which is the controversial one where the safe injection site is, you see tents set up. But in the summer, there was this woman. They asked her to move, and she refused. They told her it was a park. She came out swearing, exposed her breasts in front of the children. And about the same time, there was another man there that exposed himself to children in the park. There are so many stories that I hear. A friend, their friends, we all have similar stories. Our safety is at risk on a daily basis. Needles are in abundance and found all the time and everywhere. There's a gentleman that lives across from my back alley. He rents the place. He picks up needles in our neighborhood, just around the block, 2 to 3 times a day. He stores them in the corner of his building, and he's told me city picks them up. Needles, garbage, trash are always around the building. They weren't there before. There never was a problem prior to the relocation of the Oppenheim residents that had moved into the Howard Johnson, the Haldane, and the hostel. These residents were moved into facilities without any recovery services in place, and they are expected to fit into the community. Along with this group came in a criminal group that slid in. They victimized us, the citizens, and they're victimizing the vulnerable that need help. Last week, a neighbor woke up in the middle of the night because she heard sirens. She lives on the 31st floor. She looked out, and there was firefighters putting out a fire behind the 7-Eleven store. She said there was a group of people who party there, camp there, and even though she didn't see them arrest, she thought they were the ones that had started the fire, just from personal history with the groups. In my building alone, in the last 8 months, I heard numerous people crap on our townhouse doorsteps, shoot up on our property, and leave tinfoils, needles behind. Recently, there was an attempted break into our underground parking area. They pried open the box, pulled of the wires, trying to gain entrance into the garage. Repair was $1,000. There was a mirror right outside that allows drivers to have access to oncoming traffic. Smashed, repair $1,500. 2 break-ins into her building in the last 8 months. Repair for mesh wire, for glass, to protect the glass, $600. During one of these break-ins, someone set fire to a car. Insurance covered the car, but we had to repair the parking spot and area where the fire was started, underground parking. Cost to that repair, $5,000.
Just 15 seconds.
ICBC did not cover it. Okay, where is my safety? Where is my husband's safety? Where is my grandchildren's safety? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't see anybody on the list to ask you questions, so I'll just thank you for calling in this evening, and I'll go to the next speaker. We have David O'Regan.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I hope you can hear me tonight.
I can, yep, up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to echo the previous sentiments by the past caller and advocate for the police budget. Also, hearing the comments earlier from the fire department, I'm supportive of their concerns as well, and I think NFPA 1710 is an important metric when considering the budget. As part of my advocacy for the police budget, I think now more than ever, the police need support in terms of mental health concerns and an increase in violent crime that I have myself witnessed in person. I also wanted to comment on the proposed encampments that are being, there's a memo circulated in regard to the encampments, and I think I'm strongly against those encampments, and I think that would further impact our budgets and the overall health of our communities if they were implemented in our neighborhoods. To recap on this, I think a lot of the issues tonight that have been covered, I think a lot of them can also be considered in this time. We're kind of losing some of the vibrancy of our neighborhood, just based on the pandemic itself, but also just the increasing pressures on affordability and how hard it is to operate a business. I wanted to reach out specifically to council and understand the pressures on them to, in regard to things like permitting. But I really think council and City Hall needs to step up with their permitting and support small businesses. It's becoming we're becoming more recognized as a city that it's hard to get a permit, and as Robert Weeks had noted, a lot of work is going unpermitted in terms of residential work being done, and it's hard to get a business permit. And in my own line of work as an architect, we're constantly faced with a very difficult permitting process, even for essential services. For example, a project I worked on recently was to implement a pharmacy, which normally should be a very straightforward process and a welcome addition to the neighborhood. But this dragged on for 9 months, and it's very upsetting for everyone involved, and it's a missed opportunity for the community as a anchor store, and increases the livability of our city. So I really think when considering budgets, I know we have to focus on a pool of money, but we really need to look at the positive and potential sources of revenue. And I really think we need to support each other in facilitating business and supporting essential workers and providing jobs and making our neighborhoods livable. I really think we're facing three crises. The opioid crisis is first and foremost, the COVID pandemic, but also the exodus of young people that are increasingly finding it difficult to work, and that extends to the health and safety workers that are at the front line. And I think it's also we're not prepared for a disaster, because a lot of these people don't actually live in the city because they can't afford it. So they commute in. So they're facing double the pressure. They're working on the front line, and they're also having a commute and all that trouble that goes with it in terms of coordinating all that. They're also shift workers. So I really think we need to support them and focus efforts on our frontline workers and give them the support they need, because they're under a lot of stress. I have paramedic friends that are basically have told me the work never stops. They finish their shift on the downtown east side, and then they're assisting with overdoses in our neighborhood. So I think we need to support each other. I'll end my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You do have a question, Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just have one clarifying question for you. And you had mentioned that there was a memo being circulated with respect to encampments. I wasn't sure what you meant. Can you clarify or provide details on that?
Yeah, there was, it came out, was brought to my attention that there was several sites being considered for encampments, such as the Olympic Village SkyTrain station adjacent to the temporary housing that's there in the parking lot. There was a note about potential sites around City Hall, Main Street, and a few other places I can't recall offhand.
Okay, sounds like you were talking about weeks back was having a discussion around possible temporary shelter locations. Does that sound right?
Yeah, it seemed less informal than the temporary housing, though. It seemed a bit more like a place to set up tents and that sort of like an Oppenheimer Park scenario.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Appreciate it, and thanks for being here to speak.
Thank you. That's it for questions, sir, and just thank you so much for participating this evening. Going to move on to speaker number 20, Lynn Kent.
The speaker is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to Daryl Lina, who says he's in. Danny Lina is in person. That's what it says on my script.
Mayor Stewart, that speaker has withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. We're on to Theodora Lamb, speaker number 22.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
I sure can. Thanks for calling in. Up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, Theo Lamb here, Executive Director of the Strathcona Business Improvement Association. Look, there's a lot I could speak to you about in this budget, from property taxes to sanitation, but today I'm speaking to you about safety in our streets and in Strathcona streets. So my role, as you know, is to advocate on behalf of Strathcona businesses. We are one district among 22 BIAs who collectively represent over 26,000 businesses across the city. And here in Strathcona, we're roughly 844 of those 26,000. Now, that's a slice of the economic view you must consider with this budget. And it's a significant slice, as we are among one of the most diverse economic communities in the city, given the diversity of business sector and business type. We also operate as part of the downtown east side, and we are home to the city's largest homeless encampment. Now, I sent a letter to each of you on November 20th on behalf of the Strathcona BIA and the 844 businesses and property owners we represent across 44 City Square blocks. And in that letter, I cited 3 examples of programming and partnerships that require VPD support and resourcing. The first is Project Landmark. This is where address plates are placed on the back of businesses in our alleys, so fire, ambulance, and police response times do not face barriers when they don't know where to go when an alleyway emergency is taking place. And now this takes resources and human hours to make happen. The second is a partnership with the Strathcona Community Policing Center, which is absolutely critical. Strathcona businesses, unlike other BIAs, benefit from a private security team 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, and that's directly funded by the businesses themselves. We maintain this program because for all the attention and support we do receive from the VPD in Strathcona, and that's significant, it's not nearly enough. So this security model, working in partnership with the CPC, feels like a game changer. We are exploring community foot patrols in partnership with the CPC to further support businesses. And we are in support of the restorative justice programming the CPC is looking to pilot in the community in 2021, as they understand all too well the requirement for a community-based approach to safety and security. And finally, I mentioned the direct support we receive from specific officers in the VPD through the CPC and in the community at large. Officers like Janine Tonino, Tim Henschel, Byron Yee, Lynn Noftel, Matt Black, Kevin Bernadine, and Barbara Martins. These are not faceless or nameless officers in a monolithic command and control institution. These are individuals who know and care deeply about our community, who know many of my business members by name, and whom I have known to advocate and push for a community-inclusive approach. Now, Council Mayor, I deeply appreciate the balance and tension communities and cities everywhere are facing right now with current policing models, and I can assure you Strathcona and its businesses live in this tension every single day. As I said in my letter to you, nowhere else in the city do the principles of safety, community, small business, racial justice, and frankly, love come together in new ways than they do in Strathcona. And sometimes that's in conflict, and sometimes that's in concert. So deep listening, partnerships, a comfort with discomfort and even disagreement, and transitions into new models are all required. You know, I would love for the city, with your provincial partners, to explore new crisis intervention models that are practiced in other parts of North America, where a police officer is accompanied by a social worker and a medical professional to community calls. We at the Strathcona BIA believe that the path forward to these models require partnership with the VPD and with other groups who bring their expertise in community social support. Some of those potential partners you have already heard from tonight, and some of them stand in direct opposition to the VPD. We believe safety in Strathcona and across the city requires a coming together of unlikely allies, and with the funding for our community policing centers and community VPD officers. It might feel like a conflict for me to say, you know, let's move towards these new models, let's transition, but keep, you know, the funding in place for the VPD. It's not. I don't believe that. I believe we need to move forward with the resourcing that our business members and our citizens are acquainted with. We can't diminish that, but we have the potential to create new models moving forward with your will and with the right partnerships. I think the reality of safety and the feeling of safety that businesses in particular experience depends upon it. So I thank you for your time. You know how to reach me for follow-up questions if that's required, and I wish you good luck with these really important decisions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There are no questions for you, so I will move on to the next speaker. We have 23, Carla Tack.
Mayor Stewart, the speaker has withdrawn.
Thank you. Speaker 24 is Meenakshi Mano.
Hi there, this is Meenakshi Mano.
Hi there. Thanks so much for calling in. You have up to 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As mentioned, my name is Meenakshi Mano. I'm speaking to you as the criminalization and policing campaigner at Pivot Legal Society. In addition to this work, I'm also a registered social worker and a resident of Vancouver, the city which occupies the sovereign homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. In my capacity as a campaigner with Pivot, I'm here tonight to oppose the planned increase to the VPD budget that's been presented by city staff and to further oppose the additional increase voted upon by the police board last night. Last year, my colleague Lindsay Watson, legal director at Pivot, similarly appeared before this council to share our concerns about the growing police budget. In the years since then, and particularly this summer, calls to defund the police have gone mainstream, stemming from cries for justice in response to police-involved killings in both the U.S. and Canada. Local police routinely refer to this as a, quote, social movement based on events in the U.S., and that is an inaccurate and deeply false characterization. I'd like folks here to consider that there are currently 2 investigations being conducted by the Independent Investigations Office in and around the downtown east side. These are investigations into fatal encounters with police. The first incident occurred in late October near the overdose prevention site in the downtown east side, and the second occurred just last week at the Tim Hortons near Main and Terminal. These events did not occur in the U.S. They didn't occur somewhere else. They occurred here. In fact, they occurred within the very neighborhood that the VPD has recently deployed a neighborhood response team within. So while police and their allies will deflect attention on actions locally, these investigations indicate that there are indeed issues with police here. And beyond IIO investigations, I'm also aware of ongoing institutional prejudice, including the use of street stops, which clearly target Black and Indigenous people, as well as intimidating police practices in the downtown east side, and in particular, the irregular and undocumented seizure of personal effects and belongings. Earlier this summer, City Council appeared to come into a deeper understanding of these issues and took the exemplary steps to call for a ban on street stops, as well as unanimously vote on the motion decriminalizing poverty. This, in addition to the recent support for de facto decrim, is commendable. As returning to the budget, it's now time to materially support these motions and ensure that the city appropriately funds programs, services, and planning that prioritizes equity. So there's a number of excellent projects that have been identified, including by my colleagues who work alongside sex workers. But I'd like to also highlight the peer-led responses to the drug poisoning crisis, Hunkaminam and Squamish Snitcham language revitalization projects, Indigenous health and wellness, and racial redress work. Obviously, this work cannot be done for free, and it further cannot be done by communities that are under duress, who are struggling to survive through multiple overlapping pandemics and the harms of enforcement and criminalization. I hope these projects are fully funded this year as they reflect the importance of equity in Vancouver, which is a city increasingly defined by who has and who has not. I want to be clear that the work to defund the police is not about not liking cops or wanting to punish the entire force for a few bad apples. It's fundamentally about shifting away from a public entity that evades public accountability. It's about resourcing communities so that they can address harm without worrying about whether they have a place to sleep tonight, whether they have access to medication or safe supply, or whether they'll be hassled by authorities like police, bylaw, or city workers when sheltering in public space. So as you go into deliberations regarding the VPD budget and the current staff proposal, which increases it by $3 million over last year's budget, or the police board proposal that increases it by over $6 million, I hope you can appreciate that the calls to defund the police are not simply a one-off. And of course, 30% of comments during the public engagement process also address defunding. For many people, including myself, it is a struggle to wrap our heads around the police budgeting process. Coming from the nonprofit world, these figures are much larger than what we're used to, and the data about how and where money is spent is not readily available or even provided upon request. We do know that police are leveraging inequalities to justify their expansion, including citing social disorder, poverty, and addiction to grow their budget. However, advocates like myself look to elected and unelected officials, such as the police board, to implement policy that's based on our convictions and work in evidence-based practices. We know that none of these issues will be resolved by police, and in fact are typically exacerbated by policing. So why do we continue to grow the budget?
Thanks so
hope the
much.
counselors today-
We're just at the 5 minutes. But you do
sure.
have
I'm happy to answer any questions.
You do have questions from Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, Meenakshi. You said that you're called the criminalization campaigner. I wonder if you could kind of explain what that means. What does criminalization mean?
Sure. So historically, the role was a police accountability campaigner, but Pivot has evolved the role out of recognition that criminalization is not only about interacting with the criminal justice system and being charged under the criminal code, but kind of a broader spectrum where people may experience police intimidation or harassment. They may be subject to bylaw enforcement. They may experience the use of private security as the Strathcona BIA uses private security. All of these things kind of function to produce an experience of criminalization.
Okay, thanks. And another thing you said, what you talked about the seizure of personal possessions. I wonder if you could elaborate on that a little bit. I know one person suggested to me that the drugs that get seized should be tested and then redistributed back to people who need them as safe supply. I don't know how that would go.
I mean, that's a really novel idea, and I mean, we need all the novel ideas we can get 4+ years into this crisis. But the irregular seizure of supplies is basically what I've heard reported to me from folks is police seizing their belongings, seizures that have no basis in law, seizures that might occur when people are participating in informal economies like vending on the street or street-based dealing. People don't get receipts when their belongings are taken. They don't get receipts when their belongings are thrown out during the daily sweeps. So this kind of functions to basically create a total atmosphere of like constant displacement, having to basically start all over again within seconds at times, right? If people's entire belongings or tents are thrown away.
Okay, thanks. Last question is the executive director of WISH said when she spoke, who are we including in the conversation about safety? Who, in your experience, has the most weight in this conversation?
Well, I think that there's a lot of deference given to policing and people who work in public safety. And often that's not done with sufficient consideration of their bias and their lens. We don't hear from nearly enough people who are actually criminalized.
Thanks so much.
Have
And we're
concrete solutions.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sue.
Thank you. That's it for questions. So I'm going to move on to the next speaker, who is Tamara F.
Ms. Wood, the speaker is not on the line.
Okay, thanks. Speaker number 26, Nigel Malkin.
The speaker has withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. Number 27, Ian Pitfield.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Pitfield. I reside in a condominium at 1328 Riverside Crescent, known as the Concord. I'm the president of the Strata Council, and while my remarks represent my views, they are shared by my fellow councillors. I do appreciate the opportunity City Council has afforded me and the others in the community to speak to discuss issues of concern with regard to the city's 2021 proposed operating budget. I would like to address a single concern, namely the proposal to cut the Vancouver Police Department budget approved by the Vancouver Police Board by 1% or approximately $3.4 million. The proposed cut will not only affect the Vancouver Police Department, but adversely affect the city as a whole and my community, Yaletown, in particular. As you know, Yaletown is a genuinely remarkable and diverse community. It contains a wide range of housing, from co-ops and social housing to condominiums of various kinds. It represents a diverse group of ages, ethnicities, families, and businesses. It contains a variety of amenities, including Elsie Roy Elementary School, providing schooling to a large and continually growing youth population. The seawall that is used and enjoyed by Yaletown residents and the broader Vancouver population, as is apparent to anyone walking, running, or cycling the seawall on any given day. The Roundhouse Community Arts and Recreation Centre, and countless small businesses and restaurants that serve Yaletown and the broader community. Over many years, Yaletown has become a vigorous and vibrant community, highly regarded for its vitality and urban enthusiasm. Regrettably, public and personal safety are at risk in the area and a steadily increasing concern. Barely 2 weeks ago on a Sunday afternoon, residents in our building observed an individual waving an X-Acto knife at members of the public, peacefully using and enjoying the seawall. The residents called police, who quickly responded. Police succeeded in disarming and arresting that individual. Last week, staff at our building encountered a trespasser with a dog and buggy stopped in the driveway entrance to our building. When asked to leave, he threatened to sick his dog on the member of our staff. Staff left the scene and advised that he was going to call the police. Video footage showed the individual leaving the driveway and proceeding to the seawall. He then attempted to go up the stairs leading from the seawall to the patio of a ground floor unit. He eventually left the scene, but not before he had emptied a bag of unused syringes spread out on the ground behind him. One of our residents and staff picked up the discarded syringes that were eventually taken away by police. I will not repeat reports I've received of similar problems encountered by others in neighboring buildings. Suffice to say, incidents of the kind I have described are increasingly common. They represent threats to the Yaletown population. Public and community safety are not and should not be regarded as options. They are essential. In fact, as I appreciate it, City Council regards police, fire, and health services as its core services. They must be funded. The community cannot be left to deal with those who are intent upon intruding into another's living space or injuring those who are peacefully enjoying public space. The police cannot be placed in a position where the protection residents have a right to expect is compromised because funding is denied. The Vancouver Police Department has done its best with its resources to try to effectively police Yaletown. It has recently initiated the Trespass Prevention Program, which will hopefully permit the VPD to work with area residents to deter vandalism, break and enter, threats to public safety, and unlawful trespassing. I fully expect that initiative will be adversely affected by Council's proposed cut to the VPD budget. Residents of Vancouver know that in large part the kinds of problems I have described are attributable to mental health issues. I think it is fair to say that police are now more than ever required to be mental health experts and psychologists rather than police officers. Mental health and personal welfare are provincial responsibilities. Rather than cutting the VPD budget and putting the public at increasing risk of harm, City Council should be pressing the provincial government to provide the city with funding for adequate mental health management and care, a burden that increasingly is falling on the VPD. I implore you not to put the community at increased risk of harm or to make the jobs of Vancouver Police Department officers more difficult than they are by curtailing funding that is not by any measure optional. Please stop the cut. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's the 5 minutes, and there are no councillors with questions, so I will thank you for your time tonight and move on to the next speaker. We have Kareem Ibrahim.
Thank you, Speaker.
Hi.
Thank you for hearing from, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for hearing from us tonight. I won't belabor the issue, but again, much like in July, I'm here to speak to you folks about a very crucial issue to which many of the callers today have spoken to you at length, which is the funding of the police budget. In reviewing the 2021 budget that has been proposed, it can see that the police budget is more than 4 times that which is being afforded to community services. And, before I go on, right, I've already spoken in opposition to the budget as it stands. You've heard from me and many others before about the state of policing in our city. And I want to ask you all to help me understand what it is that we need to do to address the longstanding issues in our community, homelessness, poverty, the mental health crisis, the overdose crisis, issues which affect business owners, affect the speaker who just spoke before me, which affect people who are living in the downtown east side, which affect police officers, nurses, the whole gambit. Everyone is affected by these issues. And I understand that you sincerely want a solution, and I don't think there's any bad faith happening. And so I sincerely want to ask you this. Why is it that we continue to invest resources in the same failed practices which have not been successful? We have tried to police poverty and substance use into non-existence. As I'm representing, by the way, law students for decriminalization and harm reduction today. And at law school, we have a variety of courses in which we study criminal law and penal policy. And so these are subjects which I would hope that counselors and those who are providing you information are being raised, because it's something which I think you probably understand is that the criminal justice system at the moment is a bit of a revolving door for a lot of the communities that are the subject of many comments today. Prison does not help people rehabilitate or work through the issues which led them there to begin with. In fact, recidivism rates tend to increase after exposure to the prison environment. So recidivism being the return to prison. And so the metaphor that I want to leave you all with is that increasing the police budget is not a new phenomenon. It's something we've done before. And it strikes me as our continued interest in using a round peg to fit a square hole. Policing these problems into non-existence does not work. We've seen, there are recent developments which are great. The ACT and the ACT outreach team that includes like a mental health professional and a nurse for mental health crisis response, which I think was instituted because people are aware and the VPD is aware police are not adequately equipped to respond to these situations. Yet somehow they remain the disproportionate response, team for a lot of these calls. And so it's understandable that a lot of the business associations and residents are all concerned, because when we are continuing to ram this circular wooden object into the square peg and it's not working and we're damaging both ends of it, it's frustrating for all parties, and we're all suffering as a result, and including, by the way, I would imagine, many of the police officers. I don't think anyone wants to be in a job where they're being tasked with something that they're not equipped to handle, because the scope of the issue is much, much wider than that which they're trained to do. I don't think it is incumbent on the VPD to continue to address problems that they are sincerely not equipped to handle. And I would hope that this council is planning on honoring the commitment they made in July to sincerely look into ways in which we can use the funds that are being poorly, I would say, slotted into the VPD's budget and redirect that into the community supports for which many people have spoken today. I recall Michelle spoke of these great social procurement projects like in Grandview Park that helped address tensions, the kind of tensions that so many speakers today are referring to. So I implore you, Council, please do not do what so many of your predecessors have done, which is look the issue straight in the eye, decide that it's too gargantuan to tackle, and to continue doing as we have done for so long. We have so much expertise in the room and coming before you. So I implore you, the $6 million that was approved by the police board yesterday, please redirect those funds into community services as you committed to doing in July. Because frankly, if that's not to be followed through on, I'm a bit at a loss to understand how how I, as a resident of Strathcona, as a student who's concerned with criminalization and its failed and its failures, I'm a bit not understanding what we can do to move forward. So I hope that you will make the right choices. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry, you have questions up to 3 minutes?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Ibrahim. We're only allowed to ask questions, so I'm going to answer your question with a question about. You asked how to do things differently, how to approach this, and I'm wondering, because many of the things that you've mentioned, of course, everything from homelessness, mental health and addictions, the criminal justice system, welfare rates that haven't changed in decades. These are all direct sort of response. Even the Police Act, these are all the purview of the provincial government. And in fact, we exist as a creature of the province. They define the rules that govern our city, including the Police Act and the obligation to police our city. So I guess my question to you is, and I know you're a pretty active advocate for this cause, were you advocating to the provincial government during this last election? Have you been pursuing these interventions with the province?
Yeah, thank you for your good question, Councillor Fry. That is the case. I send them emails. We're doing a lot of lobbying around the reinstatement of the police special committee to review the Police Act and things of the like. Interventions with Minister Dix and how we can combat the overdose crisis. I appreciate the sort of like re-navigation of the issue and informing me what is provincial oversight. And I appreciate how you're doing what you can municipally. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Abraham.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor, point of
Yes,
privilege, Councillor DeGenova. I'm
Go ahead,
sorry,
Councillor.
I was just cut off, and I'm having some issues with my Wi-Fi. But I wanted to check because I was trying to listen on the live feed. Were all of the speakers called since 22? Go through 23.
Yes, absolutely. I've been calling.
All right, I wanted to make sure we had marked them off on our list. So speaker
Absolutely, and I can tell you,
24, 25 weren't here.
that's right. What we also do, just so council knows, of course, is we clerks send an email, give people 30 minutes, or perhaps the clerks could describe what they do.
Sorry, I heard speaker 24. It was speaker 25 that I'd missed, and speaker 26. So we're now on speaker 28.
We are on 29. Okay. Speaker 29.
29. So that means the other two will be called later.
Yeah. Okay. Well, perhaps the clerks can explain to you how this is going.
I'm aware. I just needed to know where we were at. I'm sorry, okay. Mr. Mayor, because I had got kicked off the system there. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Clerks, did you want to just give a quick explanation as to how we alert speakers?
Yes, Mayor Stewart, we would advise the speakers 30 minutes before the anticipated speaking time. And in the email that they would receive 2 emails from us, one from when they initially signed up, telling them to follow the meeting online. And we also tweet the information out as well. So there's about 3 opportunities to let them know where we're at in the proceeding.
Okay, great. Thanks. And we have heard from speaker 27, 28, and now we're on 29, who is Nina Casillas.
I've lived in Vancouver 44 years and have been paying taxes in Vancouver for 37 years. Honorable Mayor and Council, we're speaking today in desperation, but most of us really don't have the time or resources or energy to continually participate in public consultation and public hearings. It's obvious from the number of people ahead of me that have withdrawn. We all are busy and we have a lot going on in our lives. And here, nor do we have the time to continually write letters to flood council as some notorious lobby groups do. And nor do we have the time to right the ship on your runaway social agendas. We're constantly battling the city for their far out social agendas. Now, I have been so upset with this issue on defunding the police. We all should be defending our police, not defunding our police. The defund police movement was born out of civil unrest in major U.S. cities. It's not welcome or needed here in Canada. And we have councillors that are pushing that movement to defund the police and in full cooperation of the mayor. And in Canada, my understanding is the police take direction from their city board, not city council or the city mayor. Our city hall is run by American hires. The whole top level of city hall are Americans.
Okay, I'm just going to stop. I'm just going to stop. I'm just going to stop you there. You know,
Yes.
under our procedural bylaws,
Yes.
we're not supposed to call into disrepute or mention the intentions of any of the councillors. So if you could just stick to the facts of the budget, that's fine. Thanks so much. It's
I apologize. It's really
we do appreciate you calling in.
Okay, I apologize.
That's okay.
Mr. Mayor and Council, have you read the Harvey Overfield article on how Vancouver is being destroyed? It's scary how far our city has worsened under your watch. Under your watch, the total support of COPE and the Green Alliance of the downtown east side has ballooned to overrun and ruin family neighborhoods such as Strathcona and Yaletown. It is so disheartening that children do not have a safe place. Mr. Mayor, you are only shifting the homeless and associated crimes to other neighborhoods. This is not a solution. It's not a fix. We need to get to the root of the problem. The number one priority of Vancouverites is public safety, yet you and the Green Alliance rate emergency climate change as your top priority at the expense of core services. Our roads are a mess. Our parks are unsafe. They're unusable for the very people who are meant for. Crime is out of control. Mayor and Councillor, you were elected to provide proper basic services to our community, to provide public safety, fire protection, city streets, recreation facilities, parks and community centers. Look, you were not elected to impose your personal views to socially engineer our lives. In 2010, the city budget was $1 billion. Today's city budget is $1.6 billion. It's totally outstripping inflation. Well, during this pandemic, most Vancouverites are suffering financially. Businesses are closing and some are going bankrupt. But the city continues to spend and hire at a rapid pace. The private sector has taken cutbacks. They've reduced spending, they laid off staff, but the city continues to hire, expanding and setting up new departments, like the $1.5 million for a mobility pricing scheme, to be spent on researching a toll on cars. Mr. Mayor, in your annual speech to the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade, you stated the City of Vancouver does not have legal authority to state road tolls. Why should you allocate $1.5 million in that 2021 budget? Has your staff recommended a road toll on cars? Like, I'm lost. And the city spent totally unnecessary $40 million to beautify the Granville Street Bridge. You're not spending adequately on basic core services to meet the needs of our growing city. You're looking at cutting core services, yet you and the Green Alliance are lavishly spending on mobility studies and on non-emergency climate change that experts concede will have zero measurable impact. In your budget, a 5% tax increase, sucking another $500 million of taxpayers' money for bogus climate change emergency. No money for Auditor General, no money to clean up our parks for children, families, and elderly. Let me remind you, Council unanimously voted for an Auditor General. Where is the Auditor General in the 2021 budget?
Thanks so much. That's the 5 minutes, but you do have questions from Councillor Hardwick.
Yes?
Hello, Ms. Castles. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
You've mentioned several times in your remarks the notion of core services to the city. Do you believe that the city has core services that they're responsible for, and why do you believe that to be the case?
When I read the government mandate, it clearly stated, and it was on the website, the government mandate, it explained that we have municipalities, in some areas we have resorts. It explained the duties, and that's where I took that from. and I can send it to you. I will pull that out from my research and I will forward it to you.
Well, I'd appreciate that. There certainly seems to be the idea that there are core essential services, but whether that's backed up, in fact, still not 100% convinced, or I'm looking into it. So I'd appreciate, for you, and there was another gentleman earlier that spoke that I asked the same question, because there are a lot of people operating on the basis of core services, and that seems to be somewhat in dispute. So appreciate you sharing that with all of council.
Thank you.
And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Thank you for calling in, and have no more questions. Appreciate it, and I'll be moving on to the next speaker. Thank you. We have speaker number 30, Timothy Young.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and Honorable Stewart and City Council. My name is Timothy Young. I was born at St. Paul's Hospital downtown and lived in Vancouver all of my life. The last 15 years I've lived in the downtown core. I thought it was important to call and voice my concerns over the cutting of the police budget and public safety. Our citizens are already battling a pandemic and economic hardships and increased crime. I live adjacent to a park downtown in a townhome, and there's a noticeable amount of more people staying in the park, staying in there late at night, fighting, police calls, urinating, using the bushes as bathrooms. I've asked them to stop, and usually I just get the response of sort of threatening, swearing, and general disregard. It's like there's no recourse for this type of behavior, and it's scary for people to be out at night. I know my parents have altered how they're moving around. They also live in Yale Town, so I think it's critical that that our police force has the funding it needs to look after this public safety issue and combat and be able to look after the issue that we have. I don't think cutting the budget for them is going to help to turn that around, and I just think that's important for me to be able to call in and say that and hear that from your citizens. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much for calling in tonight. I don't see any questions for you from council, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks so much. Next, we have speaker number 31, Dallas Brody.
Mayor Stewart, that speaker is not on the line.
Okay, thank you so much. Moving on to speaker number 32, Larissa Blockus.
Hello? Blockhurst.
Hi there.
Hello.
Sorry about that.
Thank you for this.
Please.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Larissa Blockhouse. I'm opposed to the budget. I'm a BIPOC settler living and working in what is currently called Vancouver, including working and volunteering in the downtown east side. This council passed some key motions this summer. That council asked staff to seek input from BLM, WISH, CCAP, BCCLA, Hogan's Alley Society, Vancouver Aboriginal Transformative Justice Services Society, Vandu, PACE, DTS Women's Center, Western Aboriginal Harm Reduction Society, Battered Women's Support Services, Pivot, and the John Howard Society, people with lived experience, equity seeking, and other community groups, as well as housing and health providers, social service providers, and nonprofit societies specializing in human rights, mental health, and addictions about how the city could support existing and future community-based harm reduction and safety services. That council asked staff to report back as soon as possible with a plan, timeline, and budget to deprioritize policing as a response to mental health, sex work, homelessness, substance use, and to prioritize funding community-led groups, nonprofit societies, and others with the experience and training to deliver harm reduction and safety initiatives in these areas. That council directs the mayor to inform the Vancouver Police Board that it is council's priority to respond to the mental health, sex work, homelessness, and substance use with initiatives led by community health agencies, social service providers, and nonprofit societies rather than policing. I fully support these motions, and I'm deeply concerned that there is no funding whatsoever to ensure that these motions receive the follow-through I expect. In response to the public outcry against police brutality this summer, the VPD has created a poor-bashing unit to perpetrate the exact violence we are trying to eradicate in Vancouver. Added to the VPD's clear disdain for democratically made decisions by council, the VPD is now whipping up fear about crime among business owners.
Excuse me. Hi, just excuse me. Some of your language there is probably a little bit outside the bounds in terms of describing various organizations. So if you could just keep it to the the facts of the budget, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Fears may be legitimate, but that doesn't mean over-policing impoverished people is the answer. It's important to note that police don't prevent crime and don't solve a lot of crimes either. BC has the highest unsolved crime rate in Canada, with a 51% clearance rate for violent crime and a 20% clearance rate for all other crime. The VPD specifically only has about 46% clearance rate for homicides. Actions that are proven through research to reduce crime are adequately fund housing and recognize it as a human right, to provide full health care and invest in community-based programs that will lift people out of poverty using culturally appropriate methods. I expect Council to pursue these actions. Sending police to perpetrate violence and destroy property of impoverished people is part of a system that perpetuates poverty and creates new trauma for people who are likely already traumatized. According to Canadian Senator Kim Pate, about 80% of people in prison in Canada are there because they were experiencing poverty. Vancouver has an opportunity here to catch up with other cities allocating their funds more effectively and become a Canadian leader in real justice rather than police brutality. Excessive policing is worse than a waste of public funds. It's support for a violent white supremacist group. The style of policing used by the VPD was originally brought to Canada to oppress Indigenous sovereignty as part of a violent genocide intended to eradicate Indigenous people and to enforce the enslavement of Black people kidnapped and brought to Canada. This is a fundamental purpose of police, and reform and any feel-good sensitivity training will not change that, as demonstrated by the VPD's plan to continue to target neighborhoods with higher rates of BIPOC residents like Strathcona. The Vancouver police kill more people per capita in Canada, with 76% of victims in clearly need of mental health care. Black people accounted for 5% of street checks, despite being only 1% of Vancouver's population. Indigenous people comprise 16% of street checks and only 2% of Vancouver's population. Across Canada, Indigenous people make up only 4.8% of the population, but are 15% of people murdered by police. And the Black community is 3.4% of Canada's population and are 9% of police murder victims. Reconciliation is not possible as long as the city funds police brutality. By the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police own support, up to 80% of calls police respond to are not related to criminal activity, but are instead calls about social disorder, mental health, and other issues. I cannot think of a group more ill-suited to deal with these calls than the police. Police are not healthcare professionals, and as violent oppressors, they are likely to cause trauma to people who most need protection and care. The internal culture of policing includes warrior training or similar programs wherein police are trained to see everyone, but particularly people of color, as a threat in need of violent suppression. Police culture is directly oppositional to de-escalation and wellness, and ultimately 80% of their funding should be reallocated to community programs that reduce poverty and harm, and they should only be expected to address criminal matters. I demand that the city allocate the necessary $300,000 to consult with the 13 groups mentioned in the motions, and that the city stop the proposed $2.5 million increase to the VPD budget. Every other department in this city is taking a cut due to the pandemic, and police are not above this situation. In fact, by their violent destruction of tents, they have made pandemic worse for people who are unhoused and unable to maintain social distancing. Mayor Stewart, please inform the Vancouver Police Board that it's Council's priority to defund policing. We can and should do better for those who need help reclaiming their lives from poverty, addiction, and police brutality. As well, library funding should be increased, and I fully support all of the library's requests made today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. And I don't see any
Mayor,
questions for you.
It's
Let's go, Councillor Dominato. Yeah.
Just on a point of privilege, it's just to, I think you were cautioning language, but I think there were some allegations there. I can't substantiate facts or what they were referenced, but references to suggesting that certain sectors are white supremacists and some other commentary that was made.
Yeah.
If we could be maybe cautioning again speakers.
Yeah, I try to, on both sides of this debate, I try to allow leeway, and it's a lot of, for some people it's the first time there's public speaking and they're nervous, so I try to allow it, but I will weigh in more if we get outside the boundaries. But I would apologize for some of that language, and I will try to jump in sooner to keep people focused on the task at hand here. So thanks for the intervention, Councillor Dominato. Yeah. Okay, Council, we're on to Catherine Houston.
Hi there. So yes, I'm Catherine. Sorry.
Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
I'm trying to get all my time in. I'm Catherine Houston from Vancouver, and I oppose the 1% budget cut to the VPD. I was going to quote a number of crime stats to support my position, but Chief Palmer scooped me early on. Thanks, Chief. So instead, I'll just say this. I'm a longtime resident of the West End, and I've had many opportunities to engage with the mounted unit here. Every opportunity and every experience has been positive. I've witnessed how they handle incidents too, and I admire their patience, fairness, and humanity. I'm also a pedestrian and a cyclist, so I'm often on the streets all over the city, and I get to see how other members of the VPD handle people. And again, it's impressive. A neighbor told me that she had a big party once at the beach, lots of music, very noisy. VPD showed up, and she was pretty angry because she's being told that she had to shut her party down. But one of the constables said, okay, look, how about this? Do one last dance. Really go for it. And with that, the anger was diffused, the noise stopped, and the exchange was a fun one. The relationship between members of the community and the VPD is an important one in maintaining public safety. And that brings me to this 1% cut. I understand that we're in a pandemic, and I get that the city is trying to recover. But besides crime stats that support funding the police, a cut comes at a time when defunding the police has gained traction. And that concerns me. I'm concerned that a budget cut will appear punitive and in support of that alarming narrative. Law enforcement in Canada and the U.S., we all know, is different. Law enforcement across Canada is different. And if you drill down the facts, which I did at the time, and I'm not going to go saying them all now because I don't have them in front of me, but you'll find that VPD conduct is exemplary. Stats don't support claims of racism, harassment. So I worry that elected officials making such claims, plus a decrease in the budget, could appear to support a dangerous anti-police dialogue. All of us need to be very careful about eroding trust in our police. Just look at the states. There's also a conversation going on about taking money from the VPD and putting funds toward mental health. In fact, mental health incidents affect the safety of all our residents, including those who are most vulnerable. We need frontline workers to protect them too. So I'm all for investing in mental health, but are we really accomplishing that when we take from the VPD? Why not take from something more flexible, like part of the $500 million investment in climate emergency, or look to the province? Why not get our mental health crisis fixed first before removing existing resources such as our VPD? So I oppose the 1% VPD budget cut based on crime stats and on how at this time it can erode a trust in our VPD, a trust that needs to be fostered for the safety of all. So on a final note, these people are willing to take a bullet to protect us. We could at least defend them, their value, their jobs, their reputations, and their budget. And there you go. That's it. Mic drop.
Thanks so much for your time this evening. I'm just checking, and I don't see councillors on the queue. So thanks for having your say, and I'm going to move on to the next speaker. We have Claire McGugan.
Thank you for letting me speak today. Yes, my name is Claire McGugan, and I've been working at the Hastings Sunrise Community Precinct Center for 18 years. Prior to my time at the CPC, I worked in youth justice and social services programming for 15 years. I primarily worked with youth at ages 12 to 24 who were on probation or in care of the government. I was often in the role as a youth advocate and worked with hundreds of young people and their families. Many of the youth had run-ins with the police and would share with me their negative experiences. Over a period of time, I began to see the police in a very negative light. In fact, I think it's safe to say I did not like the police. After working as a frontline worker, case manager, family resource worker, contractor, and consultant, I needed a change and decided to explore community development work. In 2002, in search of my new career, I found myself at the Hastings Sunrise CPC. I must say I was a bit nervous working so closely with the police. It did not take me long to realize I had a lot to learn about victims, policing, and how to engage a community in a meaningful way. Through my experiences working in the system, I had a strong understanding of some of the underlying drivers of why people might get involved in crime. I was also well rehearsed in saying that desperate people do desperate things, but that does not mean they are bad people. It became much more complex when I began to work with communities. I found myself developing a deeper understanding of what it was like to be the victim of a crime and the emotional and material turmoil it created. I began to work with various neighborhood police officers, and again, more of my preconceived judgments were getting challenged. I eventually discovered, based on my experience in youth justice, working with victims at the CPC, and establishing relationships within the community policing, that the community work was extremely complex. I find myself more empathetic for all and have developed a deep appreciation for the VPD, a heavy heart for the people I see on the streets that struggle with mental illness. addiction, and poverty. And I worry for all the other community members who just want a safe community for themselves and their families. The police have an extremely challenging job. Many people who are doing things we wish they wouldn't obviously are not happy when the police have contact with them. The victims that those people affect are not happy with the police because the police should not have let it happen or should have caught the person who harmed them. For someone who began his career not liking the police, I can tell you without hesitation, we are very fortunate to have one of the most progressive police departments in the world here in Vancouver. This is not the time to decrease police services, especially core services such as patrol officers. If anything, we should be bolstering the opportunity for police to work more closely with community groups. In my opinion, some of the VPD's best programs are collaborations with organizations such as the community policing centers. Community policing centers are a great example of how the VPD and the community work together. As far as we know, Vancouver is the only jurisdiction in North America that has this type of community policing center model. What makes us unique is that citizens share in the governance of the CPCs. The nonprofit societies are grassroots and work hand in hand with the police and many other community partners, developing programs and creative responses to challenging problems. Delegates from around the world have visited Vancouver to learn about our community policing center model. Unlike our counterparts in other cities, the Vancouver CPCs are not satellite police stations. They are operated, staffed, and governed by members of the community. Crime prevention and safety is done through community engagement. Last year, over 1,000 people from various cultures and ethnic backgrounds contributed over 60,000 volunteer hours for the community policing centers. At our CPC, 59 volunteers speak 23 different languages. In 2019, the CPCs collectively received and addressed 6,500 citizens' reports, distributed 17,000 community and business alerts, and collected 5,000 needles. Additionally, CPCs participated in nearly 600 community events and safety presentations and were supported by hundreds of organizations and businesses. Our hope is that you will provide sustainable funding to community policing centers to allow us to continue to develop creative and progressive grassroots collaboration between the community, the police, City of Vancouver, marginalized people, and various other community partners. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have a question from Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dominato, 3 minutes, please.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Claire, for your service and calling in this evening. I just wanted to check something out with you. One of the things I'm hearing through all of the dialogue right now is a bigger conversation, even bigger than the city budget, which is around a paradigm shift around policing, around how we respond to broader social issues, including mental health and addictions. And what I'm hearing in terms of the description of the CPCs is that you talk about it being grassroots, that it's volunteer driven, it's not actually police officers. Do you think there's an opportunity as part of a bigger sort of policing reform paradigm shift of CPCs playing a role in that? And given that it is sort of grassroots focused, and do you think that's could be part of that shift?
I do. I was speaking with one of the city councilors the other day, and had shared some insights for us when we first started. And what we found is half the community wouldn't come to the community policing center because they thought we were the police, and the other half wouldn't come because they thought we weren't the police. And so we've had to develop our own credibility over the years, and that credibility is the community's credibility. It's the people that live and work in the neighborhoods, the people that visit, and we've had to find a way to move through things. And then not always agreeing, all the same way, but finding common ground. And I think the community policing centers, that's what they are. They're common ground. And I really think that's something that we need to find. I know there's a lot of differences right now and a lot of tension. And I think it's really important to find things we do agree on and start building from there. And I think the CPCs could really be a part of that.
Okay, great. Thanks for calling this evening.
Thanks so much. And that's it for questions. I appreciate you calling in and the work you do. Thank you. And next we have speaker number 35, Royce Schwinn.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart, council members, City of Vancouver. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak this evening. Our position on the VPD budget, Tourism Vancouver is not supportive of the 1% or $3.1 million reduction to budget 2021. We are also concerned about the precedent this might set for future years. Tourism Vancouver's mandate, our purpose really is to promote our incredible home to locals and visitors, These include people like all of us here on the call today who want to experience our city, people visiting friends and family, and those visiting Vancouver because it's been on their bucket list. It's also the business delegates, sports enthusiasts, and cultural experiencers that we attract from places around the world. Our more than 800 members of our tourism and hospitality community represent hotels and attractions, tour operators, restaurants, many that are owner-operators, and they are outstanding ambassadors for our city. And tourism and hospitality contributes over $14 billion to Metro Vancouver's economy, but because of that COVID tailspin, we expect to lose $10 billion this year alone. Some of the businesses, these folks who are our friends, neighbors, and community builders, are fighting for their lives because of what COVID has done to their and their staff's livelihood. These business owners are net economic and social contributors. What makes this more difficult is when our tourism partners must live and do what little business they can in this depressed environment, and then add elevated levels of anxiety because of the rise in commercial break-and-enters, assaults, intimidation, and so on, which was illustrated in the statistics and crime perception survey presented earlier this morning. An example from one of our members recently, 2 of their locations have had 4 attempted B&Es so far this year. That's one example of many, and that's unprecedented for this business owner who has been in business for many years. It certainly corroborates the findings shared. Myself, I too recently had a very aggressive individual outside my place of work pleading and then demanding that I go to the nearest bank machine and to give that individual $25. Additionally, I'm concerned about what our visitors will experience once our city starts to reopen. What will their experience be? How many will be influenced to not visit Vancouver because of safety concerns? We recognize tough budget decisions must be made, increase revenues or decrease costs. There are many tensions within our community that stretch our city services and thus the delicate balance. And this was before the pandemic hit, now only exacerbated. As an organization proud of our city, we empathize with the social challenges that our city faces. We appreciate and are thankful for the incredible work of our frontline workers and support services personnel to provide help to the disadvantaged, those suffering addictions and mental illness. These are human beings and they need help. But critical to rebuilding our tourism economy now, more than ever before, is knowing that Vancouver is a safe and welcoming city. That should be at the core of who we are. The Vancouver Police Department are not only an important partner in this regard, but have done tremendous work over the years supporting all kinds of events linked to our tourism economy, and that has helped build a positive reputation for Vancouver on the local and global stage. We sincerely thank them for their ongoing support and partnership. At the end of the day, people just want to feel safe knowing their place of work is going to be okay without feeling anxious for their personal safety. And our locals and visitors feel confident visiting our city and walk away with great stories to tell about this place that we are lucky to call our home. In closing, thank you for your service to the community and thank you for ongoing support of Vancouver's tourism community. I appreciate this opportunity to share these views held by many that we represent and support. Please reconsider the 1% reduction to the Vancouver Police Department budget. At the very least, hold that budget flat. Give our industry and community a chance to make it through these unprecedented times. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much. You have a question from Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Kirby-Yung, please go ahead.
Hi, Royce. Thanks for being here.
Hi.
Hi. It is distressing to see how the tourism industry has been decimated. You started to touch on it, but you didn't go there. And I wonder if you can expand a little bit because you spoke about the impact on B&Es and that locally, and you just started to touch on it. But can you talk about how important safety is in success and in how it will be in terms of a rebound and recovery for the industry when people are choosing a destination? For example, when someone's choosing to host a conference in one city over another, or if people are picking leisure travelers or picking a place to go, where does safety factor into the list of considerations of where they might travel to?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. It's a great question, and Canada is regarded as a safe place. But as you still, drill down into the cities, and we talk with meeting planners and event organizers who bring millions of dollars worth of business here, there is a question around safety. And more than one occasion, we've had questions and then surprise at areas of Gastown, downtown East Side, other areas where conference goers and people have shown up and it's become unsafe. And that those stories start to perpetuate a reputation for Vancouver as being safe, being an unsafe place to do business, and can influence millions of dollars going to other destinations. So it's critically important that we manage, maintain, we grow our reputation. Clearly, there's work that needs to be done here, but visitors bring in money that helps support the services that we can invest to help people. So it's important that we manage the reputation, and I am fearful that as the city begins to reopen, we'll lose these opportunities, and this business will go somewhere else. Leisure visitors will go somewhere else to visit where they feel safe.
And to that point, in terms of what's riding on it on the recovery, how many can you sort of estimate how many people are out of work in the tourism sector in Vancouver now? What percentage?
We estimate there's about 105,000 people that are employed in Metro Vancouver in the tourism industry, in somewhere between 30 and 40%, depending how the stats are done, that are unemployed. Further to that, in a survey that we did a couple of months ago, up to 42% of the businesses, so 163 respondents, 42% of those businesses, if they don't get help right now, get some level of revenues, they will be out of business. Within the next 12 months.
Well, that's sobering, and a lot of those jobs are often the folks that really need them, right? It's the hotel workers, the frontline servers for conventions, folks who are taking people on tours. Like those are the jobs we're talking about.
And thanks. We're at the 3 minutes, and going over to Councillor DeGenova for up to 3 minutes, please.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ken, go ahead.
Okay. I actually didn't have questions for the speaker. We've all received an email, Mr. Mayor.
Is this a point of procedure or something, or?
It's a point of procedure, so it's not a question for the speaker. But apparently, speaker number 25 has been on the line.
Yeah, I have been. There's lots of back and forth on the list with the callers, so we try to do the best we can, and then so we did go over how people are notified. There is an opportunity at the
Mr. Mayor,
end.
you didn't. My point of procedure was, could we not let speaker 25 speak, as they have been waiting on the line the entire day?
Yeah,
like everybody else, and if it's a system error on our part, then I just feel we've done that for other speakers before. And
yep.
Yeah. So can we see if they're still on the line after the speaker?
Sure. And again, just to reiterate, when speakers aren't on the line, the clerks will call and to tell them that their time is. So all efforts have been made for the folks that are. There's a number of people that have been, they've been called, but that weren't there on their time, and so there isn't, of course, an opportunity at the end of the meeting to do that.
It's just who knows when the end of the meeting might be, and the speaker has emailed us. So if I have to move a motion, I'll do that. But I was just hoping maybe we could, because it says speaker number 25, Tamara. It says I've been on the line and no one's been acknowledging me.
Yeah, let's have a vote on that. Let's have a vote on that. Let's vote. If you want to move a motion, then that we'd hear speaker number 25, please go ahead.
I think we should hear any speaker that sends us an email and has called into the line. The moderator could.
Yep. Okay. So that's a motion, and we'll have a seconder.
A motion.
We have a seconder for that motion.
Second.
Right.
Okay. Thanks. So all in favor of hearing speaker 25, please say yay.
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 And opposed, say nay. Okay, great. So clerks, if you could pull speaker number 25 up.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Hello.
Hi there. Is this Tamara F?
That's correct. Thank you so much. Oh. Sorry about all the hassle. Sorry about that.
No problem. No, thanks for calling in. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, and I just wanted to say thank you for everyone for allowing me to speak today regarding the 2021 City of Vancouver budget. I wish to only address one item, and that is to strongly oppose cutting the VPD budget for 2021. Over the course of the last 6 to 8 months, I'm finding that I'm calling the VPD multiple times every week now, which is something I've never had to do in the last 22 years living in downtown Vancouver. I live in Yaletown, and I see firsthand every single day how drastically and negatively my community has changed in recent months, and the overwhelming need for our police to keep myself and my neighbors safe. Having less police is not an option. Cutting the VPD budget so they cannot effectively do their job is not an option. I really empathize what these officers are dealing with on a daily basis. I have an office job, and my life is not put in danger every time I start my workday. These officers put their life on the line, and they spend every day dedicated to helping our communities. The health and wellness of these officers and all our first-line responders should be a top priority for our mayor and council, and keeping in mind that tone from the top really does matter. I firmly believe that it is your permissive policies which have been implemented in recent months is what is making our city so unsafe and the jobs of these officers much more difficult. If money is an issue for the City of Vancouver, then you must tighten your belts and focus only on core services. As our elected officials, you have specific obligations and duties to fulfill, and yet it appears that you have abandoned them for issues that are outside of your jurisdiction. As a taxpayer in the City of Vancouver, I expect you to fulfill the reasons why you exist, which is to maintain public order and a society that respects the law. I expect you to keep our streets and sidewalks safe and clean, repair our roads, ensure the garbage is picked up, and maintain public safety and enforce our bylaws. And if you cannot do that, then you have no right to exist at all. 2020 has been a tough year for everyone. People are losing their jobs, businesses are going under, and Kennedy Stewart is threatening homeowners in the City of Vancouver with an additional property tax increase, when other jurisdictions are reducing their property taxes to take into account the current environment due to this pandemic. I didn't get a raise this year, but the City of Vancouver managers did. And during the pandemic, the City of Vancouver spent millions of hard-earned tax dollars to renovate City Hall and purchase top-of-the-line furnishings. You all need to take a step back and focus on core services and stop spending money on initiatives outside of your jurisdiction or on issues that do not benefit the city as a whole. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And I don't see any questions on the list for you, so I'll move back to our position on the list. We have speaker number 36, Steve Canafari.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Steve Canafari. I'm a lifelong resident of Vancouver, and I'm strongly against any decrease in police funding in the 2021 city budget. So for a little further context, I'm also a husband, father, son of an elderly parent who still lives on her own at age 85 in Vancouver. To be clear, though, I'm also not affiliated with any of the numerous nonprofit or professional activists we have heard from so far today. I'm just a simple taxpayer who agrees with Caller 25. I'm fed up. Now, anyone living in or visiting Vancouver in the last few years could readily see public safety and the need for police is greater now, meaning that any cuts, in my view, would be completely reckless for a number of reasons. The first, police officers now have a more complicated job than ever before. You've got an increasing population with a host of complex challenges, including addiction and mental health issues, which require more time and effort to handle in an appropriate manner and with compassion. And I think everyone agrees that people on the street need help and they need compassion. And I tell you right now, if you truly are concerned about the impact policing has on these vulnerable members of our population, more resources, not less, are required to ensure our officers have the tools, training, and support to help all members of the public. I think it's the only decent thing to do. The second point I've got is reducing the number of officers now. It simply compounds the VPD resource reductions that has been ongoing in Vancouver for years. Going on your website, the city website, from 2009, I've noticed that the VPD is virtually seeing no increase in officers. This is in despite of city population growth of over 10%, as well as a Metro Vancouver population growth of over 18% in the same time frame. Now, this is important because Vancouver is a destination for a lot of people and a lot of events. And the one thing that we're going to see when this pandemic is over, and I think the fellow before me from the Tourism Vancouver can attest to this, we're going to need events to draw people into the city to create a vibrant economy. We need the police to help ensure they're safe on the streets so we can have an economic activity. Cutting officers is not the answer. Now, when you talk about less officers per capita in the last 10 years, in addition to greater handling time per calls we've seen, the result is lower response times, or higher response times, overwhelmed officers and frustrated citizens. And in fact, a lot of citizens, I would say, don't even report crimes anymore because they simply are not a priority and it's not worth the effort. And these are the hidden stats that I think people tend to ignore, which are very important. The reality is, I believe truly that, most importantly, a lot of officers are suffering from a morale issue because they're constantly being berated by the public and by elected officials for not doing the proper job and not looking out for citizens. I think it's just a shame the way we treat them. My third point is my family's experienced a number of instances of property crime over the last decade, but I'm more concerned about the safety of my vulnerable mother, wife, and daughter. They have all at various times very recently, voiced their concern about not feeling safe as they travel around the city, walk our neighborhood, and sleep in our home at night. Knowing that officers are there and ready to assist when needed provides comfort. The fact that we would even consider cutting the number of officers on the street does nothing to help mitigate the fear they have in the city, and that's just not right. And again, as a man, I'm ashamed to have to talk to my daughter and my mom and my wife to explain to them the ramifications of reckless cuts by City Hall. Now, my last point, in 2019, I noticed the overall city budget is approximately $1.7 billion. This is an increase of over 50% from 2009. Now, this again is despite an increase of only 10% of the population and no increase in police officers. These numbers are important context because anytime the city proposes budget cuts, they seem to target police cuts as an immediate option to present. In my view, this is simply a deflectionary tactic. In fact, it's a scare tactic, and it's being used to avoid addressing a more pressing issue, serious mismanagement of city finances. Threatening citizens with police cuts while ignoring the difficult work of looking at the larger city budget for possible cuts is wrong. It's even worse when you consider the city, while threatening to cut a key resource people rely on for safety, still finds the fund to buy designer chairs for City Hall, $5 million chandeliers to hang under a bloody bridge, raises for managers during a pandemic, and I think caller 29 made an excellent point, $1.5 million to set aside for mobility pricing studies where we don't even have jurisdiction. If that doesn't scream incompetence, I don't know what does. In summary, these cuts are unwarranted and reckless at a time when public safety is paramount in the city. In fact, this issue demonstrates, in my view, the massive gap that exists between what residents and taxpayers value and expect from our taxes and what politicians think we care about. It's time for the city to start to focus on core services like police and less on pet projects that add questionable value, especially
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And there's no questions for you, so we'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you. Council, I'm just letting you know that at 8 o'clock, I'm going to have a slight pause so we can have a break for 15 minutes, and then we'll continue on until 10. Speaker number 37 is Angelo Kashaba.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I know it's already been a 10-hour day for you, but I hope you can spare me 5 minutes of your attention because what I have gone through is totally unacceptable in any civilized society. As it said, my name is Angelo Kashaba. I own a small business on Hornby and Hastings called Regal Grooming Lounge. I don't live in Vancouver anymore, but maintain this business because it's my only source of income. This is the first time I've spoken to this chamber. I am not an activist. I don't have any political affiliation. As a matter of fact, I've never voted for the same party 2 elections in a row. I am here to talk to you about the deteriorating situation in the downtown area and why your help is desperately needed and needed now. We've had 4 break-ins. This last time, 3 weeks ago, the 2 thieves spent over 20 minutes torching a glass door, not breaking it, but torching it at 7 a.m. Yes, at 7 a.m., completely unconcerned. Now, I do have a CCTV footage I have, if I may ask to play it. It's a 50-second one, and I will speak while it's playing, just so you can see, because as they say, picture is worth 1,000 words. This happened on Hornby and Hastings, supposedly a very nice area of downtown, and in the morning. Please imagine a barber shop being broken into 4 times, not to mention a long list of other criminal activities, like what happened about a month ago. Someone walks into the shop, goes straight into the washroom, locks himself in the washroom, climbs on the vanity, and we have a fluorescent ceiling light box. He pushes the box up and he climbs into the attic. By the time the police came and they flushed him out, he said he was just washing his hands, and they just let him walk out. I feel violated, to be honest. I feel angry, frustrated, and pushed to the limit. We pay $22,000 in property taxes for a barber shop. As you know, we pay our own garbage collection, we pay for recycling, and so on. As a business, Regal Grooming does not enjoy any of the city facilities like libraries, pools, arenas, parks, and so on. For $22,000, we don't even get 1 vote in municipal election. Yet, if I were still living here, we would have 4 votes as a family, even if our property taxes were a third of what Regal Grooming pays. Some people, I'm sure they're thinking, okay, you are privileged to be able to pay $22,000 in property taxes, or I am not sensitive to what's going on around with the less fortunate people and so on. Let me say the complete opposite is true. I am not privileged at all. I am 63 years old and work just as hard now as I did 40 years ago when I arrived in the city. I own a very average house that I still carry a mortgage on. As a matter of fact, I lean more on the green social side of the spectrum on many issues. However, the realist in me says whatever we are doing is not working. If anything, it's making the situation far worse. Last year, we added a custom-made lock on our entrance, supposedly impossible to tamper with. They torched the glass instead. We installed 14 security cameras, 30 extra lights, and we left them on 24/7 when we are open only 10 hours of the day and we close Sundays and holidays. Imagine the energy waste and cost for 30 extra lights just to add another element of security. That's not my idea of a green city. Our lease does not allow us to put a metal screen on the outside, to install a roll-up screen on the inside on 2 large windows and a 7-foot wide door. That will cost us $25,000. That still won't solve the problem with the back door, the attic, and so on. We already are wobbling because of COVID. We are down to 7 barbers from 13. We laid off our manager. We can't cope with more of this cost and more of these fears. Please deal with the urgent matter on hand. This is not the vision of a livable city, and this is not the time to be cutting police force. We need more police, not less. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You do have a question from Councillor Dejanova. Go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you very much for your very passionate presentation. I had a question specifically for you about staff and customers, and if you have it all heard, just as we had heard from Mr. Gauthier from the Downtown BIA, that there's a concern for, I suppose, employees of businesses that have issues walking at night, but also are there safety issues for your customers? Have they noted that to you? Do you feel you're losing business?
Absolutely. I didn't want to go there because I wanted to focus on the more.
You don't have to answer my question. Yeah.
No, I will answer it. I'll be honest with you. Like our opening manager on many occasions was afraid to wake somebody up that's sleeping in front of our entrance. So we'd have to go to the building maintenance guy, bring him, and try to ask the guy, would you please get up and let me open the business. I mean, that's not comfortable. You feel bad for the person to be sleeping on a cardboard, but I have a business to open. I can't be worried about all these issues also. Yes, the staff are definitely scared. A lot of them are very fearful. They're fearful of the people that walk in because I can go on about the things that happen. Like a guy walks in, goes in the back, grabs 4 bottles. We have complimentary cologne bar, grabs 4 bottles of cologne, and they're not cheap. Stuffs them in his pocket, and he walks out. That's not comfortable. I mean, people are scared to talk to him.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I only get so much time. I did want to
No, I
ask
appreciate
you.
that.
Can I just? It might be a trivial question, but I just wanted to ask, when your manager, who is an employee of yours and obviously probably wants to do his best job too, when he goes to try and clear that doorway or is fearful, how long approximately does that take for him to call city bylaw staff to decide if they can do something or it needs to be someone else? Can you give me a time frame roughly?
Councilor Genova, it's a she. So Jackie, she would go to the building.
I should
No,
have
no
said
problem.
they.
She would. No, it's okay. We are in a building, in a high-rise building, so we have a building maintenance manager. She would go to him, Stan, and she would bring Stan along to, because she feared for herself. She said, I don't know, the guy could be violent. I don't want to wake him up. So we never called the police or we never called anybody. We just would go have somebody else with us, with Jackie to tell the guy if he doesn't mind to move on.
And is it staying the same or is it getting worse, in your opinion?
No, it's getting. It's far worse. Like, I mean, it's getting to a point, to be honest, now. I mean, we don't keep the door open. As soon as the shop is closed, we close the door, even if we have clients still in. And that's
Thanks very much.
Comfortable.
Thank you. That is 3 minutes. Thank you. You do have questions, though, from Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Wiebe, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for coming in today. You talked about not reducing the police budget, but I'm wondering, do you want to see more of a comprehensive plan by the city to deal with public safety and disorder to ensure that we are supporting our small businesses?
Absolutely. And to be honest, I mean, I am deferring to you. You are the experts on this matter. It's like me going to the emergency department of a hospital and saying, I feel this, and I'm expecting them to give me something to do with my health, not to ask me what should we do about it. I don't know. I mean, as far as how you allocate the budget and what's the best way, but we need more police patrol. When I call up, when they this last time, I called at 7:30 in the morning. I didn't get the police in until late in the afternoon, and after calling them so many times, and that's not right.
No, I think we need a full approach. I really appreciate you spending time coming to speak today. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you, sir. There are no other questions from you from council. Council, I have just been talking to the clerk, and actually it's probably good to take a break now. So we'll take a break now and come back at 8:05. And our next speaker will be speaker number 38, Karina Ortiz. Okay, council, so we'll see you at, what is it now? We'll just see you at a few minutes after 8 o'clock. Thank you. I'm just, council starting to come on line here.
And you have quorum.
Thanks very much, council. We're back. We're at speaker 38 out of 235. And the next speaker is Griana Ortiz. Clerks, do we have Griana Ortiz on the line?
Mr. No, we don't have that speaker on. I'm just trying to get an update on who's on. Just give me a second here.
Okay, sure. Okay, no problem. Council, we're just waiting for the waiting room to populate. Just wait to hear from the clerk. Okay, council, as we're waiting to the for the waiting room to populate, we do have speaker ready to go, who is Samantha DeBellis.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi there. I can. Please
Hi.
go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Firstly, I have to thank council. I can't imagine what a long day it's been for y'all. The work that you're doing right now is so, so important. So I commend you for, giving it all of your attention and energy, because as many have said so far, the decisions that you make today are so important. I'm Sam. I am a Vancouver resident living in the West End. I'm typically a social worker, but I was recently laid off, so currently unemployed. And I wanted to talk about my opposition to increasing the police budget today. Firstly, I'd like to share my experiences with the police. I personally haven't had to use or access police, and so I'm grateful. But I have worked with, children in the youth justice system. I've worked with women and children escaping domestic violence, and I've had to interact with police many a times in those different settings. And I'm reminded when working with police, when it comes to issues of domestic abuse, issues of child trafficking, that they aren't the most well-equipped or trauma-informed individuals when entering these settings. And I know that about 80% of the calls that the Vancouver Police Department responds to are non-criminal in nature, like the calls that I might be calling them for to do property removal from an abuser's home, or have an escort help them exit an abusive situation, most of the times when recommending to clients that we utilize police, they would voice how police made them scared, they made them feel unsafe. And I think that's really important to note. I've heard a lot of people talk about safety and feelings of safety today, and I think that that's important and should not be discredited. If 20% of calls are related to criminal offenses and people don't feel safe because of the high crime activity, then that's completely valid. But there's a whole other 80% of instances where people are saying, I don't have any other option but to use police, and I don't feel safe doing so. I think it's important, very, very important, that we start giving people alternate resources that they can trust are safe for them, that they can trust are trained to handle this specific situation. I personally believe, and counsel, you may disagree, but I personally believe that crime is a symptom of poverty, of disconnection, of lack of community. And in these instances where police are responding to crime, I can't help but wonder if we put more resources and energy into the social services that help lift people out of poverty, that empower people, then would we even see the crime rates we do? Would we even need police? I can't help but feel that police are, when responding to criminal matters, are just a Band-Aid on this deep wound that is societal dysfunction, ultimately, my personal opinion. I also would like just to take 1 second to make a comment about the Chief of Police presentation today. Today, the Chief of Police presented, and, near the end of his presentation, he urged council to, take this decision seriously because people's safety and perception of safety is at stake here. And I think that's really a valid statement to make. But then he also called people, like my comments that are coming from people like me, baseless rhetoric. And I think that's really concerning. It's really textbook gaslighting. And if somebody is going to be responsible for making us feel safe, and when hundreds of people are coming forward saying we don't feel safe in these 80% of instances that police respond to, and the police chief is calling that baseless, I think that's a really big indication that our police department is not listening to people, not listening to those who are saying that they don't feel safe, that they don't feel like their needs are met, and they don't feel like they have the resources to support them and help lift them out of dark times that they're experiencing. So, council, I urge you, please, can you redirect some of these resources to be put into community support?
Thank you. We're at 5 minutes, and thanks for calling in. I don't see any other any questions for you from council, but do appreciate you participating tonight. Clerks, I'm just going to go through the list of folks. I have a single name, Julia, speaker number 39.
Not on call.
Okay, thanks. I have Natasha Wahid.
Not on the call.
Megan Johnson, speaker number 42.
Not on the call.
I have 43. Oh, so Kellen Jackson, number 43.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Kellen Jackson.
Yes. Hello.
Hi there.
Can you
have
hear
up to
me?
5 minutes. Yeah, up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hello. So my name, is Kellen Jackson. I'm a tenant in Strathcona. I have lived in what we know as Vancouver on these unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh for 7 years now. And I see in front of me an operating budget projected that has an increase of 7% of the total operating expenditure in terms of specifically the spending on public safety subheading the police. that there's an increase to 28% of the total operating expenditure of the city. And, you know, this summer, following so much work by community, the city made several promises to deprioritize the police. I've also witnessed the police lie about their expenditures, specifically
I'm just going
in
to
terms
caution you
of
there.
the money they
Hi.
use on.
So, excuse me. Excuse me. I'm just going
Sorry?
to caution you there. Just going to caution you there to temper your language a little bit. We've been trying to just, you know, not use words like lie and those types of things. So if you could just, you know, leave that out, we're happy to hear the rest of your comments.
All right. Well, I will say then, in a factual basis, I know the police have reported that they spent $238 on policing homelessness in the last year. I personally witnessed the massive displacement by the police of folks at Crab Park, and I know of 2 other massive displacement projects within the same year. So I'm not sure what else to call that, but I just want to say I view a discrepancy, and I suggest that there needs to be a follow-through from council on the already stated commitments within this year to deprioritize policing in favor of prioritizing community-related services, which are more important than ever before as community needs support in the face of all of our overlapping and intersecting crises ongoing, including the COVID-19 pandemic. So I'm calling today primarily to add my voice to the mix and ask the council to follow through and be accountable to their promises within this last year to reallocate funding from police services to community-related services. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time this evening. There are no questions for you, so I am going to move on to the next speaker. I have speaker number 4. Thank you. Yep, I have speaker number 44, M. Luddington.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Great. I can. Up to 5 minutes. Please go whenever you're ready.
Sure. I don't have a huge amount to say. I feel like people who've called in or written in probably have summarized my feelings on the issue of the budget, and there's ample stats and opinions out there for counselors to locate themselves. And I'm not an expert, but basically, like, I am strongly in favor of city budget being reallocated away from community policing and prioritization of community initiatives and community services that are specifically trauma-informed, harm reductive, decolonial, and are meant to support the people who are the most vulnerable in the city. And I think that there's just ample evidence that that the VPD is not necessarily, I don't want to say that they're not capable, but I think that they're just working off of a historical foundation of colonial violence that kind of negates their ability to positively impact the community. And I feel that they are overfunded because of that. And I understand that they may be so overfunded because the police have been historically and more tasked with additional responsibilities. The scope of their positions has grown over the past 100 years. It's become increasingly complex, and they cannot and no longer should be so responsible for community wellness. There is not enough training, there is not enough understanding, there is not enough lived experience, and they hold way too much power to actually I think, positively influence and support the immediate community. Funds from the budget should be reallocated to support and resources and services for the mentally ill, for substance users, for unhomed and homeless people, and in particular for Black and Indigenous people, especially those who are trans and disabled. I think that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thanks so much. You do have a question from Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, up to 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us tonight. I'm was prompted to ask you a question because what you said was to move the funds from community policing and reallocate it to I think you said decolonial trauma-informed kinds of services. And I'm wondering if you, when you use that term community policing, did you just mean the VPD? Or did you specifically mean and have you been informed around the community policing centers, most of which, 9 out of 11 of which are actually run by nonprofit societies and have a very different role within the community?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I specifically meant the VPD and their
great
involvement and impact in the community. Apologies for the miscommunication there.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you. I really appreciate again you taking the time to speak with us.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for catching that.
Thank you. And there are no other questions for you, so I'll move on to the next caller. But thanks so much for calling in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 45, Barbara Reed.
Hi.
Hi there. I've up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi, my name is Barbara. I'm a white settler here on unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territory. And I'm one of the people you heard from this summer in support of Councillor Swanson's motion to prioritize community-led safety initiatives. And my cat says hello yet again. So people have already and are going to point out for you the glaring flaws in the requested increase to the police budget, including this new unit that they justified with a survey from a marketing company. But since it's been several months since that motion passed, I'd like to use my time to remind you about some of the things that you heard this summer. You heard from people about the seemingly infinite money the VPD does seem to have to spend on displacing unhoused people, to patrol poor areas, and to spend on drones, advanced surveillance equipment, and acoustic weapons. You were reminded of Tony Dew, a 51-year-old man who officers shot to death in 2014, less than 30 seconds after they showed up. You heard from people who attended Wet'suwet'en and Solidarity Actions who saw VPD officers forcibly remove regalia from Indigenous youth, which I believe is an UNDRIP violation, force an elder into the back of an unmarked car, all while claiming they were there for safety, while they did nothing as cars drove into protesters and at later demonstrations yelled unmasked in our faces in the middle of a pandemic. You heard from elementary school teachers who had seen their students handcuffed, people who had ambulances blocked by police when they called for medical help, people who were forced from their homes and communities, people who were forced by police to live with their abusers, people who had been racially profiled, assaulted, and publicly humiliated. You also heard from workers who deal with the public every day, who explained that having to call the police often actually made their job harder and asked for trauma-informed, peer-led alternatives. On that note, you heard from people involved in and adjacent to community-led programs like the Carnegie Community Action Project, with firsthand accounts of how those programs are saving lives and truly key. And it's also a slap in the face to activists, especially harm reduction activists in this city, who have been explaining for decades that the VPD's mandate is antithetical to the real safety of many people in this city. And the other one is this claim that those of us calling for you to divert funds aren't offering up an alternative, or that we should take it up with the province, which I don't really think needs to be debunked when you've already heard from organizations like WISH that are literally showing you ways that we can keep communities safe without, and in fact, sometimes in spite of, police. But I want to highlight again how insulting this idea is to organizations that have historically had to fight police and the city council for their community work to even be allowed to happen. Lastly, I want to repeat to you what I said in July, which is that a paramilitary force violently enforcing colonial laws on stolen land in neighborhoods where its members often don't even live deserves every ounce of scrutiny that it faces, and a refusal to reckon with or even acknowledge its failings is only more evidence that we can't be pouring money into it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for calling in this evening. I don't see anybody on the list for questions, so I'm going to move to the next speaker. We have Sarah Wiley, speaker number 46.
Mayor Stewart, the speaker is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. We have speaker number 47, Santiago Henderson.
That speaker is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. We have Jordan Bowers, number 48.
Not on the line.
Okay, Terry Smith, 49.
Yes.
Great. Terry Smith, speaker number 49. Whenever you're ready, please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, wonderful. Well, good evening, Mayor Stewart and councillors. My name is Terry Smith, and I am the Executive Director of the Robson Street Business Association, which is a nonprofit organization that serves approximately 200 businesses and commercial property owners along Robson Street between Burrard and Jervis Streets. I do appreciate the opportunity to address you this evening with respect to the 2021 city budget. On behalf of the RSBA, we do appreciate the difficult task that was in front of city staff to develop the 2021 city budget, especially in light of COVID-19 and the significant financial impacts that have resulted from the pandemic. This budget presents a lot of difficult decisions for staff and council to consider in the face of not only a health crisis, but affordability, homelessness, and climate emergencies as well. The economic impacts of COVID-19 have been severe, and we are looking at recovery into the 3 to 5 year range to get back to 2019 levels. It is with this lens of economic recovery that we urge you to determine your priorities moving forward. A healthy and vibrant city is dependent on the strength and success of its economy. We all know that neighborhoods and businesses across the city have been adversely affected. However, speaking from an area within the downtown, we have been unfortunately disproportionately impacted by this pandemic. Not only have we lost our robust tourism industry this year, but we are also suffering from the lack of events, meetings, conventions, and most notably, a hollowed out commercial office sector, all of which will likely continue well into 2021. Robson Street is very much a destination shopping and dining district, and unfortunately cannot survive solely just on the local residents, many of whom have also been impacted by the pandemic. I have been tracking various economic impacts since the start of the pandemic, and the current conditions are worrying. We have already lost a number of businesses on Robson Street, and while we have recently seen some positive leasing activity, I am preparing myself for more closures in the new year, once retailers and businesses reassess their financial positions following the holiday season, which unfortunately is not looking as promising with the recent uptick in COVID cases and implementation of new restrictions. Furthermore, our foot traffic is currently trending at about 60% of our 2019 numbers, which has slightly increased from 50% since June. I would like to note, however, that as of September last year, we had started to see declines in foot traffic, which coincided with the closure of the 800 block of Robson due to the construction and the lack of pedestrian access. And by January, it was down by 30% over the 2018 numbers. So pre-COVID, we were already experiencing traffic declines. COVID has had many impacts across our city, and it's exacerbated other issues on our streets as well that are contributing to increased street disorder, property crime, and an overall decline in cleanliness and community safety and wellness. The conditions to conduct business have rapidly declined, and when coupled with COVID-19 health restrictions and financial strain, our commercial streets are bearing the brunt of this crisis. We've seen an increase in people sleeping rough on the street, discarded needles, garbage, property crime, and theft. So at this time, we hope to see council focus on the 2021 budget on the areas that are most critical at the present time, with economic recovery being at the top of the priority list. We believe this encompasses community safety and well-being, overall street and public realm cleanliness, and direct support for businesses in terms of streamlined and efficient permitting and licensing processes, as well as equitable property tax policy at both municipal and provincial levels. With that said, we do appreciate staff and council support in advocating to the province for split assessment through the creation of a new commercial subclass to allow municipalities to tax the unused development potential at a lower rate. And through my role with BIBC, we're also advocating for the same, as well as the continuation of the 50% reduction in the provincial school tax. That is everything that I had to say. So I just wanted to thank Council again for allowing me the opportunity, and I wish you all the best of luck in making your decisions moving forward.
Thanks so much for your call this evening. I'm just checking. You do have questions from Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Terry, for coming tonight and for all the work that you do. I can hear the strain in your voice. I'm wondering if there are some elements of our budget that are ones that you feel strongly in support of. I'm thinking in particular, I mean, I have enjoyed the temporary patios, for example, on Robson. If the zero fees for those patios is an important measure in this budget for you and your obviously your members.
I think permits in general is an area that would be very impactful to our businesses. Unfortunately, with the patios, we only had, I think, about 3 or 4, and only 1 or 2 that are continuing into the winter. But I continue to hear issues from businesses that are in the leasing process or in the permitting and licensing process, where they're seeing lengthy delays, and this results in economic impacts not only to the businesses but to the economy as well. So I think that's an important element to really continue the work in streamlining, fast tracking, and making the process much simpler. Again, I mentioned community safety and wellness for everybody, not just the businesses, but for the people coming to visit downtown. The perception of safety has really declined, and every day my businesses who are struggling to survive, and I know there's probably not a lot of support for the larger businesses, but we do have a lot of homegrown businesses on Robson Street, and they're struggling with rampant shoplifting and theft and a lot of other street disorder. And we work very closely with the mental health agencies and trying to connect people with the services they need, but our businesses also need the support as well, and to feel safe for not only their employees but for customers as well.
Okay, I'm hearing your concerns. Again, thank you for taking the time to speak to us.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Carr.
Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, thanks, Terry, for speaking. You've said it multiple times tonight about community safety and well-being, and recognizing that Burnaby just put forward a public safety and well-being plan for the first time ever. Do you think that the City of Vancouver should kind of lean in and maybe follow suit and create a public safety plan where we create kind of a more collaborative approach to public safety, recognizing that we need to kind of define the needs as a city?
To be quite honest, I actually haven't had a chance to read up on what their new safety plan is, but I do support collaboration in terms of community safety. Isn't just one element. I feel the police have been unfairly tasked with many issues that other agencies and organizations are better equipped with to handle, and so I would like to be able to learn more about this approach, and of course the BIAs have always been interested in collaborating with the city and agencies and VPD and community policing centers to support overall community health and wellness.
And then second to that, I'm wondering, from your role as BIABC, have you worked on the provincial policing framework, recognizing that Ontario legislated in 2018 that every city would do a plan in their Safer Ontario Act? So I'm just wondering what advocacy is being done from BIABC to meet kind of this need of community safety and well-being.
That's something that we're just starting to look at more. BIBC is very new in its infancy in terms of advocacy. it only started probably within the last couple of years. So we've really built the foundation, and with COVID, a lot of it has been focused in that direction. So I would say it has come up several times, not only just from the Vancouver BIAs that are on the board, but throughout different regions in the province that are seeing issues related to health and wellness of communities. And so it is something that we are going to be looking at. We did recently send a letter to the province during the election outlining some of our main priorities, and community wellness and safety was definitely part of that list, and looking at how we can achieve that through various levels and different approaches.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Thank you very much for calling in and all your work.
Thank you.
Thanks. We have speaker number 50, Aris Grutter.
Hi there.
Hi.
My name is Eris. I am a trans person who runs a business in the city of Vancouver. I will be moving to a larger space in the next 2-3 months, which is kind of exciting and daunting. And in looking at the city's reviewed budget, I am horrified by what I am seeing. You guys might remember me because I was caller number 81 for the Decriminalizing Poverty and Supporting Community-Led Safety Initiatives back in July. I'm really glad that you guys passed that motion, and yet this budget reflects that you aren't actually following through on what you promised us. An increase in the policing budget makes no sense. That's millions of dollars that could be spent helping small businesses survive. It's money that could help me open a new business. It is money that goes directly in the face of how many people who've called you to tell you that the police are awful to them and abusive to them. Last time I called, I told you that my biggest fear out of this entire motion would be that the police would ask for more money in order to reconcile under the guise of needing to improve community relations. And there is no improving these relations. They have been around for 150 years, harassing Indigenous people. They have harassed queer and trans people throughout the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and still to this day. I just don't understand how this could possibly make any sense to you. And it horrifies me. I don't know. There's so much more that needs to be done in terms of stopping climate change, in terms of supporting small businesses, in terms of even making communities safer. One of the things that was floated around last time was creating a new section, a new number that you could call for mental health crises instead of the police. I want to know what happened to that. I want to know what happened to the 400 people who called last time with horrific stories of police abuse that you guys are just ignoring with this? Like, I really would love an answer to that question.
Have you finished?
Are you guys going to answer?
No, this is not how this works. This is where the public asks you feed back with statements up to 5 minutes into the process, and then we ask you questions, and then after we gather all the input, we have a separate section where we debate and make our decision.
Okay. Well, I will sign off by saying that last time I listened through this, the 300 or so speakers who actually showed up, quite a few of us signed off by saying that an increase in the police budget or anything less would spark protests in the street and riots in the street. And I want you guys to remember that, because I honestly think this budget might have that outcome. I think you are failing us here. And that's
Okay.
it. I'm done.
Okay, thanks so much for calling in. I don't see any questions from council for you. And I'm going to move on to speaker number 51, who's Michelle Barley.
Hello.
Hi there. Thanks for calling in. Up to 5 minutes.
Oh my God.
I have a puppy too. I know what that's. I know how that works.
He wanted me to express that he has been adopted through the Hastings Sunrise CPC, and we're very, very grateful to them for that. 9 years ago that happened. So thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this evening, and thank you for your valuable contributions to the city. My name is Michelle Borelli, and I'm the Executive Director of the West Broadway Business Improvement Association. We represent over 300 businesses and 150 commercial property owners. I'm speaking to you this evening to express support for the budget priorities to support local businesses and the community. As a newer BIA relative to others, we operate with 1 staff and one of the smallest BIA budgets in the city. We understand the challenges of operating with limited resources and strive to focus on priority initiatives to benefit local businesses and the area. We would not be able to operate in a meaningful way without partnerships that help keep the area safe and connect the community. Based on input from local businesses and community partners, the following budget priorities would be essential for the neighborhood's health and well-being. 1, safety and security, fully funding the Vancouver Police Department, BPD services, community police centers, and neighborhood police officers are integral resources that need to be maintained and or increased, and partnerships are essential there as well, looking at how we can increase opportunities for partnership, not decrease resources. Second would be streets, maintaining clean streets, public infrastructure, and revitalization initiatives. And third, business development, resources to facilitate permits and licensing and mitigate delays that are detrimental and prevent businesses from operating in Vancouver. We do appreciate the improvements that have been made to the above noted initiatives. And we know that staff are working very hard, and we're very grateful for that. The VPD, CPC, and Streets Engineering Department have provided valuable safety, economic, and public life recovery initiatives to help local businesses stay in business and help the community maintain social connections. I've been in the BIA industry for 13 years, and one of the strongest partnerships I experienced was with the Community Policing Center, WISH, and other organizations that came together and helped people in need. It was about collaboration and partnerships, and it only happened because we worked together. There wasn't a polarization or an us versus them. It was about collaborating and solving issues together. Again, thank you so much to council and staff for your hard work, especially during this challenging times, and we wish you all the best in the budget process.
Thanks so much. I don't see anybody on the list to ask you questions, but just want to thank you. Oh, there's Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Wiebe, go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks for coming in today. We've had a few comments from residents from Kitsilano on the lack of a dog park in the budget. I'm wondering if that's something you've heard from your business community or your fellow dog owners.
That might be what Timbit is trying to translate for me to this evening, but we would be all for it. We have a lot of dog-friendly merchants. We actually have a kids and pets trick-or-treating event, so that's something I would like for us to put on our radar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. I think that's it. Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks. We're going to move on to the next speaker, who is Adriana Felaskowski. Adriana Felaskowski. Speaker number 52.
Mayor Stewart, the
So-
speaker is
yeah.
not on the line.
Okay, thanks so much. We'll go to speaker 53, Beth Charlesworth.
Speaker is not on the line.
Okay, thanks. 54, Esme Stumberg.
Not on the line.
Okay, 55, Sarah Sheridan.
Yes, we do.
Great, thanks so much.
Can you hear me?
I can. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Sheridan. I've called in before. I live on the stolen land of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. And I wanted to remind council and listeners that the police were created in Canada to kill and to kidnap Indigenous kids and their parents, steal their land, and steal their survival practices like hunting, their fishing knowledge, and to give that land and that knowledge to white families. We can't, not through police cameras, mental health training, or any increase in budgets, reform anything violent at its core. And hundreds of people agreed with this and said this past summer. I've been a support worker in the downtown east side for many years, and I've worked in health research, studying outcomes of safe supply of opioids, and working with peer drug researchers in the neighborhood. I've interacted with police countless times. I have both witnessed and heard endless stories from working class people about their experience of abuse by Vancouver police. I'm now a student. I regularly research and ask many questions, many of which I'll reference below. I heard a speaker talk about community policing and the benefits. These volunteer spaces are VPD satellite volunteer offices and have been loudly opposed by the Vancouver area network of drug users in recent years and by health researchers both, who have long studied the negative health impacts of community policing centers on people who use drugs. Who are the volunteers who work here? What is their understanding of police brutality? I heard another speaker, or maybe the same one, use the word progressive to describe the VPD. But what does that word mean in the context of police? How progressive was it when the VPD drove their electric cars to arrest Indigenous land offenders who blockaded a road just to throw them in jail? Much of the pro-police discussion comes from those who use the word safety to justify police. And certainly there are events where people are unsafe, and I know this personally all too well. This summer, there were a group of residents in my neighborhood, and they co-organized their own Safe Walk program to support people here who worked late at night. All of us deserve to feel safe, and that includes people who use drugs, who are unhoused, without citizenship, who do sex work, all of us. I wonder, though, if many of the examples offered by speakers tonight on this issue, if the word unsafe would be better suited with the word uncomfortable. Are we uncomfortable or unsafe with seeing people using criminalized drugs in public? Are we uncomfortable or unsafe with seeing people suffocating beneath dire poverty, living under tarps in public parks? Because being uncomfortable is not the same as being unsafe. And this note is critical to understand. I heard another pro-police speaker say that Canada is a safe place, but to that I say for who? For whom is Canada safe? Would this council say that Canada is safe for Indigenous people? Is it safe for Black people? Is it safe for immigrants of color? Can you vouch for Canada to migrant workers? Who are the people who support the police? What economic status and racial privilege might they hold? Calling the police on unhoused people doesn't give people a place to live, nor does it give people in mental health crises care or support. It displaces them to jail, to a shelter, to a different neighborhood, only to be displaced there as well. To all the counselors and listeners who are still teetering on the edge of supporting police, don't forget that those killed by police just this year, the names and people, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Aisha Hudson, Chantel Moore, Rodney Levy, Ahmed Chowdhury, and so many more, and all of their living spouses and children. Imagine living through this year, 2020, hearing about these deaths in a much more public way than we've ever heard of other murders by police. Imagine living through this year and still trusting police to keep all members of the public safe. I just can't imagine that. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you, so I'll move on to the next speaker. We have Alexia Gengrand.
Mayor Stewart, that speaker is not on the line.
Thank you. Next speaker is Peter Mahoney.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Perfect. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Parliamentary procedure, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry, I've got interruption. Yes, Councillor DeGenova.
It's not a point of order, but my point of parliamentary procedure is perhaps it could be circulated for council what speakers are cautioned for. I see it in the code, but I'm hearing some speakers. I know it's hard, Mr. Mayor. I'm not suggesting that you are not doing this, but I'm just wondering. I'd like to understand if we call out someone for one thing, should we be calling them out every speaker? What should we be doing to make sure that it's a safe environment for everyone at all times? So I
Sure,
just wanted to ask you that.
Yep,
If we
my
could maybe
general
have
rule
that
is.
circulated.
Yep, I mean that's the procedural bylaw. So Section 6 of the procedural bylaw. If people want to look up that, of course, council members can call points of order anytime they like. If they, what I try to do is general comments that aren't specific to a person. That's kind of my starting point. So in terms of guiding it, but I do realize that this is difficult information to listen to on both sides, and I'm what I do is the center point is to make sure that an individual person isn't disparaged in any way, although it is tough to do when you're talking about systemic issues. So,
of course.
Right.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted.
No problem.
I didn't want it, and it wasn't towards any particular speaker. Thank you.
Yep, it's a tough night, that's for sure. So, and we'll go now to Mr. Mahoney. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Council, for allowing me the opportunity to speak this evening and address Council. I understand it's been a long day and a long night for everyone, so I still appreciate getting the opportunity here. I'm the Pete Mahoney, the CEO and director of my Vancouver-based restaurant company, Mahoney & Sons. We have 2 locations, one in the Vancouver Convention Center on the waterfront and another location in Falls Creek. I'm calling to address Council this evening in support of the VPD budget for 2021 and making sure that there would be no restrictions to that budget if possible. In the last 12 months, specifically in the last 6 months, my commercial properties have experienced 4 break-ins now, 3 at the Vancouver Convention Center and 1 in Falls Creek. We just had our most recent one last week. The costs of doing business in Vancouver are continuing to get more and more expensive, and with regards to insurance and things like that. When these incidents happen, these are all things that as a business owner, I'm incurring the expenses of it. So the bills are racking up for me. And in my experience with dealing with the VPD, they have always been incredibly responsive. They have been incredibly helpful. And I would like to see, as some of the other callers alluded to, that partnership be enhanced and continued with the business community. Many conversations I've had over the last few months with members of the VPD. There's been certainly frustration being voiced in the amount of crime and how tough it is to keep up with. And as a business owner and both a resident of Vancouver, I've been born and raised here my whole life. I'm now 44 years old. I've certainly seen it enhanced myself. The other side of my call, I know that we heard from the president and CEO of Tourism Vancouver earlier this evening. I'm also on my 3rd year on the board of directors for Tourism Vancouver. And I also am the secretary of Tourism Vancouver currently. I know that we have spent a lot of time over the summer months talking about issues with regards to crime and safety on the streets, both business owners, citizens, and when this pandemic is in the rearview mirror and we are opening up for tourism business again, this is a high level of concern for us. So I appreciate the opportunity and just wanted again to vocalize my support for our local police department and the 2021 budget with regards to the VPD.
Thanks so much. Councillor Dejanova, you have up to 5 minutes. Or sorry, 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and hopefully I'll be shorter than that. Thanks for making the time to speak with us. I was very interested in what you had said about Tourism Vancouver and your contributions there and your role. I'm wondering, I mean, I know you're not here to speak on behalf of Tourism Vancouver, but as a business owner, are you concerned that if this isn't something during the pandemic, looking at sort of street disorder, people feeling safe, in being sort of in certain neighborhoods or areas, that even after the pandemic, we won't be able to just go back to those levels, that it will be more work if we leave that in the long run? And you don't have to answer my question. I'm really trying to look at, you know, through the perspective of the whole budget here, how that all fits together. And you had spoken about pieces of that, but for me, it's about people feeling safe, making sure that your employees, I've heard from some businesses that are having trouble hiring people or keeping them because they don't feel safe coming to work.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think it's all encompassing. Sorry, if you could clarify for me maybe a little bit more specifically what your question to me was.
Oh, sorry. My question is, do you think that if we don't do something in this budget to make sure that we're looking at everything from cleanliness to making sure that people feel safe, that it will affect tourism in our city when people are able to travel again after pandemic?
Yes, I do, and I believe it's all all encompassing as you allude to. It can be challenging when you're having staff come down to work, and especially in the convention center area, where you're constantly on a daily basis pleading with people to vacate your patio spaces and cleaning up after them. Certainly, the reputation that Vancouver has as a safe city, especially in the downtown core where my lens is kind of focused on right now, I think is in serious jeopardy right now, and it's a high level of concern for me as a business owner, for me as a resident, and for the safety of, yes, my staff and all of our customers. Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that's it for questions. Thank you so much for participating tonight. And I'm going to move on now to Raina Milne.
Mayor Stewart, that speaker has withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. Kat Cott.
That speaker is not on the line.
Okay, thanks. Ian Marai.
Also not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Darren Simpson.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak to you today regarding the proposed 2021 capital and operating budget. As mentioned, my name is Darren Simpson, and I am speaking to you today on behalf of the Hotel Association of Vancouver, which represents 70 plus hotels within the City of Vancouver, and we are opposed to any reduction in funding to the VPD. As I'm certain you are all aware, with the current pandemic situation, the tourism sector in the city has been financially decimated. In addition to the financial burden, our members regularly face issues such as blatant theft, aggression, vandalism, threats, and the overall sense of feeling unsafe. Anecdotally, our members and their guests have dealt with an increasing prevalence of these issues through the lockdown period to present. As business operators, we have stretched every expense not to compromise the safety of our employees and guests as much as protecting our building from all crimes. Reducing the police presence in our area would obligate our hotels to further security costs in a financial climate where our first priority is to keep our associates employed and to support the public health authorities' recommendations to combat COVID-19 in every possible way. Police presence and visibility, as well as the community police programming, are crucial in helping to curb these issues and to provide an overall sense of safety not only for our members, but for our guests. In the last 8 months, the Hotel Association has required more assistance from the VPD than ever before in the past. We depend on our relationships with our community policing team, hotel liaison, and the VPD to assist in creating a positive and safe environment for our teams and guests. Their advice, guidance, presence, and assistance has been invaluable. Vancouver Hotels work directly with the, as mentioned, a hotel liaison that assists with many things, such as disseminating relevant information on crime trends, prolific offenders, and current conditions via a Vancouver Hotel Security email network. They help us stay connected to specialty squads that may need hotel personnel in the spirit of safety of both the hotel staff and the patrons. They also review our emails, our hotel security emails, in regards to potential crime trends that they may not be aware of, and they disseminate this intelligence to the appropriate specialty squads, district crime control officers, crime analysts, patrol members, and surveillance teams. Additionally, they conduct follow-ups on any security emails that come into contact to make sure that these are put to rest. I would like to share now, there seems to be a polarized view on VPD, and I'm sorry to hear that. But I would like to share a positive story with our relationship with the VPD. There was a rash of hotel room break-ins with no known suspects. The hotel liaison disseminated information of the crime trend through our hotel network. A longtime security officer at one of the prominent properties recalled a suspect who had committed similar crimes several years prior and provided the name to the VPD. It was learned that the suspect had recently skipped out on probation, reporting back east, and was potentially in the Vancouver area. They used the forensic ident member, lifted a partial print at one of the scenes and compared the same to the suggested suspect's print on file. It was a match. It saved a lot of time and resources, and they were able to solve the case as well as mitigate any further challenges with this individual. Thankfully, this was one of many successful stories that we have to be able to share with you, but I'm only able to share one based on time. I appreciate your time and the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thanks so much for calling in this evening, sharing your thoughts, and you have no questions? Oh, you do? Councillor Fry, up to 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just was hoping for a little bit of clarity on, you mentioned that you're having more police interactions. I was of the assumption that the hotel business and industry would be slowed down right now. What are the extent of having more interactions with the police?
I guess there is. I don't know if you'd call it irony there. Unfortunately, there has been less hotel guests by a significant amount. We're talking 70 to 80% less guests. However, crime rates have gone up on property, and we're not certain if it's because of just the nature of the individuals traveling throughout downtown, or the prominence of, I guess, less people being on the street, especially early on. But the challenges that we face are real, and unfortunately the numbers don't lie.
So when you say crime on property, you're talking like broken windows and vandalism kind of stuff, or people breaking into hotels and trashing rooms, or?
No, not necessarily trashing rooms, but there is greater theft and aggression from just overall just people entering the building or buildings, knowing that there's less occupancy possibly. I can't speak to the state of why people might attend a building and want to do things, but yeah, generally it's vandalism, threats, and aggression to staff.
So given that the police is almost a reactive kind of approach, do you think there's a proactive approach that might be considered alongside this? Not to discount what you're experiencing. I'm just wondering.
Councillor, I wish I had an answer for that. Unfortunately, that's my area of expertise is hotels and treating guests. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with that, so I don't know that I'm the best person to speak to that. I would say I would certainly be open to proactive options if they were put in front of us.
Okay, well, thanks for that, Mr. Simpson, and I appreciate that your industry is going through a really difficult time, and I have my sympathies to all the folks in your industry, and recognizing that we're going to get through this. And I know it's tough right now, though.
I sincerely appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks so much for participating tonight. There are no other questions for you, so I'll move on to the next speaker. We have Susan Davis.
Mayor Stewart, the speaker is not on the line.
Thanks so much. We have Meg Gravesdale.
Also not on the line.
Okay. I think that's, I'm just trying to read my own writing here. Meryl Kessler?
The speaker is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Maxim Winther?
Yes.
I'm here.
Hi there, great. You have up to 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Great, thank you, Mayor and Council. I want to begin today by acknowledging the unceded land of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish people on which we're meeting and discussing these important issues. I am speaking today to politely request that you fully fund the resolution that was passed in July that I spoke to and many others spoke to, and I think that we should consider all of those voices that spoke on those on that issue here today with us, even though they might not necessarily be on the line again, volunteering their time towards reallocating resources away from policing and towards community-led initiatives. Therefore, I do not support the proposed 2021 budget as it currently stands because of the increase in the police budget. I think that $6.5 million that the police are requesting, it will not help in any way towards addressing the root issues that I think a lot of the people calling in today on both sides of this issue are concerned about. The issues of poverty, marginalization, homelessness, addiction, and that we know that these issues make up a significant portion of the police work, and I want to call again for alternative approaches to addressing these issues, as I think it's quite clear that the approach that the police take to these issues is not effective and is not addressing the root issues. Homelessness and inequality are the elephants in the room here, and we have to constantly remember how much of a crisis we are currently in Vancouver with homelessness, and I would argue globally facing inequality. And it seems to me that there's a bunch of money on the table, and we're discussing how should we properly allocate it, and to constantly spend more and more and more on policing when we could actually move some of that money towards addressing root causes of issues would be a much more wise decision that could actually, at the end, help everyone. There's a lot of concern about safety, and this is coming from a very particular segment of the population. As a lot of the callers today have been from business improvement associations who are concerned about the safety of their windows and their clients feeling safe, but there's the safety of the rest of the population, and particularly the marginalized. And in light of the fact that we're on Indigenous lands, I hope everyone knows how much Indigenous people are disproportionately affected by homelessness, poverty, addictions issues, and over-policing. And I think that as a white settler, I feel like we are not doing enough to justify the historic and current wrongs that have been caused and done and are still having negative effects on the population, and we need to do more. So I really want to encourage everyone that supports ever-increasing police budgets to ask them, why aren't they asking the police to do more with the $315 million that they already have? I'm really curious to know more about where all of this money honestly goes. It seems to me, sorry, how much time do I have left?
About a minute and a half.
Oh, minute and a half. Okay. I'm trying to find information about where all of this money goes. It's going to policing. It seems to me that the average salary over at the police is over $150,000. So for all of these business owners, like, are you not wanting to see more from 1,700 people with an average salary of $150,000 do more for you? Because if we're going to be paying this money to the police, I want to see more. There's over $13 million allocated for their fleets, which includes 450 cars, a helicopter, 2 boats, and 2 tanks. This breaks down to around $25,000 spent on maintenance of each one of these vehicles. You know, if you're concerned about your safety, shouldn't we, be more scrutinizing the police budget on these toys? And, we know that they have weapons of war and they have military-grade weapons. Shouldn't we allocate money away from weapons and threats of violence towards community initiatives? Anyway, I hope this isn't seen as hollow rhetoric, as mentioned by the VPD spokesperson, because there's a lot of real issues here at stake, and I really hope that the voices that need to be heard are. And it's, I would say that today en masse, that most of the voices we're hearing are from one particular segment of the community who only have positive police experiences, and that does not represent the voice and the experience of most of the population. And I really think that the police need to look at their budget and be more efficient, and we need to separate out the different functions of the police into smaller, more accountable community groups. Thank you.
Thanks so much. You do have a question from Councillor Dejanova. Go ahead, Councillor.
You don't have to answer this question. I was just wondering, is there anything that you see that's positive in the budget, the overall budget for the city of Vancouver?
I know I'm really was interested in the $600,000 late fee waiving program to allow 70,000 people to access to the library. We know that an educated population that could begin addressing some root issues, and I'm very much in support of waiving the late fees of those who use the library. I really think that resources that are accessible, that can help get people out of poverty and bring people together would be great. And I know that there's a lot of work being done by a lot of people, and I don't want to discredit it at all, but I really think that the funding should be allocated towards more towards community groups and away from policing, just as a general goal.
I'll note that. Thanks so much for answering my question.
Thank you. That's it for questions. We'll move on to the next speaker. I just have a number 66 listed as Ray.
Mayor Stewart, that speaker is not on the line.
Okay, 66 is Raprit Mander.
Yes.
Great.
Hello, Mayor. I'm here.
Hi.
Mr. Mayor, point of privilege.
Yes.
For the reasons that I had mentioned before, I understand that it is best that I would be placed in the waiting room.
Sure. Council, just a second. I'll get to you, Speaker, in a second. I have been chatting back and forth with the clerk, and because it's tough for you to know exactly who might be on and who might not be on, if you don't ask questions to speakers that are directly addressing an issue that you may have conflict with, I think it's probably okay for you to stay in.
Mr. Mayor, I prefer to follow to the letter the advice that I get.
Okay.
So for that reason, I will, but it clearly says here, Frontline Supervisor, Vancouver Police. So
Gotcha.
for that
Okay.
reason, I will,
Okay.
out of an abundance of caution,
Sure.
I will recuse myself as
Okay.
I have an immediate family member that I'm supposed to say this. My apologies.
Gotcha.
Immediate family member that is a sworn member of the Vancouver Police Department. Thank you.
Thanks. That's exactly what you're supposed to say. And I'll move on with Mr. Mander. Please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Mayor and Council, I just want to say thank you for taking the time with me today. I'm not normally about speaking to the public, or, I'm a frontline officer, and this is not usually what we do, but it's extraordinary times. We have just what's going down south, and I wanted to make sure that I was able to come and speak to the public and speak to you and just share some of the experiences that myself and my staff are experiencing on the front lines. I'm in my 15th year. I spent the last 2.5 years in patrolling uniform on the front line, and our staff do experience some serious challenges. And I'll start with my job. I have 13 constables assigned to me. My entire shift is spent triaging going through the calls, allotting the appropriate resources to my district share. I'm downtown, to the 650 to 700 calls we receive a day. That's 260 plus thousand calls a year. These are also voices. I know some of the other callers have talked about lived experience, and we can't, some of these are going to be violent, some of these aren't violent, and it's hard to define what someone goes through, and if someone gets their house broken into, what their experience is going to be. So these are people that we have to interact with each day to help support them, and that's a considerable number of voices that we talk about that are people have interactions with. So throughout the week, there's probably an extra 5 to 7 hours that I have to spend on administrative duties when I go home for the weekend, because I'm simply not able to do it during my work week, whether it's payroll, whether it's reviewing our officers' reports just for oversight, connecting with investigative units to ensure the proper follow-up is done. And why does it take so long? Why is it taking me so much extra time? My span of control is 1 to 13. I completed my master's in business administration in 2016. My colleagues in the private sector talk about optimal spans of control, about 1 to 5 to 1 to 6 direct reports. We're doing it. We're forced to do it with one. There's a neighboring police agency, within 20, 30 kilometers of us that has 3 supervisors doing what I'm doing for the 13 constables, and we're doing it with one. And I'm asked, why don't you just have an extra supervisor? Well, even one supervisor on each patrol team, that would take about 40 frontline officers off the road that are worker bees that we definitely need addressing the public's needs and concerns. There's an agency, I'll just say in Western Canada here, a large agency that has 500 more officers and 200 more civilian staff, and they get less calls for service than the BPD do. That's 38% more officers. So our officers, we talk about several departments that have come and said they're busy. Everyone's busy, but this is a lot. Some of the callers have mentioned, I'm reading online, they talk about plans, how other agencies can step up and take some of this work. Well, each day, my team, we work with those other agencies and we respond to calls from EHS, from fire, mental health services, hospitals, group homes, halfway houses, staff at SROs, crisis centers, the ministry, emergency shelters, because their staff, don't have the tools, but it's mostly because the risk and safety factors that are presented to them. And whether it's company policy or because of their fear, our frontline staff, myself and my team, have to go assist them. And they all have lines in the sand of what they're going to accept and what they're not. But unfortunately, myself and my team, there's no line in the sand. We can't pick and choose what we're going to and what we're not going to. We talk about calls for service, and we talk about, we try and put as a metric. And I saw on the budget process, there was a certain, it mentioned a certain percentage of calls. We're anticipating that, we're lower this year. But, one of the things that we forget is what's required. The workloads required on each of these calls is much different than 5 to 10 years ago. The public and, politicians like our council and provincial politicians, they've worked hard to ensure that we have accountability, oversight, transparency, all the things that we're fighting for that maybe they don't have down south. But now what that's resulted in is we do have an oversight body that, will investigate complaints if one of our officers is rude off duty in their front yard. And when one of these complaints is made, it's a considerable resource impact. It could be 5 to 10% of one officer's entire year's hours dedicated to investigating a complaint like that. So we have this, this oversight that we've all been fighting for, which is great, but there's a cost to that. And so the secondary cost to that is now when our officers are conducting frontline investigations, they have a duty to investigate them thoroughly. And that means if there's, 4 or 5 statements to be taken, if there's 9 or 10 videos to be collected, these are all extremely resource-intensive tasks that we weren't doing 5 to 10 years ago. So it's not just one call for service.
And just 10 seconds left. That's okay.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. So, I just wanted to have council and everyone understand just the pressures that are put on us, and any significant cuts beyond that. We've already reached a tipping point, and there'll be thousands of people each year that, there's delays to their service, or we might not be able to even get to them.
Thanks so much. Councillor Fry has a question for you. Go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And full disclosure, I did a ride along with Sergeant Mander, and I have to say it was an incredibly illuminating experience to see the extent to which the kind of work that happens on a typical shift night, District 2 Granville Street. Sergeant Mander, I want to ask you, and especially given that you are a man of South Asian descent, and a lot of the calls for changing the way policing happens is coming from racialized IBPOC people, and these calls for system change. Do you see a roadmap for getting us there, as somebody who works in the field?
Specifically, what do you mean by system changes?
Well, so a lot of these calls for changing the way decriminalizing poverty, changing the way we approach policing of low-income folks, for instance, or homeless people, or people who use drugs. Or do you see a roadmap for that?
Yeah, you know what? I think what's not understood is we've already been doing it for quite a long time, and I think that it's just that is sort of the misconception of what's going on. I went out with our neighborhood response team a couple times, and unless there was calls for service, I handed out 8 sleeping bags that night. We handed out 10 snack packs. There's 12 homeless people we offered shelters to. They were thanking us for being there. One person we even, they took Safe Ride. They took a ride on. So, over 80% of the people that are new charges, that were new arrests that we had, they get released. So, we've learned by listening to the community, by working with our Crown councils there, that, they're, charging people for these low-end offenses, that doesn't change it. So that's why we've shifted our response to listening to our community, and that's why even we talked about the neighborhood response team. It's more about addressing the community concerns, but it's less about charging people. So I think that shift is already gone. It is the days of charging people for petty thefts and whatnot, unless there's some sort of safety element or some of the concerns with business owners, or someone's been back several times, and there has to be an escalation of the intervention. I just don't see our officers, the ones especially work for me, that if there's be taken off the road for 4 to 5 hours to write a charging report or a report to Crown Council for a minor theft. It's just not happening. So when I hear about stories, of us targeting poverty, as I said, we get 650 to 700 calls a day from our citizens that are concerned. When we are going to charge someone, it takes those resources off the road. So really, as a supervisor, we really have to balance. That and determine, hey, are these resources being spent for the right purpose? Are we really addressing the bigger goal here? And I think by sitting down with our community members and having these conversations and working with our partners, which I think our agency does do a great job of, I think these are things we're learning.
Thanks very much. That's it for time, Councillor Fry. Thank you. And I don't see any other questions for you, Mr. Mander or Sergeant Mander. So we'll be moving on to the next speaker, but thanks so much for calling in tonight. The next speaker is Johnston Gray.
Mayor Stewart, that speaker has withdrawn.
Speaker 69, Jeffrey Dick.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Hi.
Hi there. Up to
Can you
5
hear me?
minutes, please. Yes,
Great.
I can. Up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Hi, I'd like to speak in opposition of the Vancouver Police Department budget, specifically in regards to the fact that I think it is vastly higher than it needs to be. I think we've heard a lot of people here speaking tonight about how, even from the police representatives themselves, that while crime is on the rise and we need more representation out there in terms of the police, every representative is still also acknowledging that what is happening isn't enough. So if we are going to give the police more money or just take a fraction of what we're already giving them away, what is their solution to this issue? Their issue is more police. More police. That's the drum they keep banging. But more police isn't working. The police right now isn't working. So I'm baffled that no resolution is actually being sought by the police right now. They're, by their own admission, overworked, overwhelmed, and being asked to do things they shouldn't be doing. So if that's the case, why are we not reallocating some of these funds towards measures and towards communities and services that can actually handle the issues that, by their own admission, they cannot deal with? It's astounding to me, the level of just ignorance and the defense that we get from these people is nothing. It's distraction. It's surveys that they've gotten at the point barrel of a gun. It's not representative of the city, and there are multiple cases.
I'm just going to caution you there, sir. I don't think it's fair to say that any of these surveys were procured through violence.
Not through violence, but through intimidation. I believe that.
No, the survey presented tonight was from a reputable polling firm, so I don't think through violence.
Sure, it was from a third party, but we've had previous meetings, first-hand accounts of people's experiences with the police, and they weren't represented in that survey. So there's a disconnect there. So I don't know, and I don't trust those findings, and I think that they should be appropriately investigated.
That's fair to say. Okay. Do you have anything else? You still got a little bit of time left?
No, that's fine.
Okay, thanks so much. There are no questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks so much. Okay. We have number 70, Vincent Cox.
Yes, Stewart, that speaker is not on the line.
Okay. Is it Chow Mikado?
Yes.
Great. Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
All right. Good evening, Council and Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here in this meeting. I want to first make the listeners aware that I'm not a specialist in the subjects that I will be touching on during my speech. Therefore, I've acquired my points from academic research and personal experiences. I acknowledge the many efforts of everyone present in this meeting, so I will make my speech short and concise. My name is Caio Macedo. I come from Brazil, a country that suffers from its corruption and poor management. The sad reality present in Brazil damages many societal structures, especially the police. The population in Brazil lacks trust in police. In fact, police brutality, corruption, and the lack of community interaction are real issues in the country. Police does not receive a fair payment, and this fact directly interferes in the services provided to the population. When I first arrived in Canada, I was fascinated with the police work done here. I always thought that the connection between communities and police is essential for society to effectively work. As an immigrant from a different reality, as many people from Vancouver are, I already had a formed vision of police legitimacy and work. However, the policing strategy implemented in Vancouver completely changed my vision. I was warmly welcomed by one of the CPCs in the city named West End Cole Harbour. Since I started to interact with the community, I started to understand how important community involvement is in policing. It is visible that community involvement in policing is gradually increasing with the creation of opportunities and initiatives designed to build a cooperative relationship between police and the society. I highly recommend the investment in community-based policing as a substantial mechanism for expanding the perceptions of police legitimacy and building public trust. When police departments engage all members of societies in activities and programs such as community policing centers, community-oriented policing, and crime prevention programs, they're not only improving the public relationship with law enforcement, but they are also shaping a more diverse and inclusive police force. In fact, these options to approach the public are an effective way to give voice to those who are considered minorities in our society. Consequently, police agencies receive more constructive feedback from these groups in order to shape an organization that attends everyone equally and respectfully. Modern policing concepts are those of a collaborative partnership between police and community members to address criminal activities and disorder in society. I found that this proactive strategy is described to build new patterns of communication between the police officers and the representatives of the community they serve. I personally think that the new allocation of budget is concerning. I believe that The allocation will limit the resources the VPD uses to identify the needs of the public and will weaken the bond between the public and criminal justice system. That's all I have for you today. Thank you for providing us with the opportunity to express our opinions. It has been an absolute pleasure to listen to everyone and express my opinions.
Thank you so much for calling in. I don't see any questions for you, so we'll just, again, thanks for calling and we'll move on. Council, just a couple of reminders here. Let's see, just a reminder that we're back in action here bright and early at 9:30, where we'll be continuing on the speakers list. I'm just checking with the clerk if there's anything else that, and I think that's it, just to remind you. And so what I'm going to try to do, Council, we're at 9:31 according to my clock. I'm going to try to get through, let's say, 4 more speakers, and then that should do it for the evening with our hard stop at 10 o'clock. So I think I have a Kaylee Mangalam, speaker number 72. Hi, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks for taking my call. Glad I made the cut for today. So my name is Kaylee Mangalam. I'm a resident of Grandview Woodland, and I've lived in Vancouver on the unceded lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations for about 4 years. The subject of my comment is the Vancouver Police Department budget and my opposition to it, like many speakers before me today. I especially appreciate and agree with the comments from Meenakshi Manoh and Kareem Ibrahim earlier today. What I'd like to communicate primarily is the urgent nature of the motion to defund the police passed this summer. As someone who volunteers currently at Camp Kennedy Trudeau in Strathcona Park, I personally know of 2 people who resided at the camp that I met and worked with who have died since July and possibly could still be alive today had they been offered the increased services that defunding the VPD and investing in more wraparound social support for unhoused and marginalized people could have created. So there is a real human cost of life to delaying action on divesting from the police department. So instead, the VPD is receiving a $2.5 million increase in the 2021 budget, and this is the opposite of what the public and the council decided this summer. I do also briefly want to address the Chief Adam Plummer's presentation earlier today on his emphasized point about 250 letters of support for the VPD and his dismissal of websites that send template letters. I think this is a biased way of looking at electronic mail and template letters used by the public to communicate their opinions on defunding and divesting from police departments in Canada. As someone who has used those websites, it's a bit insulting that Chief Palmer would imply that my opinion on defunding the police somehow matters less because I didn't send a physical letter or because I relied on research done by others who have a deeper understanding of the injustices perpetrated against them by municipal police. Palmer also said that the Neighborhood Response Unit has been mischaracterized by the media as poverty bashing, when he says that instead its purpose is to deal with low-level street crime. I think it's fairly oblivious to ignore the connection between those two concepts. Unhoused people who have been made more vulnerable by the opioid, housing, and COVID-19 crises have to exist and survive somewhere, and often that puts them in contact with housed people who do not understand their tenuous positions on the edges of a more privileged society. These people constantly have the police called on them and often suffer violence and more marginalization because of that. A more funded police department is not what Vancouver needs, nor what Vancouver City Council indicated it would seek this summer. After hearing from the police chief and the head of the police union today, it's evident that people feel more unsafe in the turmoil of the pandemic and that the VPD is stretched thin, attempting to offer services and respond to situations that could be better handled and assigned to other institutions and community organizations that are better equipped to handle them. That $2.5 million increase to the VPD in 2021 should instead go toward funding the demands made in the Decriminalizing Poverty and Supporting Community-Led Safety Initiative, which Vancouver City Council passed in July. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. I don't see any questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. We have Fraser McPherson, speaker number 73.
Yes, sir. The speaker is not on the line.
Okay. We have Ryan, Egern. I don't have my glasses on, I'm sorry. Speaker number 74, Ryan Egerim.
Not on the line.
Okay, thanks. I totally messed up his name anyway. Veronica